going on, guys?
Finally.
Hello?
Oh shit. What's up, Harrow?
Okay, you can hear me. How's it going?
Good, good, good. Just give me a minute, guys. I need to like get dressed. I just got out the shower and stuff.
Okay. This guy, man.
So I was thinking like are you recording it?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Hey.
like we had this disagreement a little while ago, and I think your intuitions like about affordances, I'm talking to you, Stratino, but
Oh, yeah.
yeah, I think like your intuitions about affordances kind of led you to like a more Chemeroan view of affordances,
Mm.
right? Instead of a Turvian view of affordances.
Mhm.
And so like I don't know, like I that was a while ago, so I don't know if you've like I don't know, warmed up to the idea that I'm probably right.
I warmed up to it, but at first it did not make a lot of sense because of the fact that um I had understood value as affordances, and then
Values?
to have the idea that values are just like out there without anybody
Well,
even.
there's a clear like difference there. I would say. I mean, but like values are, I would say, a species of affordance for sure.
Well, that was the thing. That was the thing I didn't understand, is that values were a species of affordances and not just like interchangeably the same thing.
Well, it's like it's more like things are on evaluative dimensions, right? They have evaluative content, right? For particular organism like humans, independent of humans that exist, it's just a you know a thing with a particular set of effectivities needs to be formed to satisfy this disposition, right? But we're gonna get into that, and it's like it's also I mean that also ties into like a lot of the discussions I've had about values. How like even even things we would consider like the discussions we've had about good and bad and all that.
Yes.
Right. So even like a disvalue or whatever it's still a value. It's just I would have to sacrifice greater values in order to, pursue that value, right?
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
So it's like everything that we're evaluating, it has a valuative content, it's not like intrinsically good or bad or whatever.
hmm I think one of the other things that I had, I don't think it was a misconstruency, but it was something that I didn't understand until later, to untangle it, was the fact that I also understood like affordances as dispositions was kind of the same thing to me as like the felt unease that Mises talks about, and that's like the disposition there, is that there's like this felt unease and that you are trying to alleviate that, or you're trying to alleviate the disposition.
Sure, like in a sense, I guess. But maybe we should like you said you've warmed up to it a bit, so maybe we
Mhm.
should put that aside for now and like go back to the disagreement, right? And get it fresh in
Mhm.
our minds, right? Go back to where you were disagreeing with me on there, you know?
Mhm.
Like if you want to share your screen, like you're probably gonna be the one sharing your screen and we're gonna go through like Turvey's papers and stuff.
All right. What do you want me to screen share specifically? Is it direct perception is plausible, or is direct perception
Well, I
plausible?
mean, like, well, I was saying we should go back to your disagreement,
Oh, I
and
see.
get it fresh in our minds. You know what I mean?
Yeah, let me share here. Go here.
Stratino's gonna be the
This.
designated reader today.
Oh boy.
I think it's also, oh wow, I'm
What?
echoing. Yeah, you're echoing,
Ah, I
bro.
see. Yeah, I have to.
Turn off the audio. Yeah,
Yeah, I have to turn off my. Let me
but yeah,
see.
I noticed immediately that it was just basically like an instance of the debate, the common debate between relational and dispositional accounts of affordances.
Um,
Because you seem to be taking like the exact position of the relational account.
yes. No, because I was saying affordances as relational specifically. Let me.
And there's specific disagreements already. I mean, laid out. There's a whole debate already laid out there. You know what I mean?
Mhm. If I can. Um, that's not it. I think it's pretty far back. I realized.
You could search like a squirrel.
Oh
Remember?
yeah, yeah, squirrel.
For note-taking purposes, did you say that there were two different accounts of affordances, relational, and the other one was dispositional?
Yes.
Okay. I just need
Tur-
to make sure I got the other one.
yeah, Turvey's account is the dispositional account, which is I mean, there's no really. He says there's no contradiction between it being dispositional and relational, right? It's he says affordances are dispositions to entertain relationships. So
I see. And who's the main advocate of the relational account?
Anthony Chemero. But you have a lot of people on that side of things, and they're really like I think they really misunderstand a lot of key principles about the ecological approach. They like Gibson's theory of perception, and uh, like 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 it's all these people. I forget which country they're from. I think it's Sweden or Norway or
Jesus.
something like that. Where
Interesting.
Anthony Camero is, where Reekvild is, where Kegerstein is, like all these people, right? You'll see
Interesting.
you'll see them mentioned in the notes from two scientific psychologists. But yeah, all these people they all talk about like representation hungry problems, like memory is a representation hungry problem. So affordances and direct perception just doesn't account for it, so we need fucking representationalism. And that's just fucking crazy to me. Like from a Gibsonian perspective, it's just totally I mean, you understand what I'm saying, right, Stratino?
I mean, yeah. Um,
How bad that is from a Gibsonian perspective.
sure. I mean, you perceive color, but color is also a relationship, and that was the line that I was going down.
Mm.
Was that like there is not like a perception without someone perceiving anything,
Right.
and
You
that
don't want to I think you just might be conflating there, affordances and perception of affordances, you know?
well that
Or
that
rather
was I think the thing is that I thought that affordance
you might be conflating information detection with affordance perception.
that was what it was more like because I was treating affordances as already a perception ready term and not just like a it can exist without perception. Like I thought affordances were the perception thing, like the perception information, the information detection. Um,
Yeah,
but
we'll get more nuance on all of this stuff as we go through this.
so let me see. It said that I don't see how any of this is relevant to what I'm talking about, or how it means that affordances exist in this kind of way. And he was citing the squirrel example in your Congo. The affordance exists whether or not the squirrels ever exist. Now, I mean, in the paper, I don't see where affordances are treated as ecologically independent from organisms to be afforded anything in the first place. I don't know what ecologically dependent means. Just control F for the squirrel in the paper and read what they say. Their results. Oh.
I think you also had a misunderstanding that stemmed from, how you understood what the organism environment system means, right?
Hmm.
Like the organism environment system, right? It's a it's not a model of system description. It's purely like a methodological principle, right? We have a totally different like model of system description, that's more like it's like Turvey talks in lecture 1 about the CES model, you know what I mean? But yeah, if you look in Harvey-Lato's paper where he gets the, theory of the organism environment system from, right? He says that, he says in very like no uncertain terms, like it should not be mistaken, right? That the organism environment system is just, it's just a methodological principle. It's not like the organism environment are two parts that later like come together into a system, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
I formulated it as such. Just as concepts exist as relationships, affordances are dispositional in a sense that they are also relationships. By forming the concept, you do not bring the relationship into existence, and by seeing an affordance, you also do not bring it into existence.
Who's this
You just
saying
see
this?
it.
We?
Yeah, it's me.
We saying?
It's we.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll get into more of the nuance on it once we get into it.
Mhm. What I remember, because I had full understanding
But
that
the key point I was making, I just want to be clear, like the organism environment, right? And this is a key point that Harvey-Lato makes in his paper, is that the organism environment are not two separate systems, right? Or they're not two systems where there's a relationship between them. There's no organism environment relationship. You know what I mean? It's one system.
Mhm. I already knew that. That is like one of the first things that I grasped about it was that it was a unit. It was not like it was a separable thing. Um, but I think that was what equally tripped me up was that I thought that
Right.
affordances were contained within that,
Right.
and that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I see where your mistake was, and I think the example in one of the papers I linked just now, like one of the notes from two scientific psychologists papers, where it talks about the salt in water or whatever system, I think that'll clarify things for you a little bit. But
So
once we get to there,
let's
uh,
see.
yeah.
Yeah, so I don't disagree with this, though I don't see why you should broaden affordances out in such a way to include completely non-ecological structures where there is no environment at all. It's not saying that, it's saying that they are defined in organism referential terms, independently of organisms. I don't deny that the structure is there, only that it's not some kind of affordance until there is an environment, which includes an organism.
And there's lots of
Um,
problems with that specifically. That's a Chemero and a relational account of affordance, like specific view there. That's like a key principle there, the relational account. What you just said. And
because you were
yeah, and there's lots of problems that come with that.
because it's treating the organism and the environment as two things that come together at some later point in
Yeah, but
time.
more than that, it's like we'll see once we get into the notes from two scientific psychologists paper. Like we'll see how this specifically means that affordances cannot be the basis of learning, right? New affordances cannot be learned,
Mhm.
and that's really bad.
Affordances are possibilities for action. The actualization is what we call an event. They are not the same thing. Hence why their dispositional character is so important to Turvey. God. But not just possibilities for action, but possibilities for action by something living. I don't see how affordances themselves can be independent from organisms if they are referential of organisms and ecologically bound by the fact that there is an organism to be afforded possibilities for action.
Yeah, and this is just like you don't understand the dispositional character of affordances. You know, that's how I took what you were saying there. You know, like that's all you needed to understand that really.
I mean, yeah. Um, let me see.
Man, I'm looking for fucking pants forever, dude. I'm
What the fuck?
Bro.
I just,
just gonna
I
put on
just,
shorts. I have shorts.
dude, I never put on pants.
But
I
yeah,
just always wear
I don't
shorts.
think we came to like any satisfying conclusion, right? I think it's just, you know, important to get the disagreement back
Yeah.
fresh in mind.
I think it was just because I had like over time I was just like like it seemed the disagreement seemed to become like less and less and less and less until I figured out that like we were talking about the same thing, but I was just using all the wrong terms.
Mhm. Well,
Um,
I mean, speak on that. Did you look into any of the stuff that I told you to look into on the dispositional account of
um,
affordances?
somewhat because I think I reread the original essay, this one, because I I remember if we go back, let me see if I can, yeah, if I can get this again, and
Yeah, what's
then
up, Eddie? Eddie just joined.
yep. So if I go back here, let me switch screen. Um, yeah, let me go here. So if I go here and then
Oh, that paper.
down, yes, this one.
That's where the squirrel example is from.
Yes, the squirrel. So if I go here, I remember I was rereading
Such a
from around
niche
here.
paper too. This is like I mean, Turvey died in like 2020, like one, I think. I don't know, like 2023 maybe. That's a huge difference.
I think it was 2023.
But like his last book was released in 2019, and this paper was released in 2019 as well. So not a lot of people know about this paper.
Hmm. However, we believe this dichotomy could potentially introduce new ontological
Yeah,
decisions.
they're like arguing against Chemero's view there. You see.
Mhm. Which the concept of affordance was introduced by Gibson to avoid. But, most important, it should not be necessary. That is because the concept of affordance as an organism relative disposition already encompasses both meanings. There is not a conceptual contradiction between being a disposition and being a relation. That was the one thing that I had seen that helped me understand it again, because for it to be relational.
Yeah, and
Um,
like Turvey explains this a bit more in lectures on perception, in lecture 22. He explains on like like affordances as dispositions to entertain relationships.
mhm. Um,
Uh, Here I'll link lectures on perception here. I'll also link Harvaleto's paper because that might be important to look at here. Yeah. Yeah.
I think, yeah, like dispositions to entertain relations kind of made me rethink it. Um,
Like
because I mean,
we might want to look at lecture 22 section, I think it's section 2, where he talks
right.
about uh what we can get from Ed Reed's understanding of affordances.
Yeah, let me just get lectures of perception over here. Come on.
His understanding of affordances as a resource.
La, 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 la. Is there? Yes, there is. Lecture 22, ontology at the ecological scale. Do you know what page around here?
I know it's
Or-
on yeah, I think it's like section 2.
All
No,
right.
no, no, it's not section 2. Go down.
The concept of affordance.
Mm, uh don't think it's that one. I think it's the next one.
Action possibilities, the dynamics of affordance perception.
No, it's the next one. Next one.
Generalizing from
No,
MI.
this is the next one. This one.
We'll get there one day.
What the
It's a
fuck
full-
is this, bro? Come on, it's one of these, bro. Like,
The dispositional and the relational. There we go.
there it is. There it is.
All right.
Uh,
All right. Let's sneak in here. The use of relation in respect to the use of disposition in defining affordance requires elaboration. Terms used in philosophy to describe what is meant by disposition include power, ability, potency, capability, tendency, potentiality, proclivity, and capacity, among others. We can use these terms to gain a purchase on the notion of affordance as interpreted by Reid. An affordance is only a relation when used. Affordances are not relations. They are resources for obtaining value from the environment through regulated action. Affordances are available to come into relationships with organisms, but this not need happen.
Right,
Of
right.
particular.
That's very important because we're not behaviorists, right?
Mhm.
We're not behaviorists where the organism is pushed around by environmental stimuli or whatever. You know,
Mhm.
it's purely
Which-
determined by environmental stimuli, right?
Which, by the way, chapter 22, I've read it before. This is probably the best chapter in this entire book. It's one of the most clarifying chapters in the entirety of the ecological approach because it just like cuts through so much that you probably know of, but that they don't really mention explicitly as like for example, the behaviorists. Like it'll say
And
something.
Reed really. If you read Ed Reed, I forget the name of his book, but his book is really really good. Uh, it's like he very go like explicitly attacks behaviorists because like ecological psychology is usually seen as like a reaction against computationalism, but or cognitivism, right? But actually, cognitivism and ecological psychology were both reactions against behaviorism, and they developed side by side, just like taking different paths.
Mhm.
Like they originated around the same time, like in like
What's this
World War II.
postcards?
Let's see.
What?
Um,
But yeah, Ed Reed really talks all about that. Like, yeah, we're not determinists, we're not like people like I mean we're not behaviorists, right? Like people will mistake the ecological view as a behaviorist view, right?
Mhm.
But we're not saying the organism is pushed around by affordances,
Mhm. Which, I mean, affordances as potentials for action, it helps clarify the fact that, like, you don't need to maximize every potential. There are plenty of
Mhm.
affordances that are not, gone through, and that doesn't make them any less
There's an
affordances.
abundance. There's a rich abundance of affordances,
Mhm. Um,
and so we need to choose certain affordances as goals. And
Mhm.
Shaw talks about this. How because there is an abundance of affordances, we need to choose some as goals. And then that ties into Swenson when he says there's multiple paths for dissipation, right? The system has to select among those paths. Uh, and they're ordinarily scaled by like their rate of dissipation, the relative rates of dissipation.
and that goes back to marginalism.
Right, right.
So, let's see, continuing on. Of particular significance in the foregoing quotation is the term resources. The words power, potency, potentiality, and capacity in the list of dispositions descriptors are close relatives of resource. Reed's separation is seemingly recognition of affordance as a disposition of situation or thing X that transforms on occasion O to affordance as a relation R. Allow that dispositions are causally relevant. Then, taking advantage of Heel's thematic enumeration of disposition, we can say the following of any given thing X in the environment of any given organism Z. A. X's dispositions are actual, not merely possible. B. X's dispositions are properties intrinsic to it. They are neither relations nor relational properties. C. X's dispositional nature is not wholly revealed via a reductive conditional analysis. D. X's being dispositional is not a contingent feature. E. X's dispositions are not, quote, higher level properties, i.e., not grounded in lower level dispositional properties. F. X's manifestation of dispositions is a manifestation of reciprocal disposition partners. Recall any panel of figure 22.1. G. X's dispositions can manifest themselves differently with different reciprocal disposition patterns. Recall all three panels of figure 22.1. Returning to Reed's perspective above, affordances are dispositions of environmental layout that can be made manifest by reciprocal dispositions of organisms. Relation R between organism Z and situation X is afforded on the occasion O, where Z uses X in the course of implementing activity Y.
Yeah, is that it? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, they're just talking about the XYZO formalism that was given a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I remember we also went over that. But I was gonna go back through here if I can find.
The main point here is that affordances are dispositions to entertain relationships. They're available to come into relationships, right? But need not be, right? They need not be, right? And that's key to Gibson's alternative to subjectivism, right? His alternative to subjectivism is an ontology of possibilia, right? Which takes possibility, real possibility seriously, you know?
Mhm.
Where, you know, an org like uh an organism a perceiver may occupy any position or path of observation of the uh of ambient energy arrays, right? Of structured ambient energy arrays, right? But need not be, right? That's the key point. But need not be for the information to be specific to affordances.
Mhm. What was I gonna say here? I think let me go back through all of these. Let's see. X manifestation of dispositions is a manifestation of reciprocal disposition partners. X's dispositions can manifest themselves differently with different reciprocal disposition partners. Yeah, I think pretty much what I was gonna say was encapsulated by what you had said. I think mainly what's kind of important is that
We
in
still haven't
responding.
gotten concretized on it, I think. You know?
Yeah. I think what I was gonna say is that primarily the response to subjectivism being objective potentials like this, I think it helps define objectivity because
I mean,
um,
you can search this in my notes in my organism environments note. You can search alternative to subjectivism, right?
mhm,
I forget exactly. I think it was one of the Full Tilt 9 Corello papers that I got that quote from.
mhm.
I think it was
uh,
the second one. I think it was the one on complementarity of symmetry and asymmetry. But I think like you can look in my notes right now, like for that quote because it's a really good one. Gibson's alternative to subjectivism.
mhm. If only I could ever get that obsidian vault set up.
What do you mean, bro? You had it working last time.
Did I have it working? I remember I had it working once and I kept trying and I could not get it set up. Let me go back to my.
Kind of a hard thing to do.
It's like one of the most difficult fucking things to do in my
No,
life.
you did get it set up,
Talking
bro.
about.
I mean, you literally just. I mean, you did get it set up, bro. I remember.
Yeah,
Obsidian
let me
vault?
see. Yeah,
You
let me
just
go
had
to.
to open the folder with Obsidian, right?
I opened the folder with Obsidian. It doesn't have any of the cool plugins.
Well, yeah, because I mean, you clicked
that's
off of it. It should have showed like immediately, like, do you trust this author? Yes or no, the author of this vault. And you clicked off of that, so you have to basically delete the extracted folder that you extracted, right? And like extract it again from the zip or whatever of the vault.
Which is what I did.
Like you do it again, and then when you see the pop up, you hit yes, and that's how you get all the plugins. It should
Let
pop
me
up immediately when you open the folder as the vault the first time.
let me try it again. All right, so we deleted the original one, then we got New Gulch, and we're gonna open New Gulch.
Did I link Harvaleto's paper? I did, right? I'm trying to link
I
stuff
think you
for
said something about that. Yeah.
yeah, I'm trying to link stuff for Harold Owl, because he's new.
I just want to say,
Oh yeah, thank you.
Here's Harvaleto's paper. Very, very important paper.
so the point of this is that you perceive affordances, not create them, right?
Right. And Turvey also has a paper reviewing Harvaleto's paper, like going over it and like some other stuff added. This is Turvey's
I
paper. Not.
think this phrase concretizes it quite well. You pursue affordances and not create them.
Right, yeah, but like that's that economizes it. It doesn't concretize it.
Oh, right.
Right, so then gonna open Obsidian.
Turvey does a
Dude.
great job of concretizing dispositions and the
There we go.
actualization of dispositions in his papers. You know, with like the example of salt is like the dispositional properties of salt, and like I think he also talks about like kidney beans and stuff. It's like very cool the examples he gives. Yeah, the examples he gives are very cool. So we'll go over that to concretize our understanding of dispositions.
You'll never believe it. I got it set up.
Nice.
All right, so let me
In the organism environment system, no. I swear you had it set up before.
I had it set up once, and then you found out that you sent me the wrong, outdated
right.
one.
Right.
Oh wow! Oh, there's so much stuff here. Huh?
Yeah, I mean, just look at the streams I did with Sakura. we were we were like going all through a lot of stuff there
God.
for like hours, bro. Those streams are like fucking hours long.
One of them.
God, you subjected Sakura to fucking torture.
So yeah, I mean, watch those streams with Sakura if you want to like get an idea of what's in there, what's in there, and what to search for. Because we talked about a lot of things that are just like interesting in my vault, you know, that I have stored in there.
Good yawn.
Does Sakura have like a YouTube or something where he puts these streams?
Yes, yeah.
In
Yeah.
same name? Well, I probably.
Yeah, you can
not done that
see
yet.
in EA workshops, right? You can see him
okay.
post. You see the video Anarchist dialogues, you know?
Oh,
He-
that's
have-
what that is.
I have two
Yeah, he's been
channels with stuff. So
he's been posting
my
cool stuff.
main
Like
channel.
he's been recording streams.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So this is
So
my.
I told
text.
I told Oh Knows to
So-
hit you up, Sakura, and give you the recordings that he's recorded.
Alright.
Because he recorded some stuff too. Like some discussions we had when we were doing a book club on Turvey's book.
Yeah, so the Wasted channel has a live stream on it where we watched a Turvey lecture, and then
Oh yeah, that one was really good.
Dialogues has a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, that one where we watched the Turvey lecture was really good. I think we covered a
and
lot of
that's
good
on
stuff.
my personal channel, because I couldn't stream on the other channel.
wanna go next?
Yeah, we're gonna go. We're gonna get serious about posting like videos and streams and stuff, you know, soon. But it's best to like still just record everything we're talking about, right? So we don't lose it, you know. I mean, were you gonna say something, Stratino?
No, I was asking where we were gonna go next.
Yeah, yeah. You're searching in my the organism environment system note in there for
Yes.
Gibson's alternative to subjectivism.
Let's see. Alternative. Let's see. Quoting Lombardo. Is it
Yeah, you're not
Lombardo's?
sharing. You're not sharing it on your screen.
Yeah, share your whole
Yeah, I
screen.
know. I was just gonna get there before I did. Let me go here. Fucking. There we go. Why is it showing that shit? What the fuck? Oh, it's the wrong tab, isn't it? Where's the right tab? I was trying to find any of the other.
Just share your whole screen and just turn off the audio.
Ah, no,
Like,
fuck that shit.
don't share audio. Yeah. Oh, you have some shit on your fucking computer you want to show us?
I got something to hide.
He's got his goon folder out.
No, it's just it gets annoying to. I don't like the layout nearly as much. I only like it when the specific screen is showed, and then it's like not as what is it? It's not as it's more like a slideshow and less like a stream. I hate streaming. I like slideshow.
I like this Lombardo quote though. It's not the one I was looking for, but I like this Lombardo quote.
So Gibson would state that the theory of affordances cuts across the traditional subjective-objective distinctions as well as the ego, the self, and the world. In effect, it calls for an alternative ontology where physical objects do not exist as detached dinga sich Kantian.
Being in such like things in themselves, you know.
Oh, Continuumia or Newtonian physical substance, and the mind does not
I mean,
reside
even
in.
Peikoff says this ding and such, canteen ding and such. I don't know where that's from, but even Peikoff says it.
Mm. Gibson rejects any real separation between the artificial and natural worlds, and he views nature as a multi-leveled, such that all natural units and relationships are equally real and coexist. The apparent conflict between the world of perception and the world of microphysics is resolved by giving up the idea of an ultimate reality. Reality is holistic yet nested. That's a good quote at the very end. Reality is
Yeah, there's a
holistic yet
lot of
nested.
great quotes in Lombardo's book.
Mm.
Like you can like on your own time, you could probably even search through here like Lombardo and find a bunch of great quotes.
That whole book is really good. The
Yeah,
reciprocity.
I'll post it for Harrow. The book we're talking about. We did a book club on this a while ago. Here.
Okay, thank you.
If you really like Peacock's history of philosophy, you'll really like this book.
I did, yeah. I finished not too long ago the second part.
Yeah, you'll really enjoy this one.
Can I add
I
here?
put it in VC text.
Can I keyword here to narrow it down a little bit?
Gibson's alternative to subjectivism.
Oh,
So I know it says that.
let's see. Okay, what the fuck? Okay. Alternative to can.
And so what are we looking at now?
It's
Where
my
is this from?
it's my Obsidian role.
Oh, I see, okay.
Like it's like I was writing something in this note in particular, but then I decided to start from scratch and like write it all in like a book, like one book. But there's a lot of finished paragraphs in here, and there's a lot of like notes, like specifically that like on specific topics. What I'll do is like I'll go to every single like paper that talks about it, like in every different like way that it talks about it, and copy and paste it, and integrate it all together. You know what I mean? So there's a
Mhm.
lot of like
So that explain, yeah, because you have a cross listing under the, for example, the Binswanger paragraph I was looking at.
right, yeah. So I mean, I have a lot of collections of like notes from like many different papers in this one.
So see here.
When we're done here, I can like send you my vault and tell you how to like open it and stuff and look through it.
Oh, thanks. I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
Gibson's alternative to subjectivism relies heavily on an ontology of possibilia. Blah, 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 blah. All these fucking parentheses. God damn it. Where do they start and end? All right. Like the possible positions or paths of observation that may, but need not, be occupied by a particular observer. Affordance, too, is a concept based on potentiality. It refers to the actions that may be realized by an organism. An opportunity is a possibility. In this approach, however, there is a strict and crucial distinction to be made between dependence and reference. A surface layout and a source of reflectable light imply a set of possible convergence points
Oh,
and a set of possible paths through those convergence
what just happened?
What?
What just happened? Did I fucking? I think I lagged out of the VC.
Oh.
Okay, no, I lagged out of the VC and then came back. I don't know what happened.
Oh, what'd you last hear?
I don't know. You were starting the full toad and Turvey quote. This is this is quoting the paper we were just looking at.
Mm-hmm. This is the one that you wanted me to read off.
Yeah.
So I'll go back to here. A surface
yeah.
layout and a source of reflectable light imply a set of possible convergence points and a set of possible paths through those convergence points. Any object in that layout can be described relative to the way it would look from any of those positions if an organism was situated there. This counterfactual description does not mean that the existence of those objects and the information that could be about them depends on there actually being an organism occupying those points. An organism relative fact is not an organism dependent fact. Ipso facto, or yeah, what the fuck? That's a new one. Eo ipso, the fuck? Affordances are organism relative without being organism dependent. Given a persistent layout, affordances would not cease to exist if organisms disappeared, and conversely, affordances do not come into existence when organisms appear. The idea of organism relativity as opposed to organism dependence can be defined precisely in terms of relational dispositions at all scales. Thus, trees afford climbing to squirrels means that trees have a disposition to entertain relation of forces with animals such as squirrels that result in translating the latter upward. Of importance, this also applies a. At the level of the individual squirrel from its point of view. That tree over there would entertain force relations with me that would result in climbing if I were to so act as to bring about those relations. And B, even if there were no living squirrels anywhere in the universe, the tree would still be so disposed as to entertain those relations under the proper occasions with the proper animals. The key insight then becomes that of the complementarity of organism and environment and their reciprocal co-implication, these two are not existential co-implications. They do not imply dependence, as we just argued. They do, however, imply possibilities.
Right.
I think that really concretizes it for me. That
And
it's
Turvey
a
equates
disposition to
lawfulness.
entertain relations.
Yeah. Well, it economizes it, not concretizes it. To be again, that's just an economical way of stating it, right? We haven't considered, well, we considered one concrete example, which is the squirrel, right?
I have another.
Mm.
Onions are poisonous to me even when I'm not eating onions and even after I'm dead.
Why the fuck are onions poisonous to you, dude?
Because I get a sinus infection every time I eat onions.
Why's a little baby? Are jalapenos also too hot for you? It's like, oh, he's so spicy.
No, I can handle
Yeah, but
jalapenos, but
this
I
is
don't like
so
spiciness.
key, so key. Like this is the very, I mean, this is like a very economical principle to keep in mind. Like Gibson's alternative to subjectivism, what does it say? Is heavily, it relies heavily on an ontology of possibilia, and that comes from Bunge too.
Mhm.
So
Um,
what is concretizing it? Was there anything in this paragraph that concretizes it that I missed?
the
There
squirrel.
was the squirrel example.
The onions.
I think that's what he was referring to when he was saying that it concretizes it for him.
But I know I think Turvey
Yeah.
gives a lot
Because of
more
the
examples in
between
his
relations.
paper. He gives a lot more examples in his paper. Perspective control, an outline of the ontology of affordances, or something like that.
It's like
I
with concepts, the relationship is still there even if you don't form the concept.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Peikoff talks about this. The relationships among units, right, are real relationships in the world.
I was going to mention an old debate that Zulu and I had a long time ago. It was probably back when the Atlas Shrugged book club was still active. Actually, I think it was the Fountainhead book club, but it was about whether art was a thing, even if there were no living organisms. And Nye took the position that there is no such thing as art if there is no interpretability of it from the organism of art existing.
And what,
And
Zulu took the base like ecological position?
yeah, he did, but then he
Wow.
conceded to Nye as
Oh
the
man.
debate ended.
Oh man. he didn't have the conceptual tools.
Yeah, I
Like, also, there's a like a special issue in the Ecological Psychology Journal. Like two like there's like a part 1 and a part 2 of on ecological aesthetics, and there's a lot of cool papers on that. Like
I think
for those who are interested in aesthetics, I think there's a lot of cool stuff there. I mean, like in Gibson's book, like the whole like part 3 of his book, he lays out as a like a whole new theory of like the information available in pictures. You know what I mean?
mhm.
Hmm.
I was going to mention that I think what's really interesting is that I think a good concretization of it is that if there were a phonograph player that were playing on repeat after all of human civilization were just gone. Like, there's no living organisms on Earth. There's just this phonograph player that's playing this record, and it's skipping on it over and over and over again. It's still music, and I remember you were talking about the example of a rock. The
Mhm.
rock is sitting right next to this phonograph player, but it just can't detect the information. Like, it can't detect the music.
Well, my example was like the ecological law, right? Of to move forward, make the optic array flow, right?
Hmm.
Make the ambient optic array flow. So
Hmm.
you induce optic flow in order to move. That's just an ecological law. It links some property of the the pattern energy, right?
Hmm.
Some property of the pattern energy array, right? And behavior, right?
Hmm. Like, I think that so like
Invariantly links some pattern energy, array, right? Property
mhm,
of the pattern energy and behavior.
mhm. Like, even when I'm asleep
But
and I
I
have
didn't finish the example. Sorry.
oh, you didn't finish the fucking it's like, God damn it.
Yeah. I mean, so like even if a rock, say, occupied like was moving through, right? Like say the rock occupied the observation position, right? And observation path, right? And it was moving through, right? It would still like information would still specify what the rock needs to do to move, you know, right? I mean, to use the optic array to move, right? To guide its movement. But the rock just doesn't need to. The rock doesn't need to use the this higher order energy or like pattern energy, right? To guide its movements, right? These invariants in the ambient energy arrays.
Mhm. I guess like it can even be with the example of when I'm about to go to sleep and when I am sleeping, if I'm listening to music, like the music is going and I'm using the music as a means to fall asleep, and then once I'm asleep, like I don't detect the music. I don't really need the music anymore. I'm just sleeping. It's not something I really detect or anything like that. But the music is still there. Like the music is still like specifying to anybody who wants to go to sleep to listen to the music, to fall
Here
asleep.
in this paper that I pointed up to, I think in that paper, Turvey and Shaw, like they mentioned like the rock example that I just gave. I think that's where I got it from. And also Full Tote has a 2016 paper where he also says something similar. And he's talking about like counterfactuals and dispositions and like stuff like that. I think it's a good
Mhm.
paper, so I'll link that too. I
Yeah,
just
let
gotta
me.
No,
get to my
it
computer.
reminds me of this old example. If a tree branch falls, I didn't make a sound.
Right. Of course it does.
Mhm. All right,
Classic.
I remember that classic. It was only until recently that I was able to admit that it did, but for a long time
Really?
it was yeah, no, because I was always like sound is.
Yeah, I guess you can't really understand that unless you understand, Gibson's like ontology of possibility, yeah, right?
Actually, no, I think I changed my mind after I learned the concept of affordances, which is really funny. Is that I used to say that no, there is a sound, even if a tree falls and nobody hears it. But then after affordances, I remember I didn't understand the concept of affordances good enough,
Hmm.
and so then I fell
That's
into.
interesting. That's interesting.
That was actually the same for me.
Hmm.
That's interesting, right? So you see, I mean, like, it's like you're trying to intuit your way to an understanding of affordances,
Uh-huh.
and it's like, and that's just, I mean, it led you down the wrong path, and literally the same exact path as the relational account, right? It's like,
Yes.
you know what I mean? It's like it's not like you were just coming to novel like conclusions. You know what I mean? Like this
Hmm.
is like the path that the relational account people like took. And I think there's a connection there to what we've been identifying like with the rationalism, right,
Hmm.
and objectivism, right. Just trying to intuit your way to an understanding of like these key like concepts, like affordances.
I think something that really I remember what I realized I was making the same error as, and it kind of got me out of it, was that it was the same error as treating meaning as relational.
Mm.
Like what it means to me as opposed to somebody else. Like, what is the meaning of a chicken? Well, it refers to, all these chickens and all these different like, contexts of chickens and all these different species of chickens. And
That was the point I made. Remember?
yes, I remember you talking to JM about it. And
Yeah,
to
I was like,
just
I was like this is the test. This is a basic test for rationalism. You ask them, what is X, right? What is this concept, right? And if they give you a definition, they're a fucking rationalist. If they answer what is X with a definition of X, they're a fucking rationalist. Because a concept's meaning is not its definition. An objectivist would answer, it's this thing and these things. And these characteristics that distinguish these things.
Like, yeah, I feel like a non-rationalist would try to explain it in like examples of it and like
Right.
try to concretize
Like
it
a
in a
with
way that
Binswanger says, like a concept doesn't subsume its units. It doesn't subsume its reference, what it subsumes is all the characteristics of those reference, both known and not yet known, right? It subsumes the characteristics of those units, the unit's characteristics, all of them, both known and not yet known, right? So,
And
So yeah, so I
and
guess
so he
in that
says, it
argument,
says like when a concept like surfaces, right, in your attention,
mm,
right? It's like what it should be like. It shouldn't be like a list. It shouldn't be like a definition, right? It shouldn't be like a list of properties, right? It should be like
mm,
it should be like a Wikipedia article. Like you open a Wikipedia article on something and it just says like like just like all these things that you know about it. You know what I mean?
yeah. So it's more like in an argument, you probably shouldn't be asking for definitions. It's more like you should just
Well, you should if you want a definition, you ask for a definition and you like you acknowledge that definitions have a specific cognitive function, right? They're not the be all end all. Not all concepts even need to be defined, right? Concepts don't even necessarily need definitions.
Yeah, and this is actually reminding me, and I think that's maybe where you're pulling from the Vince Winger lecture series on logic, the method of reasoning,
Yeah.
because he talks specifically about that. Yeah, taking from Ayn Rand saying thinking in principles, he describes it as thinking in examples. And he explicitly says in the first part, when asking for people to like explain a concept, he was just shooting down anybody who tries to define it immediately.
Yeah.
He's like, "Well, can somebody tell me what logic is?" And he's like, "Well, let's talk about what a wrong answer is. The art of non-contradictory, yeah, the whole
A
exact definition." And
definition.
people are like, "Huh?
Huh?
What heresy?"
Huh? What does that
But
mean?
What? The
but
definition
then he
Rand gave
explained
is not what
and
it is.
started giving examples of it. And it's
we're, we're
highly
not going to
recommend it.
deduce what logic is from the definition that Rand gave. What?
Yeah, exactly. And people in the comments, I could tell I think they stopped at that point, which was like 5 minutes in the video.
Yeah, they didn't
They're
understand.
arguing with him. They're like, "Who's this guy?" Yeah, it was so funny. But it's
Okay.
exactly what you're talking about. And
Right.
he says the same point of you don't have to explicitly define every single concept. You have thousands of words, tens of thousands in the English language, for example. And he explicitly
Right.
says
And this is
that
this is, this is
as
like
it becomes more abstract, then it becomes more important. But for things such as table and
oh, I cut out
chair
again.
and things like that, like things that are I forget what exactly he said, but it was similar to pseudo ostensive definitions you can give. Direct experience, you can only define
Like
color and
synonymously, you can only
experience
give
by pointing.
synonyms. You know,
Yeah,
and it's
exactly.
like and this is like what rationalists like they struggle with. You know, so much like they struggle like. Like they try to reduce like meaning to like syntax, you know?
Yeah,
And so
I
it's like
mean, man,
they
every single
struggle. They really,
time,
really struggle with this because you're not going to find the meaning of a concept in more words, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
Like,
And
I bet.
they're
Can
also
I?
asking you to prove axioms.
like you're just gonna keep, you know, like this is the where they really, really struggle. Like, and they just like they feel so like fucking like defeated, you know, like like they feel so like they feel
Deflated?
the struggle, you know, they just really
Deflated.
struggle with this. Yeah, rationalists like they're always trying to find the meaning of a concept in more words. And it's just like you just can't do that, you know. You just gotta have more words and more words, right? And you're not gonna get ever
It's
to
a
the meaning of the
predicative
concept,
approach. It's a predicative.
right? You're just gonna have an infinite regress.
I bet
Yeah,
if
can I add like my 2 cents on like now on the now I'd like to have a definition for concepts thing. I personally think that concept like correspond to something.
Okay, bro, chill. Okay, I don't think you're like coming in here with all the like requisite like context to
Oh,
understand what I'm talking about. I don't know who is this guy.
yeah, my name is
Yeah.
Edward Purple. You'll find me in like the Zulu chat. I don't really visit like the Mentis one anymore, but sorry, I don't want to add my 2 cents on. I can it sounded like something I'm like familiar with, so sorry. I'll mute myself and listen.
Yeah, somebody give this guy the learner role. Boy.
I was gonna say that maybe if Ayn Rand gave a definition of restruction, then maybe so many objectivists would believe that they know what it means. Just like what? What? But Ayn Rand talked about what restruction meant, dude. You don't even know what it means, bro. You don't even know what it means. What are you talking about?
Dude, I fucking love. Dude, I'm reminded of Divinity again. I love it because
Yes,
when
yes,
he was
yes.
fucking debating Alan, he's like, "Have you read any of the objectivist literature, bro? Like, do you know what this means?
Bro,
What the definition of this thing is?" It's like, bro.
wait. Have you seen that debate he had with what's it called? With Dan Norton,
No.
where he said he literally could not distinguish fucking a Roomba from a living thing. He could not rule it
Oh
out
yeah.
as a living
Yeah,
thing
yeah, yeah.
because he's like I can't rule it out that it like I can't say it's not living. You
I
know?
can't really discount it as living.
Right, and what he was doing, literally, what he was doing was trying to deduce what living things are, right? What
Yeah,
life is,
Stratino showed me
what
it. It was funny as
he's trying
fuck.
to deduce it from the definition of life that Rand gave. And
Well, I
it's
mean,
just like
yeah,
so
But it
clear,
goes into the
you know?
square hole.
that's that's right. It goes into the square hole. Like this is the kind of anytime that somebody's saying that they're trying to like rule out something as a concept, that it's already
They
like
have
the like.
zero idea
It's like,
about
oh,
like
life has this
objectivist
specific shape.
epistemology, the objectivist
Yeah,
theory
life has
of
this
concept
specific shape.
formation. You know?
Let's imagine that you're like an explorer in like early America. It's like the 1600s, and you come across a black bear for the first time. Like you've never, all you've seen your whole life is brown bears, and you see this like black bear, and the only like other black thing you've seen is maybe like some like skunk, and you're like, oh well, I can't rule it out as like a skunk, so I don't think it's all too harmful to me. And he's like, come here, Gucci Gucci goo. It's like it's this kind of thing where it's like people don't understand what these
It's just
concepts
being
are
a
for.
rationalist. It's just being a
Vince
rationalist.
Binswanger gives like I remember I sent this to Sakura a long time ago. It was Binswanger's I think it was his psychoepistemology lecture,
Mhm.
and it was at the end of the Q&A where somebody was asking Binswanger like what you use to understand like what the concept of life is, like where do you get this concept of life? And then Binswanger is like you're looking at shit and it's like these things are
Yeah, you're
like
looking at shit.
they're thriving. They're like they're trying to get at stuff. Like they're constantly like, actively, embedded in,
Yeah,
trying
I mean,
to
it's
attain
just so
ends.
clear once you actually understand the objectivist theory of concept formation. You know, and I had to fucking like correct people on this so many times for some reason. It's just crazy, you know.
Mhm. It's
Like
it's
if you look at a Roomba, you can easily tell that it's not a living thing. But like this rationalist, they
Yeah, yeah,
just
but it's not just that, right? It's not that we're applying some a priori criteria fixed in
Yeah,
advance
I
yeah.
of
think even
like this is a
Stratino.
list
I think
this is a
even
list
Stratino
of
said
like check like a checklist of what a living thing is, you know.
because I think even Stratino said like that, like self-generating self whatever action, like that's not even the criteria that we're supposed to be looking
Yeah,
at anyway.
that's a definition. A
Mhm.
definition, right? And a definition has a specific cognitive function, right? And I mean, I won't go into detail about that, but you can read Binswanger on that.
I mean, hell, Roombas, they produce their own behavior, sure, but like, do you see you see a
No, they
Roomba
don't.
like fucking you see like a Roomba. Let's put the Roomba in a forest, right? Let's see what the Roomba does in the forest. Let's see if it's
Well,
like
even then, it's like, what is self-generating?
Yeah, I mean, it's like what Swinson talks
Self-generating
about.
energy. It's like, no, it's not self-generating. Like the solar power Roomba's getting it from the sun. That's where the energy's coming from.
Right,
It's
right, but it's
not.
also, its structure. Its structure is entirely fixed in advance. It's entirely independent of the operation of the mechanism. Right? It's just like
Mm.
it. It like an organism, right? Its structure is entirely dependent on the flow of energy through it. Right? If you stop the flow of energy, the structure disappears. It's not
Mhm.
there. But the
Mhm.
the machine is designed so that the structure is fixed in advance, and so that its behaviors is it on under under threshold, right? It follows, it strictly follows its pre-given like structure, its rules,
And I think
Yeah, like
oh,
And so
every
it's
time
like
there's a
entirely
comparison
determined.
between like a organism and a machine, it's like, okay, but just take a bit more context, and we know that we design machines. So are you just implying that something
Right.
designed us? Like you're
I
you're
mean,
comparing two
intelligent
things and you're
design.
just limiting your context. Yeah, I mean that's kind of
Yeah, but also like
what
the
you
point I
should
was trying to
almost
make,
point
right?
out.
I pinned this. I pinned my correction that I give a lot of in general chat, so I'll just like point out to that.
Yeah, and I mean,
I
I
had to
think
give
like
this
what Eddie
correction so
said,
many fucking times, bro.
what Eddie
It's
said,
crazy
it's like
that
the
like
getting rid of context is how we get all of these kinds of nasty conclusions, is
right
that we
right
don't take in any context.
right, but like yeah, it's about the context, right? But um like the I've had to like correct people so much on this, just like they like people ask like what like there must have been like a first human, right? There must have been a first living thing, right? But we talked about this before, right? I mean,
Mhm.
you can't differentiate it. Like, how do you identify it as a living thing, right? You know what I mean? If there's only one, like if there's only one animal, how do you identify it as an animal? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Right? It's like what and it's about the context, right? So we would take,
Yeah, it
right,
is. It's removing the
all of these
foil
things, right?
from
Like
the equation.
entities, right? Entities act in accordance with their identity, right? They're agential. Entities are the agents of change, not you know, abstract forces, right? Abstract external forces are not the agents of change. It's entities, right? So all entities, they act in ways that are unique to their identity, right? And that's just like the agential like dimension, like the like commensurate characteristic, right?
Hmm.
And so you just say like these things unique way of like acting, like their way of existing that's like specific to them, right? Or specific to this thing is less different than this thing than it is from this other far more distant thing, right? Both of them are less different from each other than they are like relative to this greater difference with a third like distant foil, right?
Mhm. I think that is super important for that's probably the most important thing to understand with respect to concept formation because it kind of like eliminates this idea that we're going off of a checklist. Like we're
Right.
not we're instead of like, if I were to find like a chicken, like a flock of chickens, and then,
Yeah.
maybe one of them has like a black coat and the other ones have white, and then we're just like, well, does it have a white coat? Well, I guess this is just not a chicken. Well, it's like,
And you
compare
see
it.
it all the time, like in like the philosophical like discussions like on the like foundations of like praxeology. You know what I mean? You see this all the time. Like how do we like identify, like humans, human actors, right? Like and a lot of the time the approach taken is just like a rationalist approach, right? We have this a priori criteria, right? And like humans, they're just like have this intrinsic like nature, this X factor that's just magical. That just like reason is just this magical X factor that just appears uniquely for humans, right?
Robert
Remember that
Murphy
the
said
human
AI
race
No.
is
has
completely
human action.
incapable of.
Fucking Bob
Serious. I
Murphy
linked the
says
entire
AI
video.
has human action. It's fucking crazy.
Bob Murphy is a
Well,
massive
yeah, because
rationalist,
even
though.
in objective,
Yeah, he
like
He's
is.
even in
terrible,
But like
terrible
objectivist
to read.
Totally
literature,
authentic.
like
like I don't
when we
know.
understand it is like there's a specific ratio, right, of lesser difference, right? Whenever we're considering any human, like and the human specific ways of living, right? The ways of living that are specific to humans, specific to this thing here, right, are less different from those that are specific to these things than these other things, right? And then just like there's this ratio of lesser difference, right? In that
Mhm.
context, like the context of the units being measured and compared, right?
Mhm.
But you guys all remember that discussion I had with Boots, right?
Yeah.
This was a very important discussion, right? How
It died.
yeah, if you try to like zoom in on the boundaries of the range, right? The concept is the range, right? If you try and zoom in on the boundaries of the range, then you're just in an entirely different context, right? You're only considering just a few units, right? So when like at that context, orange might be in like the red range, right? But in a larger context, orange might be in its own like distinguishable range, right?
Mhm.
Like
And
in the
like
context of all the markers you've ever seen, you know.
And like I'm also reminded of what like objectivist literature says with like, well, yeah, we have to base these things in facts of reality. And like
Mhm.
for some reason these like Randians, they don't understand that. Like I don't know if they just never read, I don't know if it's in like Introduction to Objectivist Epistemology or something, but like it's got to be somewhere because I know that it's like, oh yeah, we're basing these things in the facts of reality, right? Like we can observe man and all doing all these things, and it's like they just
Well, yeah,
don't go show up the
this
definitions.
understanding of concept formation is definitely in objectivist epistemology. I mean, introduction to objectivist epistemology, but I don't think Rand used the words foil. Like she talks about this, right? But like the like it was described and like formulated much better by Binswanger and Gregory Salmieri, right? Gregory Salmieri has a bunch of good stuff on this too.
A
Yeah,
more
like I would
and
say it's not
more.
even really in contradiction with whatever Rand was saying. I just think that like
No, no,
Binswanger
it's
just
not. Yeah.
formulated it better, you know? Like he
No,
just
it's
went
like
in more detail.
it's not really that they literally like were. This is what they got from like the epistemology workshops. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
That they did with Rand and stuff, right? And that's like it wasn't in the book. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Yeah, that is one thing I'll mention is that like a lot of Rand's books were compilations from objectivist
Mhm.
newsletters, and most people
Right.
were looking at the objectivist newsletters, and they weren't looking at these books as like a cohesive sum. That's kind of like a retrospective that we're having the
Right.
benefit of.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
It's like you don't want to see it as like wow. I mean, it's like the difference between ambient or reflected and like or reflected and radiant light, right?
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Like it's like you're instead of looking at it as like the source, right? The book is the source, and all these ideas are just stemming outwards, right? You want to look at all the ideas in the book as like being converged on,
mhm,
right? Just like it's just like this whole wider context is just converging on these ideas, right? And you have to understand the wider context, right?
mhm. And I mean, that's kind of where the book comes from at all. It's like almost that's kind of every book by any great author is that
Right.
like I mean, for example, Gibson is that he was kind of taking from such a wide context. I mean, it was told that Gibson was over the course of his life learning more
Yeah.
and more and more and more about perception, and then
Yeah.
he's
Sorry,
grabbing
sorry.
all of that
I cut out.
context.
What
Oh.
did you say? You said it was important that Gibson, and then like you cut out for me.
Oh yeah, it was important for Gibson. So like it was mentioned, I think it might have been in Lombardo's book or another book that Gibson had been looking through his like whole life, his whole context of his life up from then of where he was, observing more and more and more about perception, and then he kind of like took all of that information and converged it into one book. And it was obvious that the book wasn't the source of the information, but the
Right.
information
And
was.
it's like you have the same problem in ecological psychology with all these people who take like what Gibson says, his what he says about like affordances, they cut across the dichotomy of subjective and objective, and it allows us to see how like it's inadequacy, right? But he's really talking about the subjective intrinsic false dichotomy there. You know what I mean? And so, but he just didn't have the terms there to say. He didn't have the trichotomy that objectivism has. All right, but
There's so
like like
much.
like he said they're neither objective or subjective, or they are both, if you like, right? And that comment just like confused a lot of people. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to deduce from this, like what the fuck he's trying to what the fuck he's talking about, you know?
I mean, yeah, it was. I think that a lot of it has to do with treating so many traditions as closed. Like, for example, the
Mhm.
objectivists, they like inbreed within their own confines because they
Right.
keep like
And
trying to deduce from the books.
luckily Gibson was very explicit about this, like how you know everything he's talking about is like an approach, you know, to be developed further and like explored further, you know, and like and refined further, you know.
That was something that even Rothbard explained
Right,
with
Rothbard
a lot
too.
of his forewords and introductions, and even in
Yeah.
like Man, Economy, and State, where he was talking about like praxeology as an open science. Like it was
Mhm.
just around then that he was talking about somebody elaborate a theory of games, somebody has elaborated on this other theory, and he was talking
Yeah,
about like
Gibson
praxeology is
reminds
just.
me a lot of Rothbard in that respect, and many other respects, like you know the appreciation for history.
Rand, I find, did not have a great appreciation for history, and I find a lot of her
I don't
history
think
to be
that's
very
true.
sloppy. Really?
I don't think that's true. I think she had a really great appreciation for history. It's just that she was not a historian. You know?
It might be that, but I think that
like
a
like
lot of the
like
time.
like she understood that we have to like you know how Peikoff understands that we have to look at the essence, like the essence of Kant's philosophy, like his ideas, right?
Mhm.
Like instead of trying to consider each and every single bromide, right?
I I find that a lot of the time Rand was incredibly
And it's
sloppy.
I think it's just that people don't understand that whenever she's talking about history, like in that sense, right? She's talking about like the essence, right? The essential characteristic or whatever that she, but that's like totally like downstream of this whole like process of like philosophical detection, right?
That's
You get what
probably
I'm saying?
Yeah, that's probably what I didn't like. I think it's that it was sloppy to me
Yeah,
because it
she
was
she
incredibly
doesn't
incomplete.
she doesn't account for the problem of truism. That's the thing. She doesn't give equal emphasis to the epistemological processes that
Like,
that she used to arrive at her conclusions. Right? She mentions it. She says like, "This is how you do it." Right? Like this. Like I'm getting the essential. Like we have to focus on that. Like there's this epistemic process of doing it. There's philosophical detection. Right? It's important. Right? She talks about that, and then just like then she just takes it for granted. You know what I mean?
well, it's just because Rand was terrible at trying to like actually like be able to lay out in a very good fashion, in a very
Mhm.
concise and well-formed fashion, all of these, methods and principles, and all of the great innovations we've had were not
Right.
from Rand and from like Peikoff and Binswanger, who were extrapolating off
And
of
I
what
think
Rand
I
left
think that just
implicit.
might be, and not it might not be that. It's just like that was how they developed it in like in the epistemology workshops. Like we're actually discussing it, and actually like uh integrating this stuff. Right?
But
You know what I
I
mean?
think, as we know, and Rothbard wrote about, Rand just killed discussions because she had to have a stranglehold on what everybody believed.
Yeah,
And
I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true.
I'm,
Like
I'm,
like
s-
maybe it's true to the extent like of the politics stuff. You know what I mean? But like on epistemology, I think like the people who took epistemology seriously, like Peikoff and like Binswanger and like and all these people, right? Yeah, I mean like we know they were, very like uh they took participation in all these like epistemology workshops. You know what I mean? They didn't come to these conclusions that were we're agreeing with, right? These like post Rand conclusions, right?
Mhm.
I mean,
Like
yeah,
just like
Rand herself had a lot of
from a
these like
void
rationalist
is what I'm saying.
flaws that she couldn't
Yeah, what I was saying is like they didn't come to these conclusions in a void. You know what I mean?
They didn't come to the conclusions in a void, but I think that much of it had to
It
do
had
with just trying to interpret the pieces of what Rand was talking about and kind of
Well,
doing a
I
lot of the
think
work on their
I don't
own.
know about that. Like, because
Uh,
I don't know if it's just like interpreting what Rand was saying in it so much as like they were like in the epistemology workshops they were just discussing it, and like you see how like Binswanger and Peikoff and all these people like they like to reference like like I want to thank Salieri for introducing me to this idea or like you know what I mean like
Mhm.
to for like they had they were having separate discussions about things, right?
Yeah, my
And like
point is, it wasn't
you get what
all
I'm saying?
it wasn't all interpretation, but it was more about that they were looking at like what Rand kind of left implicit, and then they were having all these
Right.
discussions with a bunch of other people, but it was never really Rand. Like Rand always came off to me as like C-3PO talking to the Ewoks about like history, and they were like, "Yo, Changwa, Kant, boom boom," and then I'm just like, "What the hell are you talking about?" And then Peacock comes in
Yeah.
and he's talking about the philosophical theory of history. I'm like, great, that's so much better.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can see what you're saying. Like, it's just like I think it's just the way Rand presented it. Like if you're looking on the surface, I think like Rand in these discussions was probably more open. You know what I mean? Like in the epistemology workshops, right? Like and like Peikoff talks about like how he had like tons and tons of discussions with Rand, Binswanger too. He had tons and tons of discussions with Rand about shit. You know, in
I
private, right?
I
Well, she
really
certainly, I
would
feel like she
love.
certainly had an aversion of people taking her philosophy and running with it, or whatever. Like,
Well, yeah, no.
you know,
I mean, she's had interviews where she was like, objectivism is not the philosophy of Ayn Rand. It's just not what it is.
Yeah, and I think all of that stuff is just like the disintegrations from like the politics just like seeping through. You know what I mean?
Mhm. I mean, especially intellectual property as well, where it's like,
Right.
Ayn Rand owns the authority of objectivism. Um, and I really want to believe that Ayn Rand was
But
like,
I think a lot of it is not in with the fault of Rand. I mean, like it's her fault in so much as she didn't account for the problem of truism, right?
once we can upload Ayn Rand's fucking mind, like Mr. House, then
No,
we can
chill.
continue to develop the
You're
objectives.
you're cutting me off with a useless joke. Okay, I'm trying to say something here. But yeah, I don't think it's so much that like I think it's like more that you know like yeah, insofar as she like didn't account for the problem of truism, right? Then you had all these people that came into objectivism, right? They just started with like her novels, her fiction, right? And maybe the ethics, right? Like maybe they like they got into objectivism through like the politics. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Through the politics, through the fiction, through that stuff, through the like the objectivist view of like heroism, you know what I mean? And they just got like so infatuated with that, right?
Yeah, I think that's like the real root of the Randian zombie, which I had that role. It was so disappointing that it got deleted. It was an amazing role. We passed a bill, the Randian zombie role. It was, but I think a lot of these like zombies that I keep running into, and some of them
I mean, you can just tell that they just like totally have neglected epistemology like entirely, you know?
some of there's that, but like I think that the ones that I really like truly despise the most are the ones who sort of treat objectivism as like a we need to be a narcissist. We need to just like hate everybody. We just need to be making straight like we need to like cut off everybody from your life. We're just getting in it for the bread.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Literally like drive your fucking car and run into a semi truck and be like, "No, I gotta play, man." It's like that's true rationality to
Yeah, I
them. And
mean,
just like
like it's like what Peikoff talks about in understanding objectivism. The like the
The flash
repressive
reference.
the repressive like feeling, like the repressiveness and all that, like that stems from like uh like the mind body dichotomy and like its various forms, uh like the dichotomy of philosophy versus life, right?
Mhm.
Especially, you
I
know what I
think
mean? And I
yes.
think like especially philosophy versus life, right, is where this is all coming from. This is especially where all what you're talking about is all coming from, right? And we see it
Mhm.
clearly with people like Zulu. I mean, he's grown very, very like bitter and like
Mhm.
very like angry, and like what's it
It's
called?
So
And
I
it's like and unhealthy, mentally and physically. He's
mhm.
not taking care of himself,
I
right?
think I think that a great concretization, and I think this probably comes from the fact that I'm much younger than everybody else here, is the Angry Birds movie. There's the bald eagle character where he used to be like a cool ass dude back when he was young, and then he like became this like bitter recluse guy who
Mm.
was like fat and he just like pisses off of a
And I
cliff.
think that there's a pattern there, right? Like you it's like you don't account for basically, diminishing returns or something, like you don't account for like it's kind of like how we were talking about how like a baby, right, has to, differentiate certain variables for, guiding his crawling, right? But as soon as he starts to walk, right, he starts falling over all over the place and not able to differentiate, like the visual cliff, right? Like the visual cliff. Like if he's crawling, he'll stop at the visual cliff. He won't fall over it, right? I mean, he won't go over it, right?
and I think
but
I
but when
think
he starts
also
walking, right? As he starts walking at the beginning stage of his, developing walking, he'll walk right over the visual cliff, right? It's because he has to differentiate the variables relevant for walking, right? And they're different variables than those that are relevant for crawling, right?
Have you seen this video where like a kid was afraid of stepping over a tiny ledge
Yo, shut up,
because
bro. Shut up.
he,
I'm not finishing my point. Okay. Uh, yeah. So it's kind of like that, and I was talking about this in the context of like dementia, right? And like how I think it's just people aren't taking an active like role, right, in their life, like they aren't taking an active like integrative like role, like they aren't bringing the appropriate level of consciousness to it when they like they have to like the variables you need to be able to learn things as like a 5-year-old or as like a 20-year-old or whatever are different from those that you need to differentiate at like 80 years old, right, after you've lived past 20 and past 30, past 40,
I think
you get what I'm saying, like
well
and that connects to this, like how like you have this like you feel really great maybe like a few years ago, right? Like you're like at the top of your game or whatever, right? And it's just
if I
like
could
you
just
fall
say
off. It's like a lot of people like that. They fall off like almost immediately, like like just like a year or two down the line, right? And they just like totally like their life totally just like uh fucking devolves, right, into just like they're like a recluse. You know what I mean? And it's I think it's because they take it for granted, right? And they don't differentiate the variables like that allow them to keep that, to for it to grow and develop with them,
and if I
I
could
think
you know
just
it's
what I'm
really
saying?
say
interesting that you hold the idea of dementia as like because I think you and I came to the same idea of dementia. And it's because I used to deal with a lot of family members who had dementia, and something that I noticed flat out throughout a lot of these people is that they
I
lived
think I
in
know what you're about to say.
they lived in the same trailer park their whole life and did
Right.
not go out much, and they
Right.
drank like Coca-Cola and watched TV, and they lived their whole life as
Just
if
like
life were
drifting.
static.
Yeah,
Yes.
just drifting, you know?
It's just like, why do you have no need to remember anything at that point? Why remember
Right.
anything? And I feel that sometimes as I remember I used to have a really bad memory for a while, and it was just because I wasn't keeping up with the challenges that life was throwing
Right.
at me. Is that you get older and life starts throwing you with like newer, more difficult challenges that you have
Right.
to keep overcoming, and it kind of like compounds, and you have to be
Yeah.
compounding with it. It's like this
Nathaniel Brandon really talks about this.
yeah,
Also think
it's
that there's a for a lot of people they think in negation, like they have the idea that the universe is malevolent, so they're not looking out for good opportunities. They're just stuck in what they have,
Right.
and
And I
they're
made that point too when I
afraid
was
to seek
discussing
anything
this.
new.
I think you're referencing that because I made that point too when I was discussing this, right?
Maybe I'm dealing with stuff currently that's making me think about that,
Okay.
so I don't know if it's connecting to you, but you might have mentioned it before.
But yeah, it's something that is really necessary to understand about Zulu is that Zulu chose to stunt his growth back when the drama happened because he was so stubborn in his way to like defend his very like rationalist immature friends that he essentially like stunted all opportunities to grow, and he saw the opportunity of like maybe the ecological approach and he shot it down because he was like, oh, but I need to stick with my
I
rationalist
mean,
friends. And
I don't think it was that. I think like, well, I mean, like he was disagreeing with what we were saying, like on the ecological approach and like direct perception stuff, because he was like saying it was computation. Like
what
we need to like compute the output. We can't see the outcome. We have to compute it. We have to compute the goal. Like the goals aren't there to be perceived.
what
You
does
know.
bro think entrepreneurial foresight is?
I don't know. I
Like,
guess he thinks it's computation, right?
oh,
I mean, it's
he doesn't know
unconscious,
economics.
unconscious inference. But I mean, you can see that whole argument I had. I mean, me and Eddie had with Zulu, like way back, way back.
That's
Yeah, he
rough.
was saying that for a baseball thrower to directly perceive like where he's gonna throw the ball, he should see like a line, like the fucking Fallout 4 perk where you're old G and you just see a green arrow that goes, and I was like, what are you
I know what
talking
you're
about? What's
talking
the
about.
Like
Yeah.
Terminator.
That's
Yeah, and
I
he was taking like a snapshot view of perception. Arbitrarily privileging some arbitrary like time scale.
I can kind of relate to what Zulu is talking about, but it's in a very bad way because I remember when I was like 13 or 14, and I was very immature. I used to act like I was able to see fractals. Like I used to act like I was able to see geometric. Actually, no, it wouldn't have been fractals then. It would have been like geometric lines, and then I was able to recreate like geometric lines that were out there in
Yeah,
reality,
I mean,
like
but also
Books' profile picture.
the point there like is like also information for a line is not a line. Information about X is not X. You know,
Mhm.
information about a trajectory is not a trajectory.
Yeah, no, like I mean, it's similar to like when you're trying to, and I've experienced this a billion fucking times before, where I'm trying to dig straight holes in the ground. Like if I'm trying to build a fence, I'm not able to perceive like the line information. Like you have to get the two little, you have to knock down the little pegs and specify the information of where the line is in order to
Right.
actually like get any sort of line there. You have to get the string and you have to knock two holes into the ground and you kind of draw the line across and then you're
Yeah,
actually
I mean
able to
we're
dig the
like a
fence.
polar planimeter. We're not good at
Yes.
measuring these very very like simple
We're awful at
variables.
it.
We're awful at it.
Exactly. I've dealt with that. Like physically, and it's so bad. Like I'll go back and look at my lines. I'll be like, that's just nonsense. Even like
But we're
artists.
great. We're great at measuring variables like I don't know, postural time to contact. Like standing
Yeah,
up
I
right now.
remember.
I'm able to
I remember.
like standing is not an easy feat. We take it for granted, but we have to be continuously linked to invariants, right? That specify, the surface layout, what the surface layout is doing, and
Well,
like
gee,
I've talked all about this, like the
yeah,
Lee room stuff and all that.
yeah, and
It's
I think also like there is another
Like for
thing about like
For
information
Haro,
about
you
X.
can for Haro, you can find this in like previous like videos like that we've
Yeah,
recorded and stuff.
yeah. And I think with the
Okay, thank
information
you.
about X stuff, it's also like because I think Binswanger makes like a thing about this where he says Kant said if you have 100 imaginary pennies, right? If you think of like 100 pennies, that's like just as real pennies. But Benjamin is like, no, that's not. That's not. There's nothing. You have nothing, right? You don't have 100 pennies.
bro, I
And it's like,
dreamed of
yeah,
my
it's like,
fortune.
yeah, it's like you don't actually have a fortune, right?
It reminds
I'm
me. So
manifesting.
Okay, I think maybe we're way off track, right?
we're way off track, but it was fun.
Yeah.
Okay, I mean,
I
I
had a
don't know.
question
Do you
actually.
think? Okay, sure.
So oh my god, we brushed past talking about the objectivist definition given by Randians that objectivism is the philosophy of Ayn Rand. I wanted to understand, like I'm familiar with the way Liquid Zulu articulates how he understands it. What do you guys take a definition of objectivism to be?
Well, I mean, I think the philosophy of the primacy of existence is a pretty good definition as a definition. It's economical. It follows all the principles of definition. That Binswanger lays out and how we know. So I think it's pretty good. But I mean, yeah, as a definition.
Yeah, of the definition. Of course, the understanding of that may differ, but I just want to understand if you had a particular variation on that. I mean, I
Yeah.
already
Well, we don't have
accepted that
a different
definition.
definition, right?
Thing
Yeah.
But
is whenever you're approached with like a closed objectivist and they're like, oh yeah, objectivism's like the philosophy of Ayn Rand. I mean, it's just like a total bromide. Like, how
yeah,
can
I mean,
it mean
arguing over
anything?
definitions is useless, completely and utterly pointless.
Yeah.
Uh, and
I think
any objectivist would immediately recognize that arguing over definitions is utterly pointless.
Yeah, I mean, I understand that, and it seems the only reason the argument takes place is
And
to
maybe
whether you can actually put
like
the
And like,
label on whatever
you
you're
yeah,
said
and like
producing.
something.
also,
That's what people talk about.
I don't know why fucking Zulu argues about fucking this shit over definitions for fucking hours and hours. Like he'll do that with Leibowitz and literally talk about nothing but like just the fucking like it's just so fucking stupid. Those debates were so fucking stupid, bro. So
because
pointless.
like
Yeah, and G,
Zulu.
you said something where it was like, well, if you're just approached with a closed objectivist, just be like, okay, well, you're stuck over here in your rationalist pit, and I'm over here like learning shit, so I don't give a fuck what your
Yeah.
definition is. Like,
I think if you're really trying to get like a true understanding of how we can differentiate
Well, yeah.
ourselves from.
Read. Understanding Objectivism by
Yeah,
Peter.
I was about to mention. So I think that really what truly separates us from Zulu and our approach to objectivism is
The
our
essence of the
understanding of the
method,
concept of reciprocity. That's the essence of the objectivist method.
or
That's something
rather,
that Zulu.
impredicativity. I
yeah,
wouldn't say. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
we have mutuality and reciprocity, right?
Mhm.
And I think impredicativity, like it basically encompasses both.
The word I was reaching for, yeah. Something that I think it's something that Zulu does not, because I mean, like, he doesn't really read a lot of objective. He reads Ayn Rand, yeah, I'll give him that, and he reads Peikoff's one book, I'll give him that.
Well,
But
I
like,
don't think I think maybe
because I
he
will.
reads like maybe he doesn't read anymore. That's for
mhm.
sure. But
Yeah, because when you understand
I'm sure he's
impredicativity,
read quite a bit. I think he's read quite a bit. A little, maybe not like he hasn't like explored, like too much, like through like Binswanger and all these other people like Salieri, Ben Bayer, like all their other like all these other objectivist scholars and what they say, like modern objectivist scholars, right? But
yeah, and I think
like
once you,
I think he's read like he's read Opar. I think he's read
Mhm.
like I think he's read Italy. I think he's read a good amount of Rand and like good amount of stuff. I think he's read a bit of Binswanger. But like
What's what I
it's just like
was
he can't integrate it. No matter what, he just can't integrate it because
what's
he
what I was
doesn't.
saying.
You know what I mean?
I think he's read Ayn Rand, and I think he's read like Objectivism, the philosophy of Ayn Rand. But
Like
this the
how
kind
we
of
were talking
stuff that
about
he's
how like people just like wait like they wake up one day and they're just like shit like all of my principles are just gone like I don't even,
yeah,
I don't even
because they're trying to
remember.
store it all in their head.
Right. Instead of viewing knowledge as economical, right? Instead of taking integration seriously, it's like it's like a difficult like task, that requires like effort, focused effort.
yeah, and yeah, I would just say impredicativity. I mean, it removes a lot of like the bad dogmatic side of objectivism with like the
Well,
bromides,
yeah, I
and
mean,
like
Peikoff
you never
says,
have to get
in a,
down to these like axioms ever if you have impredicativity. Like,
well, it's more like they run through every single aspect, right? I mean, that's the whole point of
yeah,
the axioms, right?
yeah,
They run through every single aspect of your knowledge.
People
true.
do not have the trust that
They're
to
identifiable in every single aspect of knowledge.
people don't trust integration. That's the
Right,
best way I can put it,
right.
is that they are not trusting in the fact that
They trust
integration.
deduction. They don't
Mhm.
trust induction because it's not deduction.
They don't trust the fact that once you integrate things into your broader knowledge, that it will stay with you. They
Right.
believe that when you
And
integrate something, that it's expedient and that it won't last, and that deduction is the only way that you're
And this
able
is
to hold on
like
to this.
Peikoff really like tries to focus on this in understanding objectivism. And I think understanding objectivism would like be like so much better if Peikoff just had the conceptual tools like from Rosen, right?
yeah, and I think that
From
kind of
Robert Rosen.
approach, Stratino, that you were talking about, I feel like it's often like encouraged by like the whole current environment of debate where it's like, oh, we have to like formalize everything, and we need to have these definitions and these syllogisms for everything. We got to do this magical mathematician add
Yeah,
like
because
to
fucking the
philosophy.
rationalists can only think, which is not thinking, right?
But it's
For
like
them,
as an
right?
objectivist,
They
you
can
need
only
to sit above that.
through logic gates, right?
Yeah,
Through
and as
just
an
Yeah, they're
like
objectivist,
computing
fixed and
shit.
advanced logic gates.
yeah, and as an
People,
objectivist, you need to sit above that, or else you're gonna drown in the
Yeah.
rationalist pit that's already debate.
Mhm.
if there is one thing that I've
But
learned from
let's again, let's make the point explicit. I mean, why we're bringing up understanding objectivism? We didn't mention it.
Mhm, yes.
We
Yeah,
were
yeah,
supposed to say right like that. I mean, in understanding objectivism, Peikoff like basically like he explicitly says like the essence of the method of objectivism is what we would take to be impredicativity. So I mean, like that kind of that really, I guess, is the answer to your question, Harrow.
what word does he use for it? What word does Peacock use?
He doesn't have a word for it.
Oh,
That's the passage you
how
cited
did he
where he was
describe
talking
it?
about understanding the whole through the parts, right?
Right.
He calls it the seeming
Okay.
circularity.
Ah, okay.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's circularity without a vicious circle. I mean, it's like
Yeah,
because it's not in predic. It's not. We're not trying to like describe. We're not trying to capture like impredicativities in predicative terms, right? That's when it becomes a vicious circle, an infinite regress, right? But
yeah. It's when it's pure self-reference. You said that.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But self-reference as such, I mean, it's going to have circularity, but it's not going to be it. It's still a finite loop, right? Impredicativity is still a finite loop of entailment.
I mean, yeah, you can give the example that you gave, the like awareness of awareness of awareness versus something else, like.
Right, x in terms of y and y in terms of x. All the terms are entailed, right? And because x is not y is not identical to x is not identical to y. That's the key part. That's the key point of impredicativity. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the things that I had thought of about this recently was that because I was seeing
I should also link for Haro. In pinned messages in general, I basically explained like why impredicativity is important, like the basics here. Here, I'll ping you in general. Like this whole explanation here, I think like everybody here, basically like this is their first like how they first understood impredicativity was from my example. I mean my explanation here, right? In general chat, you guys. You guys remember
That's
this
the one I'm thinking
explanation?
of.
uh
Yeah,
no.
the one from
No, I don't
Zephyr.
remember this shit.
You don't remember this?
No.
I thought you were getting everything I was saying from this.
No,
Okay.
I remember it was way before this. I was talking about impredicativity.
Oh yeah, I was telling you. I explained it to you when we were talking about in Schizoid server.
Yes,
I remember. I
yes.
explained it to you then.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
I was gonna mention recently, I was thinking about
But yeah,
cycles like
impredicativity is the essential, the essence of the method of objectivism. I mean, if you want to like say something about that first,
Mhm.
to crystallize that,
I
because
think
that's the whole point we were trying to get at.
I think if I were to explain it at all, I think something important to understand about impredicativity as the objectivist method is really in epistemology. That's like the most important thing with respect to induction is that like you keep getting through this wider and
Yeah.
wider context
I
and
mean,
you
it's
keep
literally the principle that Peikoff says in every lecture on like induction that he has. He says there's this unknown principle of inference, this new principle of inference that we need to find, for induction. Because I mean, like in the history, like of the problem of the so-called problem of induction, right? Like it's just the rationalists trying to make induction behave like deduction, right, and failing, right? And it's just because it's just like Peikoff says, it's just there's this unheard of, completely unheard of principle that we we need to grasp first,
Mhm,
and he doesn't even get it. He doesn't even understand it yet. He can't even grasp it yet because he doesn't have the terms, right? He doesn't have impredicativity. He doesn't have Rosen, right?
mhm. I think super important to really add is just like you in the context of grasping concepts, you maybe it's like a bird and you start, with a very small context perhaps, where maybe you're starting with very particular birds and then you get into this wider
Yo,
and wider and
hello.
wider
Yo,
yeah.
sorry. I cut out when you said you start with a very, and then I cut out. Sorry,
Oh.
I keep walking back out to my living room, and that's why I keep cutting out.
Mm.
Sorry.
Uh,
Last I heard you say you start with a particular bird.
Yes, you start with maybe like a particular bird and you start widening your context over
Right.
maybe the course of years and maybe you get to these larger maybe you start
I
seeing
like to
birds in
explain it like
books.
this. I like to say, basically, you're including the thing in its own relationships to other things.
Mhm.
That's how I like to
Um,
describe it. But yeah, I mean, like,
Yeah,
I think what you're talking about is that like the spiral theory of knowledge,
yes.
right? I think that's what you're trying to say, right? We know we basically gain knowledge of this one unit, right? Right? And like it's in a context of knowledge with all these other units, right? And so if we if anything that we like we then know about like any other units, right? It enriches, right? It enlarges basically the entire context, right? So it basically like it enriches the knowledge of, you know, like it enriches all the other units, the unit that, you know, you're spiraling back to the units that you started with, you know what I mean?
Mhm. And that's something that, because I was going to use that and then say that's something that a lot of the other objectivists cannot do. They cannot enrich their concepts because they don't have a concept of induction that involves like a circle or like a loop.
Mhm. Right. Exactly.
They what happens
But
is
not
it's
just
not.
any loop, not just any loop, right? An impredicative loop, right? A non-terminating loop, one with you know, irremovable impredicativities. There's the essential semantic component, right? You can go from X to Y, or you can go from Y to X, but you can't do both at once, right? Because X and Y are not identical, you know. And like that's what Peikoff is talking about in that passage where he's talking about, you know, oscillating back and forth, right? You can never stop, right? Just like on the parts or on the whole, you know. When you're looking at the parts, you have to see the whole in the parts, right? And when you're looking at the whole, you have to see the parts in the whole, you know. You have to. That's kind of how he says it, but it's basically how Rosen talks about it. I mean, Rosen literally talks about it like exactly the way that like Peikoff talks about it, pretty much, like with the holes and parts, right? Like, but it's really, you know we can only consider like the whole, right, in terms of
It's
its
also like
parts.
granularity
And we
too.
can only, yeah, we can only consider the parts in terms of the whole that they're a part of, you know, that they participate in. So I mean, they're impredicatively defined. They participate in their own definition, right?
Can someone link that understanding objectivism as a PDF? I don't believe I have that
Yeah.
one yet.
Yeah, I can.
Thank you.
It's actually if you look in my server in G resources, like if you scroll up to the side, G resources,
Okay, I see.
you see understanding objectivism there. I've been posting like a bunch of notes from understanding objectivism in there.
Yeah, I see it.
Yeah,
Maybe the
if you scroll all the way up, there's the PDF in there.
Maybe the reason that you haven't read it is because you might have, because like understanding objectivism is a transcription of Peikoff lectures. I can't remember which lecture series it is
But it's
specifically, but
Oh,
it's
so we did the same thing
titled
as OPAR,
the
where we did a
lecture
lecture
series.
first.
The lecture series is titled "Understanding Objectivism."
okay,
No,
then
no,
yeah.
no. No, it's not the same as OPAR. I mean, the lecture series he did for OPAR is different than OPAR. I mean, the lecture series and the book Understanding Objectivism are the same.
Oh, I see.
Mhm.
Like it's
So it's
literally
not as
just a
heavily
transcription.
edited for being
No,
a
no,
book and
no, no,
everything the
no.
way the other
It's
one
it,
was.
No.
it's it sounds like a lecture still.
It's literally it's like a direct transcription.
Well, it's a bit
Okay,
edited.
interesting.
There's a whole bunch of them. There's like a grammar one. There's a whole bunch of those. There's a one on education.
Just
I
one in the
listened to
history
a
of
There's
philosophy.
a history of
recently.
philosophy from fucking
Yeah, I
what's it
can't
called?
find that online.
From Tales to Hume. Yeah, I can't find the PDF of that either.
Did you find
I
the?
did look for it.
I'm looking for Ayn Rand's Marginalia.
I don't even know
That
what
shit,
that.
you'll never find it. I swear, you'll never.
I think I'm just gonna buy it and scan it just out of spite because I'm looking for that
Hell
thing.
yeah. I was trying to find it for years and could never find it.
There's like Mises and Hayek there. I need that.
Okay. Where were we? Where were we? Right. Impredicativity is the essence of the method of objectivism. Yeah, I don't know. Basically, I was gonna ask if Stratino, like, you wanted to crystallize that point, like we were talking about, like how Peikoff understands it, right, and Peikoff's emphasis of it, right, and
Mhm.
understanding objectivism and why that's important, right, and I don't know if you can like tie that back into the discussion we're having so we can get back on track, you know, on dispositions and stuff.
Oh boy.
Oh yeah, and it
Um,
will be important. And predicativity will be important when we're talking about dispositions. So
mhm. Well, I mean, at that we're still at this paper though, aren't we? This is the
Yeah,
ecological
but
foundations of
I just
cognition.
wanted to, I didn't want to just gloss over or like, skip past that point. It's good to crystallize and before we move on.
Mhm. I think that really the best way to, like I said, the best way to crystallize it is just this, as opposed to like incorporating impredicativity in induction, as opposed to how it is not incorporated elsewhere. Like the way that we are able to grasp knowledge is through impredicativity. You get a wide enough context such that it kind of loops back
Yeah, I
around.
mean, concepts are impredicative. Knowledge, all knowledge is impredicative. I mean, that's really what they're trying to say when knowledge is a unity, right? Knowledge is contextual, right? It's because it's informed, right? It's like it's informed by the context, the very context it participates in. It's not independent of the context. Any unit of knowledge, it literally has zero significance as knowledge unless in relation to other units of knowledge.
And to crystallize the contrary, which is like Zulu's kind of predicative idea of knowledge, which I think he gets from Peikoff because he's starting with objectivism, the philosophy of Ayn Rand.
Right,
He's
and it's
starting
like
with like the concept of existence and
yeah,
is trying to deduce other concepts in a
yeah, and
predicative chain.
understanding objectivism, Peikoff is like that's the exact wrong way, and like in his lectures. I forget which other lecture. I think it was Objectivism State of the Art, in the lectures on induction too. He's like, in OPAR, I really try not to say anything that Ayn Rand didn't ever say in any of her books. Like, I really tried hard not to include any innovations that are unique to me. And he also talks about like how like it's really in the wrong order of things. It's not the right order. It's not an inductive order. You know,
So
and people get confused about it. And understanding objectivism, he talks all about how like a lot of objectivists are rationalists for some reason.
had Peikoff introduced objectivism, the philosophy of Ayn Rand, as not like the central objectivist textbook and more as just like
Right.
this is how Ayn Rand, saw objectivism. This is my, writing down of objectivism in a way that Ayn Rand approves. It would have
Like
clarified a
it's like
lot more.
autobiographical.
Exactly. I think
Or
I
rather,
think
would
it
it just
caused
be
a lot of
biographical,
confusion.
not autobiographical?
Yeah, wait, it was just biographical. Um, but
Yeah. Continue. I mean, you were crystallizing the point, right?
Yeah, so like I've seen Zulu where he thinks that babies start with the concept of existence, and I've seen him talk about that kind of idea, and then he'll
That's
say that
fair.
like the rest of it is, we're growing up and trying to deduce more and more concepts. And you see this like predicative regress essentially,
I mean, that's
where
just insane. Like, existence is like one of the widest, like richest
yeah.
abstractions you could possibly
Yeah,
make,
like
and it's like you wouldn't even make that abstraction until like really like
I'm not even
late
sure,
in
like
your like
existence
development.
as
You
a
know what I mean?
concept, like that sounds kind of odd. Existence as a concept.
It's an axiomatic concept.
Mhm.
The concept of existence.
I think to really crystallize the point as well is
And
that you don't
yeah,
start with the concept of bird. Like that's not what you
right.
start with. First you start seeing different winged little creatures, and then you see multiple of them. You're able to differentiate them from other things, and then you start grasping a wider and wider context in the development of this concept, and then you enrich it once you've kind of made this like loop back around. We're able to kind of make like a self-referential point about this bird concept. It's like, what is a bird? And you're able to like point at it, and it's
Yeah.
self-referential there.
Right. Exactly.
I think that
Yeah, it's like
really helps
concepts are kind of
crystallize
like
it.
yeah, it's like concepts are kind of like formed
Well, I
through
guess no,
the context
concepts
of their
are
knowledge.
no. I mean, concepts are pointing.
Mhm.
That's what concepts are. They're just a form of pointing to things.
Mhm.
I mean, yeah, it's like even to provide someone with like a Wikipedia article is like a form of almost pointing, where you're just like, well, what is this? And you're like, well, like here, look at this.
And
You're just
because of
like,
this, because it's a form of pointing, right? Like referring, right, to
Mhm.
things, right, out beyond itself, right?
Mhm.
Then impredicativity is fucking essential here. It's essential to understanding how a concept can be about the things, about the things it refers to.
I don't know if you've ever kind of like been around in life, and then somebody will talk about like restriction maybe, and you're just like, what is restriction? And then they try to give you the definition, and you're like,
Yeah.
I can't really envision that, I can't
like
grasp that.
like the way concepts work, like in the ecological approach. I mean, it's just like it's conceptualizing is. I mean, it's continuous with perceiving. We're just differentiating basically certain variants where that guide like a schedule, right, of a perception action cycle, right, the various like stages in a perception action cycle, various steps, right, and it's basically just specifying the order of those steps, right, and the concept is just like it's an activity, right, we just take a specific order of steps, right, to be like at this level, like we're just climbing a ladder, right, to get a view, like a wider view on particulars.
Mhm. Like you grasp the I think the best way to think about it is like when you're in a discussion and somebody has not grasped the concept of a bird. Like maybe you're arguing about birds and somebody has not grasped the concept of bird. You can't just give them the definition and they'll understand it. It has to be like they have, you point to a bird or you show
Yeah,
them like an
I love
article
this
about it.
test for rationalism, bro. I love this test. Just ask, like, what is this? What, like, okay, we have this concept,
Fine
bird. What
bird.
is a bird? No, no, not define bird. Don't no.
Oh, what is a
You
bird?
ask what is a bird, right? If they give you a definition, that's the test, right? They're a rationalist if they give you a definition in response to that question,
Mhm. Like,
and that's they're holding basically to like the analytic synthetic false dichotomy there.
mhm. I mean, there's like a really I'm sure you've heard this before where it's this really erroneous question of like define what a bird is.
Oh, oh man,
Um,
I fucking walked out to my living room again. Sorry, you said
oh,
define what, and then you cut out.
yeah, I was gonna say that there's like I'm sure you've heard it before, this very erroneous question that people will ask you sometimes, or it's like define what a bird is, or define what X is, or like define what this refers to, and they're like conflating and
Right.
conjoining these two different
Mhm.
methods
Right.
of where it's like, well, we're conflating like, definitions with meanings, and a meaning is not a definition. Like what this
Right.
means,
And
the
it's like
meaning is out there. Like you
like
have
all
to
we have to
find the
do,
meaning.
is just like we can, and this is so great. Like the great thing about objectivist, like the objectivist theory of concept formation, we can objectively establish a range of measurement, right? A specific range of measurements, right? That's what a concept is, right? And that range is just literally pointing to the things, right? To the measurements, to the things that are being compared and measured.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So
And
like when a person says like, well, what does the concept bird refer to, right? We can just go through the whole like thing about uh this thing is less or different, is like less different from this thing than this other third thing, right? We could just go through that, right, and just establish the range, like help them see that it's just we establish this range, right,
Mhm.
and then that we can refer to all the birds, all the birds both known and not yet known, and all their characteristics both known and not yet known.
And I think I have a great way of incorporating this back into like dispositionality of affordances because of the concept of meaning, where somebody will ask you what does define what a bird means, and they're conflating this idea that meaning is like a semantic
Like
definitional.
we're gonna get meaning out of more words, you know?
Yeah, we're gonna get meaning out of more words when we have to understand that meaning is out there. Like
Right.
the specifying information is out there, and we have a disposition to it. And I have to just point at the meaning to you. Like you cannot, say more and more and more words and finally get the meaning because reality is non-formalizable. That's what really is
Right.
super important about impredicativity is that there's
Right.
this non-formalizable component about
Yeah.
knowledge.
And Turvey like in lecture 21, right? He lists like 7 doctrines that prescribed by organism environment dualism, right? And one of those doctrines is reality as predicative. and, and the alternative doctrine is that he says is reality is impredicative.
It's like I think the hallmark of a rationalist is to formalize reality. They're trying to
Right.
create this formal description of
Yeah, I mean, like
reality.
Hegel wanted to fucking deduce all of reality basically
Mhm.
from his method.
And something that I have mentioned about Hegel is that Hegel, like in his books, he's rejected epistemology outright
Mhm.
because he
Right.
cannot even get at epistemology
Yeah,
because
and I
he
mean,
thinks
and if you
that
think about
it's.
it, right? Like, remember, I don't know if you were there when we went over Rosen's argument about impredicativity is the only alternative to an unacceptable infinite regress. I don't know if you were there, but
I wasn't.
Sakura recorded it, right? And basically, the other possibility other than impredicativity, right, is we basically set up like we basically posit, right, some unentailed term which provides the entailment, right? And so we basically stop the regress by fiat. We create like an epistemic cut, right? And basically, so we don't have to determine the property cognitively, right? If we're doing deduction from independent knowledge, right? Knowledge that we have independent access to, independent of deduction, right? And so when we're doing deduction, we don't have to determine it cognitively. It's not really like we're not gaining any new knowledge. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And I mean, that goes to like the point you were just talking about, I think.
Yes, yes. But really, really to loop all the way back around to the dispositionality of affordances is that like we have a disposition to this
Like with
information.
I mean, with Hegel getting rid of epistemology, and
Oh
just
yeah,
deducing reality.
yeah.
Deducing reality,
Hmm.
the reason he gets rid of epistemology is because with deduction, you don't have to determine what you're deducing cognitively.
Yes. Like you essentially like the
You,
entirety
you
of
turn into a
his.
robot. A deduction is something a machine can do, something a computer can do.
Mhm. Like the entirety of his epistemology was that like Hegel. I think what's really like fucking paradoxical about Hegel is that he thought that like that reality was not like a real thing even, but that truth was like a real thing that was out there that we could deduce from reality, but that truth wasn't real as
Well, he was a
well.
Platonist,
I
right?
mean, yeah.
He viewed the world of particulars and change, uh, as a fall from perfection, right?
Mhm.
A fall from the identityless, qualityless, world of forms, right?
Mhm.
The Parmenidean symmetry, all right?
Like
Parmenidean symmetry.
truly, I
I
think
don't know
that
about that
Hegel is
right
like
there.
the final boss of retard.
That's
Like,
it's what we're it's Yeah, Harrow said he doesn't know what that means. I mean, the Parmenidean symmetry. I mean, if you search that up in the chat, like it's referencing Swenson's papers where
We'll
he
also
talks
leave
about
the
that.
videos we made. Also
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It's something you would like everybody here understands what I'm talking about when I say Parmenidean symmetry.
Oh,
I
I
think
didn't say that. I didn't understand. That
Armenian.
was about
Oh,
someone else.
oh, I thought somebody. I heard somebody say that.
I think I don't know who it was.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Sorry, I keep cutting you off, Stratino. Sorry.
But I think that Hegel truly is like the final boss of retard when it comes to philosophy because the amount of
He's
contradictions
the
that he
culmination. He's the
yeah.
culmination of this whole zero sum metaphysics. You know, like it's like the abstraction and subtraction, right? He's the one who acknowledged that this pure being arrived at, which is just a zero, right? We're arrived at by subtracting, like literally erasing all of the positive identity of them, like a table, right? Like one of the guys, Peikoff talks about the guy who wrote a book about Hegel, and like he quotes him in lecture in his history of philosophy course, right, on Hegel, in the lecture on Hegel, right? But he quotes him how we get the concept of pure being, right? From which is the first, like the primary, like I forget you know, like the primary category or something, the first category, like that where we start the dialectical method there or something, you know. But Hegel acknowledged that this pure being is the same as nothing.
Just
Wow.
I mean, yeah, because there's nothing to differentiate the one thing by. Like
There's no
it's like
differences.
which is
But
what
he
like
thought he
pure
thought
symmetry is.
Yeah, he thought that the pure symmetry encompassed all differences.
It's
Right?
just like when you stop the flow of like the gradient,
Yeah,
like
he's
it
saying
just dissipates.
you get to this fundament, what's truly really real, the true reality, by just erasing all of the reality, all of the positive identity of something, you know? That's the really real. That's the Lockean substratum, you know?
Like it's like I was saying, like with living things and living organisms, when you strip away the flow of information and you negate all of the environmental characteristics, now you just have no organism. Like you don't even have a living system at that point because
Right.
you've negated all of the information that it flows through the organism such that
Right,
it
right,
can
right.
even
And this
be a
is
thing that
such an
exists.
important point. This is such an important point. It's impredicatively, like it's an impredicative loop. Organism and environment.
Mhm.
The organism is described in terms of the environment, and the environment is described in terms of the organism. And that's the only way to do it. You know what I mean? That's how Gibson does it, right? I mean, like Lombardo, he talks all about this in his book, The Reciprocity of Perceiver and Environment.
Did you take your Adderall today?
Yeah.
I think I got like I think you interrupted me like a solid 10 times. It was
Sorry,
fun. It was
sorry.
fun.
I'm trying to
I've
flow
given
with
up
you.
on
I'm trying to flow
marbles.
with you here.
No, no, you are. It's just really it's really funny.
Okay,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah.
mind.
Do you remember where you were at? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I completed my point. I was done.
You were. I mean, you made the point about Hegel, but I don't know if you completed the point about impredicativity.
Oh, I think the main point. I think I completed all my points because my main point was just to compare the two and then kind of loop back around to the dispositionality of affordances. I think I completed my track there.
Okay, okay.
Alright,
Are
so I
we
paid
so
the pen.
okay? Okay. Does anybody else have anything to say to close off the fucking tangent that we just went on? To close it off, not to open up another tangent. Nobody.
Nope.
No, I'm good.
Nobody has anything to say about how they first, understood impredicativity from when I explained it. Maybe Eddie, do you have anything to say there?
I mean, it's been a while, but I think the Stu description that Turvey gives, like Stu as a basketball player, I think it was just a really quaint way. I kind of already understood it, but that one where like, oh, Stu is the best basketball player, you have to include her in relation to everything else to make that statement, to make that observation. I was like, okay, yeah, that makes it very clean and clear. But other than that, yeah, it's like the most important principle that we can that we need to understand and grasp and use.
Right. Yeah, and then the importance there, Stratino was trying to emphasize, is, understanding reality is non-formalizable, right? That there's essential, like deep, like semantic component to reality itself,
Hmm.
Or if you want to
Don't be
comment on
like
that.
a Aurelius agency. It's,
If you want to comment on that, Stratino.
Oh yes, Eddie mentioned Aurelius Argenti, Ignis, because I remember the whole time. So Ignis joined the server, and he was like trying to figure out the primacy of existence,
Mm.
and I was telling him
You mean,
like
you mean the
really.
guy who said he's a rationalist and empiricist, and he's an objectivist?
Oh no, that's Weeb.
No, that's a different guy.
Yeah. Aurelius Argenti, like if I find I could probably ping you in the argument. It shouldn't take too long to find it. If I just look up like, because I remember he
Is
he
is the point
appeals.
is the point about the essential semantic component? Because I wanted to hear what you had to say about the essential semantic component, and like how you understand that.
Well, I had understood it best
I
through
guess
that argument.
you can like tie it in.
Yeah, because he was that argument was about, he was trying to find like what's the semantic definition of existence? Like what is the semantic definition of identity? And I was like, well, when we're talking about concepts like this, it's not something that I'm able to like define. It's not something I really need to define. It's something that you point to. And he was like, well, point to it. And I was just like, this. And he was like, that isn't a definition. I'm like, I'm not trying to give a definition. The semantic component is you just point to it. It's like, this is my referential thing here, is, this is identity. This is a thing. And I was just like telling him that like the fact that you're actively evading this like thing that's right in front of you, that is like the most tantamount evasion, is just to deny identity. It's just to it's not something that you need to define. It's something that you simply point at. It precedes any other proof. It precedes any other kind of definition. It is the
Yeah.
most basic impredicative loop. It's just the most basic point.
Right. I mean, like any like sort of like linear chain, right? Unless it like there's a impredicativity like at the base, giving all its entailment, right? It's gonna be an infinite regress.
I mean, that's what it turned to, because I remember I was explaining, like, he was like, what is existence? And I was like, identity. And then he was
That's
like,
not so much what I meant by the essential semantic component. I think the essential semantic component, right, is is more like the second law, right? The asymmetry of the impredicative loop, right? There's the symmetry of the loop itself, right? Which is the first law, right? There's the closure of the loop itself, right?
It's for a purpose.
G, do you remember what
But
you said
I
about
think the second
existence
law, I
exists
think
being
this,
the first and
well,
second law?
Wait, Sakura.
yes. But wait, Sakura, I remember you fucking like had a fucking orgasm when you fucking integrated this, bro. Remember? Remember the
I gotta
pizza,
have a
bro?
more fresh pizza.
oh, no, that was
Oh,
Ono's.
yeah,
No,
you
it
can
was
slice it up.
Sakura.
You can slice the pizza up as much as you want, but you can't unslice it.
Right. It's irreversibility. It's the second law, right? You
Yeah.
can go from X to Y, or you can go from Y to X, but you can't do both at once, right? But in order to do the whole loop, right? In order to do the whole loop, you have to go from X to Y, then Y to X, because you can't. It's not equivalent, right? I mean, like X to Y and Y to X are not identical, you know.
Mhm.
So you have to go in this irreversible, like in irreversible stages, you know, like.
Oh, it's both of you guys, I guess.
There's like an irreversible flow there. You know what I mean?
Mhm. I don't remember if I had an orgasm when you
And,
said that.
and
No.
yeah, no, you basically had like a fucking orgasm. Like fucking Stratino said, like you were having a fucking orgasm. He was
Yeah, no,
there.
wait,
I remember.
that was Oh No's. I remember
No, no, no,
Sakura
no,
must
no,
have
no.
had
You
a
you
different.
you thought it was Ono's, but it was Sakura. Sakura. I remember you thought it was Ono's, and then like
I thought it was Zetetic.
or whatever. It was Sakura. I'm sure. It's on recording.
Okay.
I was just watching it. It's on recording.
Well, I remember Oh
But
No's
yeah,
was like, no, that's me. I'm having the orgasm.
it's in the video where we were talking about evidentiary reasoning and like estoppel and stuff.
Yeah, I know.
Ah.
I swear I'm gonna bring it up right now, and you're gonna be dumbfounded.
It's Sakura, bro. I'm telling you,
You know, no, I'm proving it right now.
Sakura.
I'm
Sakura
proving.
can tell you right now, Sakura. It was you, right?
He said
I
he
don't
didn't. He
know.
wasn't
I've
sure if he
definitely
had
heard the
one.
pizza analogy. I've heard the pizza analogy before. I don't think it was that much of like a eureka moment for me though. I don't think I
Yeah. Look, I
No, it was
gotta
like
prove it.
you said you were finally understanding the analogy.
maybe. I don't know.
It's.
I was just watching it like today, bro.
I'm fine. I'm gonna go find it right now.
I'm flattered.
You're gonna
I'm
be
flattered that you're watching
dumbfounded.
it.
But yeah, the essential semantic component, right? That's you know, physics is not passive and other directed, right? It's active and directed, you know, per the second law, right? Universally.
Here, can we find?
And so
Like by the
reality is
semantic,
imperceptible.
you're
You might
talking
have to
about
use
the like
control
purposeful
after,
aspect of it.
you have to use control after.
No.
Yeah.
I'm talking about
Well, I mean,
the
purposeful.
irreversibility, the fact that I can go from Y to X or X to Y, but I can't do both at once, right? And neither and not one way exhausts the identity of the loop, right? It doesn't exhaust the identity of the system. The X and Y are mutually entailed. That system, right? So basically, it's like I can cut a cheese round, right, in like columns or in triangles or in like in a checkered pattern, right? But I can't do it all at once. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's because like uh complex system, like this is what Rosen says, right? Complex systems have multiple distinct non-equivalent ways of interacting with them that do not exhaust their entire identity, right?
I love how
There's
the
multiple
YouTube.
distinct ways of describing the system that don't exhaust its identity. You can't exhaust its identity with any single description, right? So the key point there, right, is like the way to understand that is like when you first understood, basically what objective means in objectivist epistemology, right? It's like because I have to choose a standard does not make it subjective, right? Is that I can't choose any arbitrary standard. I have to choose some commensurate standard. I have to like to measure length, the length of this table. I have to pick out some unit of the table, some unit of this length that's commensurate that I can, you know, measure against the table. You know what I mean?
Right.
The length of the table, right?
Right.
And it's because I can't have any God's eye view standard, right? No view from nowhere. Oh, the standard has to be literally in the same world as what's being measured. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You have to pick out some commensurate standard,
I love how the
And that's the key
YouTube
point there, right? That there's multiple distinct ways of interacting with the system, and none of them exhaust its identity, right? That's the key point. There's no God's eye view. There's an essential semantic component, right?
Are you ready to get blown the fuck out here?
Are you grasping what I'm saying, Eddie?
I bet Eddie's already grasped this shit.
My brain is tired. I'm not focusing enough.
Your brain,
Your
okay, yeah,
brain
I
is
see.
tired. Okay, buddy.
Your brain
My
is tired, buddy.
fucking mind.
Major disintegration, negative
You're
Alright,
tired.
guys.
You're
Y'all
tired,
should
man.
kill yourself right
Yeah, my brain is fucking disintegrating things, man. My brain just isn't
Oh,
integrating it right.
how
I mean, that's how
dare
you can tell
you
he's tired. Is
use
that...
His brain is just
colloquialism,
so
you
lazy, dude. He should do it
fucking
himself.
piece of shit rationalist.
Well, no, he's so
Stop
lazy that he's
using
making his
the
brain do
same-
it for him. That's why he's so tired, is because it's so inefficient.
I
Yeah, hang on.
definitely
Let me just
wouldn't say
separate the
that.
two entities here, and
I've been like sick for 2 weeks. It's annoying. You guys been
You're
fucking loud.
tired, bro. Your brain is tired. That's such a silly thing
I
to say.
can't wait.
You know?
Stratino's
No,
about
I
to
say
say
that
the
kind of
same
shit.
thing.
My head is tired or something.
That's such a silly thing to say, bro. You're tired.
It's like
I
fucking
think
cold.
everybody does it. It's such like an embedded kind of.
But
It's
it's
such a
silly.
deeply rooted.
It's silly. It's silly.
It is
Very silly.
silly, but I mean,
It's like if you look back at ancient Greece, you know, you had people who thought the fucking heart was the seat of fucking consciousness. You know, who thought
I
the
mean,
heart
yeah,
was like, yeah, you know what I mean? Aristotle thought this. Aristotle thought this.
yeah, but I
Like,
mean, isn't it like really fun and tongue in cheek just be like, oh, my heart's tired.
It's
Anyway,
silly, bro. It's silly.
this is
it
we
was all
can.
about
But yeah, no. The essential semantic component. I wanted to get your guys' understanding on that because it's a very important thing. You know, it's an important thing besides, you know, the closure of the loop, right? That the loop is closed. There's all the terms are entailed, right? There's no need to externally pause it or smuggle in any like unentailed terms to account for anything. You know,
Mhm.
that's the first law. You know, that's the closure of the loop, right? The closure of the total is just I mean the unity of the total, right? Is like that's just the symmetry of the loop. That's the first law, you know? The second law is the asymmetry, right? Because there's no symmetry without asymmetry. You don't have this non-terminating loop if x and y are identical, right?
Mhm.
Are you following Stratino or what?
Following, it's just like,
Stratino's
I
just
mean,
really eager to prove you wrong right now.
yeah, I'm so fucking eager to prove you wrong. That's truly what it
He's just
is.
gonna prove himself wrong, and then we're just gonna move on.
Dude, if I prove myself wrong, and I've been waiting this whole time to do it, it's gonna be way fucking funnier. Either way, I win.
Go, bro, do it.
Alright.
Do it.
We can't hear it.
Oh yeah, because
Just pull up where it says it in the transcript and highlight it.
alright. It's I mean, you wouldn't see the difference, but it's
Like
right here.
you said it was aesthetic or something, and I corrected you.
No, you didn't correct me. Oh, No's corrected. I'm saying it right now. Like, let me just
corrected I was the
let
one who
me
corrected you. I was like, no, it wasn't. It wasn't aesthetic.
let me just add audio to the stream for a second. You guys might actually no, you wouldn't
no,
because
no, no, bro. I mean, we'll echo. We'll echo. Just like don't do that. You just highlight the transcript. Like if you really want to do this, bro, just
it's
highlight
right there. It's literally right there to the side.
highlight the text, bro.
All right. Let me.
Is this when I creamed my pants?
Yes. See,
Oh, yeah,
oh no, it's just right here, dude.
Yeah,
Look, you said
I remember
the
that one.
integration for Zetetic was like an orgasm. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's what I said. And then oh no says right here, that was me.
Yeah. Well, it's definitely, yeah. I mean, Zetetic doesn't have integration.
No, but G's
was it
trying to
Ono?
say that it was Sakura that
Was
that
it
did this.
Ono's?
Yeah,
No, bro.
Yeah, it was me.
Is it Ono's talking about the pizza analogy?
No, so G, you explained impredicativity to me in text. Whenever you dropped that explanation, I started questioning you further about it. That was when you explained it to me. I don't think you explained it to me in VC.
I don't know. I swear I'm remembering it. It was Sakura, but I actually do confuse Sakura, and Ono's all the time.
Wait, what? Wait, no way. They're so different.
I mean, I confuse all of you guys all the time.
Wait, you do? What? Okay, this just sounds like someone who doesn't know their kids.
It's kind of like that. Like I could like people will like I'll just talk to like how I talk to like people in chat, right? I literally just like I don't I just I don't really tailor it to like like I mean I tailor it to what they're saying, right? But I'm still just like I'm just following my like method, So I don't really like I'm not really like cognizant, right? Of like past discussions I've had with this person, right? I'm just focused on
I
the
mean, you did it with
discussions.
Voyant, though.
Right.
You did it with Voyant.
Like yeah, I mean
You
yeah, because I
tailored it for
remember.
Voyant.
Yeah, but you
I
also remember the
that.
discussion that we had.
Right.
You're
It's
pretty
just
good
like
at remembering.
some people I'll just be like I don't remember if I explained it to this person or another person because I explained the same thing multiple times to multiple different people. You know what I mean? And so I don't know. Like it's hard for me to remember sometimes.
Dude, imagine G as like a father where he has like, oh my god, oh, imagine him helping his child with his homework.
Like somebody will
Happy
DM
birthday,
me
son.
like
What
like
age are you?
somebody like people DM me all the time questions, right? And like somebody will DM me like something like how like they agree with me now on whatever. And I'm just like I don't even fucking remember, But like uh but yeah, that's why I confuse you guys a lot,
God, I'm just imagining like having like a G like father. I used to cry when my father was doing my homework, helping me with it. I could just imagine G with his child, and he's like, "Bro, literally, you're not even, bro. Like it says it right there to carry the one, bro." And then it's just like I'm shaking over here. Bro, literally, impredicativity, bro. I told you this like 50 billion times at the dinner table, bro. Like, literally, you aren't even understanding. I'm just like shaking, crying over here. Bro, let me see your search history. How many Swenson papers have you been reading, bro? Bro, there's literally nothing here, bro.
But like, it's like not how I talk at all, but like not how I teach things at all, or help people with things at all. I don't know.
At least we'll know one thing about G's family life is that his wife will definitely have a BBL.
Oh yeah,
Oh my god, G is not gonna get in a relationship.
you can fucking count on that. Bro. I'm like, you know, like obviously I would treat my wife with a VBL, bro. Like that's like that's like yeah,
Is
bro.
is
Like,
G still trying to find his Abigail Shapiro? Is this still the strategy?
because I said I like
Bro,
I
fucking
like Jewish
G.
girls.
Fucking G
Yes.
over here yesterday was trying to fucking convince
You don't
Savage to get a
understand, bro.
BBL.
You don't understand, bro. I live in Miami, bro. So there's all these like Jewish girls. Just like I go to the dentist office, and then there's just like Jewish girls with BBLs, like just like
Have
it's
you seen the
normal.
image that Tabby made of you?
And you know what it's like girls in like scrubs. You know what I mean? There's all these Jewish girls in scrubs with BBLs. Whenever I go to a hospital or the dentist or the doctor or anything, bro, you know.
Oh man, no scrubs.
You really just mean a nurse outfit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scrubs.
I don't know what
That's
a
what
scrub.
scrubs is.
Okay,
God.
I don't know. I'm French.
Dude, fuck scrubs. They're so fucking ugly.
Okay. Now we went on a whole nother tangent. Oh man.
Sorry, I just had
You're
to. I just had to make
embarrassed.
the BBL comment. I
Primacy
just
of the
had to.
BBL.
Okay. Chill. Okay.
I do have a question. How long do
Alright,
these
fucking
typically go for? Because it's
switching.
12:41 where I am, so I might have to leave soon.
I mean, it's gonna go
Okay.
for a while, man. But you know.
Yeah, probably. But we're recording it, so.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're recording it, so anybody that's like not here can watch it back, and like people will probably leave. Like we usually end it when it's just like me and Sakura left.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
good to know. If that's the case, then I'll probably leave now before another topic begins.
Well,
But
we're just gonna go back into disposition and stuff, like continue where we were there.
okay,
Yeah. So don't feel pressure to stay or anything. It's It's fine.
Yeah, you had a paper up.
Mhm.
Stratino, you had a paper up. We were reading that paper. You said we weren't done with
Yeah.
it.
Let's
Well,
get
it
back to the
said
paper
that.
now that you've blown G out. Go.
Oh, there. Yeah, I posted that to Control F for disposition in there because there's important points in there too. But I said we should, if before we get into Turvey's papers, we should probably read the notes from two scientific psychologists, the stuff there.
Mhm. Where
You can
is it?
control F for disposition in this paper just to have it.
Alright. Disposition 52 mentions.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on it in here. And there's some examples in here. That's why I posted this. There's examples in this paper, and there's examples in the other paper by Turvey, the prospective control paper.
Um,
Yeah, there's this example
yeah,
here.
I was about to say that's the display of a
Let,
dispositional.
let's like hold off, on going through the papers and the examples in Turvey's papers, right? Let's hold off a little bit. Let's read the notes from two scientific psychologists. Let's like get like it helps us. I think it'll help establish the context, right? Because these papers from Turvey are basically before the debate in ecological psychology over the dispositional account and the relational account, right? So it doesn't have that context, right? And it's also before Turvey started incorporating impredicativity.
Mhm. Let
So,
me.
so I think it's good to take the get the historical context right first. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
To place these papers in their proper historical context.
Every good
So,
explanation of anything starts with a history lesson.
well, yeah, it's
Right.
great.
Yeah, that's the great thing about ecopsych, like the literature in ecopsych. Like it's an inside, like a running joke among, like ecological psychologists
I've
that
been taking
like,
that approach to everything I write now. I just been writing like history lessons at the
that
start of everything.
yeah, that like every book in ecological psychology literature starts with a entire like history lesson on
'Cause it's
the
useful. It's
history
useful
of thought.
context.
Yeah, in perception science.
Yeah, just keep going through it, and I'll find it in here. Right?
Yeah, I really wish we recorded that discussion we had on that, on history and,
On
the
history, yeah,
importance.
I
man.
do too. That was one of my favorites.
Yeah, that was such a good discussion, but we didn't record it.
We
Mhm.
can rehash it another time.
Yeah.
We keep going through. This prison is itself dispositional. Disposition.
And like who else was there? I think like Sakura was there for a bit,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah, I
then
was
like, but
at work though.
but he
I was
left.
working.
You know, like,
Yeah.
and then it was just me and you.
Yeah. Keep going. Disposition salts. Where are you?
What are you doing?
I was trying to find what you were talking about.
Just go to the notes from 2 Scientific Psychology. That's
Oh,
what
is
we're
it in your
starting.
Obsidian Vault?
No, like it's in,
Where
it's
the-
in VC text. In VC text.
Oh, I had like
Like,
no clue where the hell this shit
I
was.
posted it like before we got in VC.
Oh, okay, it was those two. All right.
Right here.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This is
Oh
all right.
my
So
god.
Oh yeah, that's a cool video we posted
Where?
about a kid scared of little stairs.
Let me
Like
see.
when learning to walk, you know. I didn't mention, but by the way, that point about, you know, transitioning from crawling to walking and having to differentiate different variables, like new variables, and like learning, right? Like learning to perceive
Right.
is it's in it's in Introduction to Ecopsych. That point, the book Introduction to Ecological Psychology, for anybody listening. So there's that whole example is given in there.
so
Yeah,
many-
most of the things I say, I'm getting from somewhere, you know. That's how like thinking in examples for me is like thinking in like what I've read. You know what I mean?
That's me as well. Is I'll think about like, especially when it comes to Rothbard, because like he said so much.
And we were talking about this in the history discussion. It's thinking about
Yes.
it's thinking through like these thinkers, you know.
Mhm. Which was like I think that's why it was such a great discussion, honestly.
Right.
But
Yeah, why is it taking so long for you to find this?
'cause I'm
You
so
said
tired.
in VC text, bro. It's right here.
I've been looking at for the past like 5 minutes, and I'm
Here,
like,
bro. I just pointed up to it. It's right here.
I know I'm looking. Which one is? I'm so tired.
Just pick the first one.
All
And
right.
like they're both short, so we can read them. We can read the first one, then we can read the second one.
All right, this one. All right, this is
Man, you should have taken Adderall. I took an Adderall right before this.
dude. I don't take medication.
right before we started VCing, I took an Adderall so I could be like locked in, you know.
I'm tired because I didn't get great sleep last night.
Just lock in, man. Lock in. You know, like you know how like when you're tired and then you lock in and then like that tired gets like converted into like a lot of energy, you know, but like
Yeah.
and we just crash later. Just
All right.
lock
Is
in, you know?
is direct perception plausible? The case for affordances as dispositions. Oh my god! I immediately get a fucking text message. Who the hell? Oh my god. Anyways, the first post in this series laid
If you
out
don't
the
want to read this aloud, I think you might be able to have Google just read it aloud or whatever you're using. Like if you just hit the 3 dots on the right, right.
I hate text. I hate text to speech. I need the energy.
Okay,
Um,
you can
the
read it.
first post in this series laid out the rules for what makes a theory of perception direct or indirect. In order to avoid having to require organisms to somehow figure out behaviorally relevant properties, indirect perception, direct perception requires that such properties are out there already, ready to
And
be
and,
a
and this like series of articles here, you can see he's this series of articles was they were basically reviewing like Turvey's lectures on perception, right?
Mhm.
And so you can see how it ties into basically like lecture 3, right?
Mm-hmm. Um,
That's basically what he's like referencing, to like, again, like what we were talking about earlier, we don't want to look at what we're reading as like 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 the arrows, are going outwards, like in radiant light, but it's like ambient light. It's like where it's going inward, it's converging, on the book, right? There's this wider context where it's converging on the ideas.
yes. Ready and able to be detected. Such properties are a bit weird. By definition, they must be properties of objects that include some reference to the organism doing the detecting. Specifically, they are impredicative properties. The second post laid out some reasons to think that such circularly defined properties are legitimate options for the physical world. Properties like this are required by the mathematics of or the quantum scale, and so, while a bit weird,
Yeah,
are
and
possible.
that's referring to Turvey's paper. What's it called? Quantum-like issues at the ecological scale.
Mhm. Organisms don't work with quantum properties, though. So if they only happen at that scale, this doesn't help a theory of direct perception, I was about to say. The key to making impredicative properties work is measurement. At the quantum scale, all properties are uncertain until measurement collapses this uncertainty of the thing measured. At the ecological scale, properties aren't uncertain in this way, but which properties are, quote, primary still depends on the measurement device. To a what the fuck? To a polar planimeter, for example, the higher order property area is simple and lower order properties, such as length, must be figured out. The reverse is true of a ruler. We have a set of pieces now. Impredicativity requires measurement to affect which properties are immediately available to the measurer. This is possible at the ecological scale, and with the right measurement device, higher order
Yeah, and
properties can be.
Turvey talks about this in lectures on perception, like in lecture 4, I think. I think it's lecture 4, where he talks about, like it's impredicative. This is a impredicative definition where, like, the system is, the measurement and the thing measured,
Mhm.
right? And like he's talking about, uh like position and velocity measures as two different systems, right? Like in a when you're looking at like the wave particle duality, right?
Yes. Let's see. We
But
have a set of.
he explains it there explicitly in impredicate, like talking about impredicativity in this context. Like if you want to, like whoever's watching, look at that because it's a good context to bring in here, and what I think Andrew Wilson is the one who wrote this, and what Andrew
Andrew
Wilson
was.
is saying, and not the Christian
Yeah,
debater
I was
guy,
about to say.
No, it's
I
a
gotta clarify.
he's a no, yeah, Andrew Wilson, the ecological psychologist guy, who's like I think Australian. I
Oh
don't know.
boy.
Crikey.
But
Impredicativity requires measurement to affect which properties are immediately available to the measure. This is possible at the ecological scale, and with the right measurement device, higher order properties can be immediately available. This establishes an in principle case in favor of direct perception as an option. Next, if we can identify the higher order form of behaviorally relevant properties, we will identify what kind of measurement device is required for these to be directly available. The main ecological hypothesis is that higher order behaviorally relevant properties, which we call affordances, take the form of dispositional properties. This post will walk through how this works and how it fulfills what's required to support direct perception. As many of you know, not everyone is happy with this dispositional ontology, and propose instead that affordances are relations. I am not going to lay out the parallel case for how this ontology fulfills the requirements. I have been laying out for the simple reason that I do not think it can do any such thing, and I have yet to see any successful attempt to make it work. I talk about this in this paper. Dispositions. Dispositions are higher order properties of physical objects that require and define something that the object is disposed to do under the right conditions, something that is possible, although not currently happening. They are composed of lower order properties placed in some relation to each other, but it's the higher order disposition this arrangement makes that then acts as a property that can interact with other properties. In particular, the higher order disposition defines a complementary higher order disposition. When both are present, the dispositions manifest, i.e., they become actual rather than simply possible. Take the disposition of salt to be dissolved in water.
Yeah, and it's important not to construe possibility as in contrast to actuality as as saying possibility is like less real or something, you know.
Yes. I remember for like a hot minute, I accidentally fell into that trap when I was arguing with Schizoid a long time ago,
Mhm.
where I
But
thought that
remember,
potentiality was epistemic.
right? Remember, but then I that's when I first was introducing you really into this
Yes.
stuff, you know. And I was talking about the split balance equation of the second law, right? And how if we construe, you know, the two terms, right, that we can in the split balance equation that we can split, out of total entropy change, right? If we construe them as actuality and potentiality as form and function, right? Then actuality and potentiality are on the same ontological level, and like you can't have one without the other, and both are required both are basically constitutive of total entropy change.
Dude,
And I
this
talk
reminds
I
me of a fucking argument that me and Gameaholics were having with fucking that paper bag guy.
The Ragman.
Basically this
and
idea that we need
actually
something
the
purely
flow,
actual, which is
right,
like,
and
yeah.
the flow of entropy change actually, like, and this is Swenson's innovation. The flow of entropy change, it flows not from form to function, not from actuality to potentiality, but from potentiality to actuality, from function to form.
Mhm.
Right, like Swenson talks about this in his newest paper, 2025 paper and 2024 paper. But you can also see my like whole integration here, like my whole completed like explanation of everything there about the split balance equation, and using it as like a way to basically place all these like ontological like categories, right? To really place them in their proper like place, right? Like I talk all about that in like in my notes, the note titled form function split balance, right? It's all in there.
Okay.
Like
So it's actually
you might
the
have to scroll.
potentiality that comes first.
Right. And I explained Swenson's argument, Swenson's innovation there, right?
Okay.
In interpreting the split balance equation, the proper direction, right?
Is it in your note, in your opinion vault of form function split balance?
Yes, that's the note on it, and you might have to like if you scroll all the way, basically all the way to the bottom, you can see like the finished paragraphs there, like like the last of the finished paragraph. So you can like scroll up to where I start the whole explanation.
Okay.
Right, but that's really important, I think. It gives you a very solid argument for saying that actuality and potentiality are on the same ontological level, like no more or less real than one another, right? You can't have one without the other. They're both essential for total entropy change.
Right, and I mean, I guess the pure actuality thing is also just creating a fucking dualism. I don't, you know.
Right, and it's like specifically, uh saying it flows from actuality to potentiality, like it's basically uh this is the Kantianism, or like in that Swenson explains it how it's like Kantianism here, where it's like they have like basically some internal like a priori like telos, like or what's it called, like like vitalism,
Well,
uh,
yeah, because the purely actual thing is supposed to be like some unknown, like God or something like that.
yeah, like I won't I think I don't want to get into a tangent, but Swenson explains it in his 2025 paper and 2024 paper about the script flipping, right, of the interpretation of the split balance equation of the second law. And like I and you can see in the form function split balance now how I cover his whole argument and I integrate his whole argument and everything. So
I see.
so that's a really important point. Anyways,
Let's see. Take the disposition
basically
of
there are two aspects of the same event, right? Actuality, potentiality, right?
let's see. Take the disposition of salt to be dissolved in water. This disposition is constituted by the fact that salt is made of ions arranged in a strong but breakable lattice. If the positive ions are pulled one way and the negative ions are pulled in another, the lattice will become apart. The salt will dissolve, and notice that this dispositional property is inherently complemented by another dispositional property, namely the ability to pull the charged ions in different directions. Water has this property. Water molecules have positive and negative ends that can pull hard enough to disrupt the lattice. Dispositions are a little weird, but the weirdness is exactly what the kind of weirdness we've been looking for. Specifically, they have the kind of circularity that is the hallmark of impredicativity. The disposition of salt to be dissolved is implemented by the material properties of the salt, but it is a property that is at the same time defined by the composition of water to dissolve salt. You cannot simply predicate will dissolve to salt because salt will only dissolve under certain specific circumstances. The full physical account of this property requires reference to the complementary dispositional property of a solvent and the conditions required to bring them together in a way that allows the disposition to become actual. Affordance and dispositions. Quote, the affordances of the environment are what it offers the animal, what it provides or furnishes, either for good or ill. An affordance is neither an objective property, like an intrinsic property, nor a subjective property. Or it is both if you like. An affordance cuts across the dichotomy of subjective intrinsic and helps us to understand its inadequacy. It is equally a fact of the environment and a fact of behavior. It is both physical and wait, what is both physical and physical? That has to be a typo.
Psychical.
Oh,
Psychical.
psychical.
It's psyche, like psyche.
That's such a like. Oh God. It's
Yeah,
both.
neither.
Yeah, yet neither. An affordance points both ways to the environment and to the observer.
That's the key point. An affordance points both
Mhm.
ways to the environment and to the observer, right? That's the very key. Like that's the conclusion. That's what should be taken as like everything said there is what he's actually saying. An affordance points both ways.
Mm. Oh boy, Gibson was a little rough till the end. Um, Gibson's definition gets accused of being vague and annoying. Yeah, but immediately resonates with the facts about dispositions. Dispositions don't sit comfortably within the objective-subjective analysis of properties, but are perfectly real, suggesting that analysis, um, yeah,
And also the key point it also he's saying that it helps us to understand its inadequacy. That's also a key point that people gloss over, right? Where he says and helps us to understand its inadequacy. He's not he's not, supporting like these dualisms, these dichotomies, these, you know what I mean? He's not giving it that analysis, That's why he's not saying it like when he's saying it's both yet neither. Like he's not saying it like it's both, like it's both these, like, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
What is traditionally assumed these things are, you know what I mean? He's saying it
He's
doesn't
saying
fit.
this dichotomy doesn't even apply. Yeah, it's just
Right.
like, well, I don't really know
It
how to
doesn't
apply
fit
this
in
because it's
such a
stupid.
it doesn't fit in such a dualistic analysis. It just doesn't fit there.
Yeah.
You know?
Mhm. Suggesting that analysis is inadequate. They are equally facts of the thing that has the disposition and the thing that has the
Mhm.
complementary disposition.
Right.
Dispositions also point both ways. If you characterize the disposition of salt to dissolve, you also characterize what is required of a solvent to make that disposition occur. This is
Right.
how new solvents get invented.
What is required of a solvent to make that disposition occur?
Mhm.
That's one of the things you were missing, I think. That specific line right there, I think
Yes.
clarifies for you, a lot of things.
Yes, for sure. Um, Let me keep going here. Yada yada yada. Affordances and effectivities as dispositions. So we seem to have a good match. Dispositions are perfectly real properties, and they implement everything required to make them the kind of circularity defined things behaviorally relevant properties need to be.
Imprecativity.
Mhm.
Yeah.
We have a viable ontology for things like affordances to be real. The specific ecological form of the dispositional analysis goes as follows. Objects in the physical environment are disposed to be acted on by an organism in some ways and not others. Those dispositions are higher order properties of the object constituted by a particular arrangement of currently present material properties of the object, and we call these affordances. At the same time, organisms are disposed to be able to act on objects in some ways and not others. These dispositions are higher order properties of the organism, constituted by a particular arrangement of currently present material properties of the organism, and we call these effectivities. Affordances and effectivities are just complementary dispositions, but we name them differently to keep track of them in our analysis, because it will
Right. And
matter which.
it's important that effectivities are just, I mean, they're affordances. I mean, like,
Mhm.
affordances selected as goals, and effectivities are, when you select affordance goals, you have basically, well, not even just when you select it, just like, uh an affordance goal to be selected, it constrains, the effective means for realizing it, right? The range of effective means for affecting that affordance,
Mhm. Let's
and
see.
Shaw talks about this in processes, acts, and experiences in that paper.
Mhm. Let's see. We name them differently to keep track of them in our analysis because it will matter which one we're talking about at any given time. When an organism encounters an object, one way it can do so is by bringing its effectivities into suitable contact with the object affordances. When it encounters an object this way, the affordance picked out by the effectivity is the quote, simple property, in the way area is simple to a planimeter, and the way the disposition of salt to dissolve is simple to water.
Yeah,
The effect,
I don't like him using the word simple here, but I guess
yeah,
he's saying primary, you know,
yes, primary is a better way of putting it.
because it's confusing because then Turvey talks about affordances as, a complex particular, right?
Mhm.
But yeah, just
Uh,
like basically say the same thing, so it's kind of confusing.
mhm. The effectivity and the affordance come together, and their dispositions to act and to be acted on are made actual. We have a behavior, and I think you also called this an event.
Mhm.
Summary. We are doing well in our bid to show that direct perception is, at least plausible, but we aren't all the way there yet. So far, we've shown that higher order impredicative properties are allowed, and that the ecological scale, and at the ecological scale, the ones we need are called dispositions.
Yeah, it's important that Gibson wasn't so. He didn't concern himself so much with all these questions about actualizing an affordance, right? You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like he didn't concern himself with that, like or like the ontology of dispositions or anything like that, right? So Gibson in his book he describes events as affordances, right?
Mhm.
And he doesn't make the distinction that events are the actualization of the affordances, right? The affordance effectivity like coupling, right?
Yes, which is
Right?
super fucking confusing.
Yeah, that's an important distinction, and a lot of people miss that distinction, right? Uh, and in like describing the environment to be perceived, and like describing like all the like different like types of like affordances, like surfaces and like substances and media and all that stuff.
I think that Gibson could be pretty wishy-washy in this area, especially the way that he's just like, it can be a both if you like, or like any of this kind of stuff. I think he's just like the conclusion. It's the conclusion
Well,
that can.
it's important. It's important. Yeah, yeah, yeah. He emphasizes what's important, and then he also emphasizes that there's uh like development to be had. Like there's it needs to be refined. Further. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Uh, so let's see. While weird, they are perfectly legitimate properties, and they are weird in the ways we need. Affordances and effectivities, considered as dispositions, give us an ontology for describing the world in behaviorally relevant terms that can present themselves as properties, with no need to figure them out. We have one last hurdle to cross, however, and it's a doozy. I slid it by it above. Affordance dispositions and effectivity dispositions are legitimate ways to describe world and organism properties, but they only go from possibilities to actualities. If the two can be brought into suitable contact with each other. For things like salt and water, that suitable contact is physical contact. A glass of water next to a salt shaker does not count as
Yeah, I
the
don't
two
like what he
being.
says. I don't like he says it's physical. He means
Yeah, I was about to say.
forceful. He means forceful, right?
Yes, because like it's still in
It's
physical
the
relation.
dimensions here are kinetic, right? They're mass dominated, force dominated dimensions, right? But
Mhm.
then I don't know if we talked about this, right? I don't know if we got into this about information as forceless, right? And like the
Yes.
suppression of the mass dimension, right? The where the you know where kinematic purely like kinematic dimensions become dominant, right? And then we have informational interactions, right? That are controlled by these variables, right?
We haven't talked about it, but I do understand it because it's kind of the same thing as like concepts where they're like forceful or anything like that. They're still physical. It's just not in like not like completely just material, not in that way.
Well, it's just that the organism has its own onboard source of like chemical like metabolic potential, right? Its own onboard source of forces, right? So it can compete with external forces, right? Such that it balances it out. You know what I mean? So it can it basically establishes this non-local field of goal-specific information, right? Because the mass dimension and the force dimension is suppressed. It's not that information is like moving you or pushing you. You know what I mean?
Which is kind of the behavioralist approach.
Right. But this is all like the physics, the physics of it, right? And like Turvey and Kugler and Shaw and Mace, like they like did all the work on this, like this was all post Gibson,
Mhm. So let's keep going here. Organisms are almost never in physical contact with their environments. The only
Forceful.
things, yes, the only things touching me that way right now are my clothes, my hair, a small piece of floor, and my keyboard. But
We're
I
not
can,
slaves to our local potential,
yes, which is like the whole thing that the introduction to ecological psychology was attacking with local psychology or local causality.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
We can basically skate over, local potentials to access non-local potentials. This is what Swenson talks about, right?
Let's see. But I can behave with respect to affordances that are more distant. For the ecological account of how this works to work, we need to explain what suitable contact means for affordances and effectivities. We need a theory of information. That's next.
Right. Informational interactions. I mean, information. I think they're basically gonna bring up Turvey and Kugler and like their whole like explanation of forceless constraints.
All right.
So yeah, I mean, but that's not. I guess that's not relevant. I talked about that with Sakura a lot. Like is Sakura still here? Sakura's still here, right? Good.
I think everybody's still here.
Oh wow, everybody's still here. Okay, yeah, Sakura. I mean, you released the whole video on like prompting, and we talked all about it there, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we talked like really. We went into really deep detail about it there. So we don't. I can defer to that. I don't have to go into that now. I could say everybody go look at that discussion me and Sakura had, and I also discussed. I was accounting for the problem of truism, really discussing how to understand this stuff yourself and like learn about this stuff yourself and apply this stuff yourself. So that's gonna be a useful thing to go look at for this.
Um,
So yeah,
It's basically just like, don't just like compile a bunch of notes into a paragraph. Really try to like think about it.
yeah.
That's all you can really do to avoid the problem of truism.
Okay, yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah. Go to the next note. I mean, the note from Scientific Psychologist. The next link.
yes.
Yeah.
Let's see. All
But
right.
you see how it like leads into that, like how is this coupling of affordances and effectivities like this suitable fit, right? How is this coordinated, right?
Mhm.
How are where this gets into information control linkages, like information movement linkages, like hooking our onboard source of forces, right, to the information, right, to guide our actions, right. And Rob Gray really talks a lot about information movement linkages, or I think that's like you can search it on YouTube. Rob Gray, like any he. There's a lot of concretization there that's useful.
Let's see. You cannot perceive a relational affordance, a purple peril, a what? One of the more
A purple
enduring.
peril. I think he's like because there's a book called The Purple Perils. It's like a collection of Gibson's like some of his articles and essays and stuff. It's a really really good book. It's edited by Ed Reed actually. Um, there's a lot of like additions from Ed Reed in there.
What
And
is
editing and like stuff like that. It's a really good book, Purple Perils.
what
Really,
does
really.
the name mean?
That's just like Gibson named basically like I forget. I can just search it on Google. You know, what does purple perils mean for J Gibson? Purple perils refer to informal mimeographed notes printed in purple ink that J. Gibson distributed to students and colleagues in the 1960s and 70s to challenge, refine, and explorers emerging ecological theory of perception. They acted as rapid, open-ended research memos focusing on direct perception and action rather than processed traditional theories, representing his works in progress.
Huh.
The name comes from the purple inked ditto machine mimeograph used for printing. They were often sent ahead of seminars at Cornell University to spark debate. Yeah, they were like basically he would send out like every before every one of his like seminars or like classes or whatever, he would send out all these purple perils to spark debate. Right? Very cool. Very cool.
Huh. Well, let's see. One of the more enduring arguments in ecological psychology.
Here's the archive of all the purple perils.
Oh
Here.
wait, there's all of them?
Yeah, there's a website
Oh.
for Trinity from Trinity College here. There's a website with all of Gibson's purple perils. Like and it has them ordered by like year, like the years like they were, all like released. But that's not the book. This is not the book. There's a book called The Purple Perils edited by Ed Reed. And I forget who else. There was somebody else. But the book by Ed Reed is also really good.
Oh.
I think I have a drive link for the Purple Perils. Nope, I don't. I have Reasons for Realism. No, I don't have the Purple Perils link.
Oh.
But
I mean,
it's a book.
is it just on Anna's archive?
Yeah. Like I'd have to get to my computer to link it. I'm like fucking on my Xbox.
Oh,
Well,
I mean,
anyway.
I can like change the HDMI and then plug in my computer and like, do it,
Yeah. I could
But
probably get it.
yeah, here's all the purple perils. Like here, this collection is really cool. You can scroll it down. You can see like it's ordered. Like there's the introduction, then it's ordered like 1954 to 1961, 1962 to 1964, and so on. All the way to all the way to 1979, which is I think it's the year Gibson died.
Yes. Wow, he died young.
No, I don't know. Maybe I don't know. Like he was around for a long time, bro. Like he was doing work in like the 20s, bro, in the 30s.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, he's way older than I thought. Oh, he died when he was 75. Oh, I thought he was born in like.
He was
Oh no,
born in
I'm thinking of when
1905.
Eleanor Gibson was born,
Hmm.
which I think she was born 1914 or 1915. I think they had like a pretty big age gap.
Like that's like what, like 10 years?
Yeah. Okay,
Not that
1910, 5 years, 6
5
years.
years. Yeah,
Yeah,
6
six.
years.
Wow, that's crazy.
Is she still alive?
No, she's dead. She died in the early 2000s.
Oh yeah. That's right. I was like, I don't know why I thought she was still alive for a second.
No, that's fucking crazy.
Like I don't know, just like I saw the picture. I was like,
Oh.
but yeah, she,
Let's see. So one of the more enduring arguments in ecological
and
psychology.
Turvey was there. Like Turvey, Mace, Bill Mace, uh, Shaw, right? All these guys, they were there. Like they were already releasing stuff, like papers on ecological psychology stuff before Gibson's book on the ecological approach to visual perception, right?
Hmm.
They were already releasing stuff like in 1978. right? And the book was released in 1979. You know, so
Was that
and
last ship before he died?
yeah.
That's crazy. It like kind of goes to show that it was like a full culmination of his life.
Oh yeah.
That's
And
super
it was
cool.
like you can read the introduction to the book. It's like he had to, like the book took him like fucking like I don't know, like like a decade or two to write, like he had to like keep like going back and revising things because of the Purple Peril stuff. He was like it was in development, it's still in development. You know what I mean?
Wow. Well, let's see.
But it was like
Um,
rigorously developed,
mhm.
through like rigorous like debate and like uh I mean, Gibson, like originally was like trying to apply all the like stimulus response psychology methods and stuff, and at the first like when he first started his career, and he was
In the
like
40s.
he just couldn't get any of it to work. So that's when he first started, uh trying to, figure out like an approach that like actually, is appropriate to the facts of psychology, right?
Lombardo talked about that.
Yeah, Lombardo talks all about that.
So let's see. One of the more
He gives the
enduring.
whole history of that. The whole history of Gibson's development of his ideas is very, very, very like interesting.
One of the more enduring arguments in ecological psychology is about the best way to formally describe affordances. The two basic approaches are that they are dispositions, Turvey, Scarin, and Latino, whoever you are, me, um, or that
Andrew
they
would say.
are, or that they are relations. Redfield, Kieverstein, Chemero. The argument has mostly settled down into just agreeing to disagree, but I'm still convinced that the relational analysis is critically
Yeah,
flawed.
you can also say it's the dispositional account is like the Cornell school, right? Or no, the University of Connecticut school. I forget what the University of Connecticut is called.
I
But
think that's
this
just
school,
Stanford.
in the U.S., but the relational account is like the fucking like Copenhagen school. I think that's like in like I think it's like Denmark. They're in Denmark or they're in Sweden. One of those places. You know?
Copenhagen is,
I know
isn't it?
it's in I think it's in Denmark.
Yeah, I was
But
about to say.
I think
We
it's
gave a
like
lecture there
the fucking Turvey gave a lecture there?
in like a Swedish country, Sweden or something like that.
Yeah. But I'm talking about this like where these guys, Kieverstein, Riekvild, Chemero, all these guys are like in the same like school kind of thing,
Hmm.
Bro graduated together. Um, let's see. The argument has mostly settled down to just agreeing to disagree, but I'm still convinced that the relational analysis is critically flawed, and I want to try and either get them to solve the problem or end the debate once and for all. Hell yeah. Um, I've reviewed this in a bunch of places, e.g., here, here, and here, but
Yeah,
this
you can
post
see
is
you can if you like search like I'm not asking you to do anything, but I'm saying if you like in the search bar, you can search like affordances, relational, dispositional. You can search all that. He has a bunch of articles on the whole like debate. So I think it's like he covers the debate. I mean, more than anybody else really.
But this post is just setting out my challenge once and for all. You cannot perceive a relational affordance, and there is as yet no good story about how to learn new affordances. My problem stems from this Gibson 1979 quote. We all have our favorite, but this one seems to cut to the heart of it. The central question for the theory of affordances is
Oh, I
not
love
whether
this
they
quote.
exist. Huh?
I love this quote. I love this quote.
The central question for the theory of affordances is not whether they exist and are real, but whether the information is available in ambient light for perceiving them. Right now, the affordances or relations camp have no story for how these can structure light or other energy media, and therefore create information about themselves. They are therefore, as currently formulated, not even in principle perceptible. This means affordances as relations is of zero use to the ecological approach. Brunberg et al. 2018 tried to address this problem, but as I blogged here, their solution is not ecological information, and it reveals that these authors do not as yet understand what information actually is. My challenge is therefore this. Tell me a story in which affordances as relations are able to create ecological information in energy arrays and might therefore be learned, and the debate will be back on. Until then,
This is, you can see how this is a purple barrel.
mhm. Until then, affordances as dispositions is the only account that formalizes the right properties, and the debate is over. Yeah, I love how the ecological school, like all these ecological guys, are so like debate bro-ish. It's great. I love how like none of the fucking cognitivists would do this shit. Like they would never be like, bro, try to prove this. Like literally, like point to the standard. By what standard, bro? Like literally, just this decision. Like they're just like, I need to write a paper with 5,000 sources coming from various different philosophers on how and which this new cognitivist theory will be created. And it's just like, I will provide no history and no direct references. They're just, you just gonna have to trust me, bro.
My source
It's
is
like
from
they're,
this other guy who made it the fuck up.
yeah, it's like my source is from this guy who's this guy who's this guy, and he
And
made
he
it the
made it the
fuck up.
up.
It's just like all of these, they're like planets apart. Like, I love how the ecological approach is
It's
such a
because,
tight-knit community.
like at the root, the whole point of the ecological approach is that it's not a theory. It's a meta theoretical approach, right? It's meta theoretical. It's a Gibson makes this explicit. Like there's a like if you search J.J. Gibson lecture on YouTube, like there's a lecture by Gibson where he makes this explicit that why he calls it the ecological approach, and it's not a theory, right? It's basically a meta theoretical approach for determining the appropriateness of any theory, whether a theory is appropriate, right?
Mhm.
And that's just huge. That's just huge. Like a huge difference. And it's like like what they say in Introduction to Ecopsych about asking the right questions.
Mhm. Well, because yeah, it's an approach which is
Questioning your questions, questioning whether you're even asking the right questions, and that's a philosophical task.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, it goes back to the explanatory power of thermodynamics. It's the
Indeed.
standard of what is explainable. So it's the standard of any theory.
Explanatory. Right. The standard of what's explanatory. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why the ecological approach incorporates thermodynamics, right? Because it's if the ecological approach is a meta theoretical approach for determining which theories are appropriate, uh, then then if we're incorporating thermodynamics and thermodynamics is like the laws of thermodynamics are the standard of what's explanatory, then we want to incorporate thermodynamics, right?
Yeah.
So let's see. My basic argument goes as follows. As you go, you should notice that the word relation shows up in a lot of places. This is on purpose, and I think it is part of the confusion.
And the point I was trying to make, right? The cognitivists, they literally it's like prohibited to ask questions about the questions you're asking, like you cannot ask, you cannot question philosophy, you just can't even reference philosophy. You can't if you can't be informed by philosophy at all, it's just crazy, right? But you need philosophy, right? It's a philosophical task to question your questions, right?
Mhm.
to like have this like second order questioning. That's like what philosophy is really all about.
Mhm. Let's see. As you go, you should notice that the word relation shows up in a lot of places. This is on purpose, and I think it is part of the confusion. Here, crudely, is the perception action loop. Let's see. Organism, action, environment, perception. Organism, action, environment, perception. Let's see. The organism is a real part of the loop, as is the environment. A given perception action event entails the organism placing themselves into some relation to the environment, acting and detecting the ongoing consequences, perceiving.
Yeah,
The
and that's just
question
like you can only understand a sentence like that with impredicativity. You know what I mean? If you try to understand a sentence like that, like in purely predicative terms, you just like will completely lose the point of it. You know? Yeah.
Mhm. The question at hand is, where in this loop do affordances live?
We're in this
Oh.
loop.
Mhm. This analysis places affordances in the environment. They are higher order properties of objects and events, and they are constituted by various lower order properties, things like surfaces, being arranged in a specific spatial and temporal relation to each other. From this point of view, to say my coffee mug affords grasping is to identify that the relations between the surfaces that constitute the mug make it so that when certain satisfying conditions are met, say the presence of an approximately or appropriately sized hand, the disposition to be grasped can be manifested. Um, the affordance disposition is constituted by the cup's surfaces and their physical properties, the anchoring properties of the
Yeah,
disposition.
this I think what we should read next after this will be lecture 22, section 6. I think we'll need to read that after.
Hmm. Let's see. But the affordance itself is a distinct higher order property of the cup. The ecological hypothesis is that perceiving acting organisms organize their behavior with respect to this property, or this latter property directly, and not via internal inferential combination of the various anchoring properties. Dispositions come in complementary pairs. The description above includes a specification of the higher order properties of something that isn't the coffee mug that can do the grasping. Turvey calls the organism complement of the affordance an effectivity. So affordances are properties of the environment, and effectivities are property of the organisms. As dispositions, they co-define each other in interesting ways, but they exist independently of each other. A coffee mug affords grasping even if there is no one around to affect that grasp. Which, God, that reminds me of. Uh, Actually, no, wait, never mind. Um, Affordances as relations. This analysis places affordances at the level of the organism-environment relation. Whew, that hurts.
Yeah,
From this.
you should. You should be articulating like whatever connections this is helping you make, because this is like the discussion is surrounding like your understanding, right? I mean, being like developed here, right? Like the disagreement we started with, you know what I mean? Like I mean, in the context of that disagreement, right? How your understanding is being like developed, you know?
Well, actually, I think no. Well, I thought about it again. I was gonna mention it.
Yeah.
I remember when we were talking about retribution and your ability to affect the punishment norm, and the
Mhm.
way that he worded this reminded me of that.
Oh yeah, yeah. I definitely worded it that way for that reason.
Mm,
You can bet I did. I definitely got that from that like the way they word that stuff, you know?
mm. Like the way he says a coffee mug affords grasping even if there is no one around to effect that grasp, and it was reminding me of like the punishment norm is there even if nobody chooses to affect it. and then somebody else can come along and, whoever is there to affect it can affect it.
And they affect it by particular, like in a particular way, by particular
Yes.
means.
Like they have certain effectivities.
Mhm.
So let's see. From this point of view, affordances are what you get when you place the relata, the organism and the environment, into a relation. In his 2009 book, Chemero went even further and proposed dynamical affordances 2.0, in which the organism and environment causally interact in real time to create affordances that ebb and
Oh
flow.
man, it's just so
Oh,
bad. Like,
I
okay, hold on there. The organism and the environment causally interact. Full stop. Right? Like, what do you
gosh.
mean by that? Right? You're basically saying the environment is an entity, the organism is an entity, and these are two systems that come into causal interaction with one another. They that interact with one another, that can transmit information to one another. You know what I mean?
Mhm. I think it's kind of like talking about
It's
well
not.
just
It's literally what it's saying is this is incompatible with the view that the organism environment system is the primary unit of analysis, right? When we're concerned about like facts of psychology, facts of behavior, and stuff like that, right? It's literally entirely incompatible with the one system view of organism and environment.
well yeah,
And
it's
and
like
Harvalato talks about this in his paper. In his paper on organism and environment, he talks about the 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 two system view versus the one system view, right? And Turvey also talks about this in lectures on perception. Like you can search up interactionism, right? He talks about it in terms of the CES model, right? There's like two views that are like incompatible with our view,
Mhm. it's it's really interesting. I think that like because I mean as someone I think plenty of us have like made the accidental conclusion that it's an organism environment relation and not an
Right.
organism environment
And I've
system.
heard it, and like I have to keep correcting people on this, like I just keep seeing it. Like I see Peg say it, I see Eddie say it, I see all of you guys saying organism environment relationship, organism environment. Like I think they got it from Intro to Ecopsych because Intro to Ecopsych says it a couple times. I think.
Yeah, I think that's also what I got it from. It's that's more sloppy wording, but I
Yeah, yeah.
think
There's
that
like tons of sloppy wording in Intro to Ecopsych.
mhm. Like I think as someone who made the error, the reason that I made it was because I had
Right.
abstracted, what an organism is and what the environment is, and
Right.
then was able to treat them as like two separate
Yeah.
entities and
And
not
also,
as
it's important to note that like I said before, the organism environment system is a methodological principle. It's
Mhm.
literally just saying you have the that organism environment are one system. I forget exactly how Harvalato says it. But he says like fuck like he says it so good, bro. Like so well. Like that like what the organism environment, the theory of the organism environment, like what
All right.
the key to it is, like he says it at the very, very start of like his paper. Let me just try and find it.
I think really like what it's about is
Yeah,
that
yeah.
like
The theory of the organism environment system starts with the proposition that in any functional sense, organism and environment are inseparable and form only one unitary system.
mhm. And I think what it reminds like it as a principle kind of reminds me of like the laws of
In any
thermodynamics.
functional sense, right? That's the key point. In any functional sense, organism and environment form one single inseparable like unitary system. That's all. That's what the organism environment system means. Has a methodological principle, and like that's very like important to distinguish from a model of system description, like the CES model, right? Which we take as the minimal model for describing any system of interest at any scale of interest, right?
Mhm. I was gonna say it reminds me of the laws of thermodynamics, where like if you just have like in your analysis certain crucial missing
Right.
variables, where you just have like uh I don't know, maybe like the heart is just like beating without any other entailed properties that are required for the heart to even beat, and you just have like a heart beating in an environment, then you're doing something wrong. You're not incorporating all the proper variables, and what the
Right.
organism environment is doing is it's leaving nothing unentailed.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally just we're widening our view until we don't have any violations of the first and second laws of
Mhm.
thermodynamics. You know what I mean?
It's like
Like,
it's like a
uh,
way of vetting out
yeah.
various like models, or it's just like, no, this can't have this, can't have that. There we go. Now we've got everything here.
I mean, sort of, yeah. I mean, it's just like you when you look at it, like when you look at something like happening, something going on, you look at change. It's like, okay, like I'm seeing like a loss or gain of energy here. I need to widen my view until like I can account for like the units, like the energy units on both sides, right? And the total energy remains invariant over the varied interconversions of energy,
Mhm.
right? So they like I just need to widen my view, and there we go. Like there's no fucking hole in space time. There's no fucking like we have a universe here. Good. This system is of the universe, right? Of a universe of many other things and many other systems, and
Mhm.
all describable by scale invariant laws, by the same scale invariant laws.
Mhm.
I know the whole in space-time thing was just a footnote, but I want to know if there's actually like a body of work that like goes
Yeah, yeah.
into
There's
like how
ton. There's
fucking bizarre it is to say that it's
yeah.
provisional.
Right, yeah. There's that paper by Kripke, I think. Um, that Swenson cites. We talked about them.
Yeah, but it was just a citation. It wasn't the paper. I don't know where that paper is.
Yeah. I don't know. I haven't read it either. So, but I'm sure
Mm.
there's a lot of stuff on that. How like fucking perpetual motion machine of the first kind would have fucking disastrous consequences. Like beyond disasters. Really.
Um, let's see. By the way, I have to go after this. Um,
All
so
right.
so disappointed. Um,
Yeah. I mean, we really didn't get into the like meat.
we got into meat. Come on.
There's at least stay for lecture 22 section 6
All
because
right.
we at least stay for that.
All right. Um, let's see. Uh, where was I? There. Um,
What's
the
Kripke's full
account
name?
is
How do you spell
mostly.
Kripke?
Bro, let him continue.
See. This account is mostly positioned as a way to solve problems with the dispositional account, primarily the issue of malfunction. When the complementary pairs of a disposition are in each other's presence, they must manifest the disposition. Chemero and others worry that this means that there cannot therefore be malfunctions as errors, which clearly occur. However, given that the effectivity is always a complex dynamic that must be learned to be softly assembled, and
Right.
given
It's a
that
it's a
there.
it's a synergy. It's a soft assembled task specific organization
Mhm,
of variable components.
mhm. And given that there really is an element of compulsoriness to skilled action, think about being unable to not pull the door handle even if the sign says push. I think this problem is already solvable. Affordances as relations also let you find more complex affordances.
Just to leave, like, I mean, just to not leave any, like, I just like referenced synergies. There's a large body of work on synergies, and I linked a lot of, like, a whole list of papers on synergies, like what that is, what the role of that is in ecological approach, you know, uh, in Zulu server. So I'll just like link that in VC text. I'll forward that to VC text.
Let's see. Affordances as relations also let you find more complex affordances. Social affordances, cultural affordances, linguistic affordances. This is how the skilled intentionality framework works to tackle these issues ecologically. The problem.
Yeah,
Refer
and
to
fucking
figure 1.
Stoffergen has a great paper on higher, or the title is Higher Order Affordances, where he fucking like he like rags on like Rietveld and Kieverstein. Like he rags on them for being fucking representationalists. Like their view here about how, like, linguistic, like these, like, higher order affordances, like linguistic and social affordances or whatever, are like, you know representation hungry problems, right? And then, like, they like these affordances can't be directly perceived, like, literally, that's what they say.
Oof.
Yeah,
Well,
oof,
that's
right.
rough.
Yeah,
Refer
so
to, refer to figure
I'll
1.
link to Stoffergen's paper too.
All right. Both the organism and the physical environment are things that light and other energy media can interact with. The organism-environment relation is not. The relation is not constituted by surfaces. It's constituted by the spatio-temporal layout of the organism-environment system. Light or other media cannot bounce off a layout. This means that affordances as relations cannot create information about themselves, and they therefore cannot be perceived. They cannot, therefore, play any role in an ecological analysis of behavior. Affordances and effectivities can, however, and so they are, at least in principle, an option. A second, slightly more subtle issue is that the organism-environment relation does not exist prior to the relata being in the relation. In Affordances 2.0, organisms co-create affordances by their causal interactions with the environment. This means that I can only create affordances using abilities I already have. So, how do I learn new affordances? It can't be by being in the presence of those new affordances because I cannot create them yet. I need to learn something else. What that is has never been laid out, but it means learning is not affordance based, and there is suddenly a need for something else in the ontology.
Suddenly a need for something else in the ontology. I love that, like, the way he puts that there.
Really leaves it open ended, but he's like really subtly
Because it is
mentioning.
that's how they treat it, and then they treat it as representation hungry, like, and then they bring representations back and indirect perception back.
Oh boy.
Yeah,
Let's
and
do.
Stoffergen's paper, he really rags on them for that. He fucking calls them out, uh, like, he talks about that, like how they think it's like representation hungry or whatever. I just linked Stoffergen's paper in VC text.
So where was it in chapter 22?
22, section 6.
All right. Is affordance any
But
kind of primary quality?
let me see. I think, basically, I think we should. You see how, no, you see at the beginning there it says introduced in lecture 5. Go to, like,
Yes.
lecture 5, section 5, the last section of lecture 5, because
Oh,
it's like in the paper, quantum like issues on, quantum like issues at the ecological scale. I think that's the paper. Like, lecture 5, section 5, and lecture 26, or lecture 22, section 6, are like in one paper. You know what I mean?
The Red Degrees of Freedom.
Yeah. The right. Is that the right one?
Let's see.
Scroll down. Yes. Okay. Yeah. This stuff about paperweight and stuff. So the page above this one is where you would start.
All right. So
Galileo. Finding the right degrees of freedom. Or yeah. Galileo. Here. The paragraph where he mentions Galileo.
All right. For
There.
the most part, science since Galileo has been comfortable with the notion of intrinsic property. On examining a substantial thing in the environment, say a stone, the scientist presumes that it has properties that are internal to it, traits that have nothing to do with how they will be observed and measured. When an intrinsic property of the stone has been isolated to satisfaction, it is represented in the scientific formalism by a concept, attribute, or a predicate. A predicate is something that is affirmed or denied of the substantial thing. Predication may be right or wrong, may serve a useful purpose, or be a hindrance. Keeping the distinction between a thing and its predicates, that is, between its substantial as contrasted with its formal properties, is essential to scientific progress. In the framework of classical mechanics, when we predicate mass of a stone, using the word predicate is now a transitive verb, we may intend to identify a substantial property intrinsic to the stone that is the same whenever and wherever the stone is observed. To predicate, quote, velocity of the stone when the stone is a projectile is slightly more complicated. The property in question is of a pair of substantial things, the moving stone and a reference frame. That is, the predicate velocity picks out a relational or mutual property. For Galileo and the census time, relational properties qualify along with intrinsic properties as primary properties under the following proviso. The property of any substantial thing A is expressed by, but not actualized in, its relation with another substantial thing B. If the actualized in clause prevails, then the property is secondary. Thus, to predicate velocity of the stone is to refer to a primary property, but to predicate gray of the stone is to refer to a secondary property.
It's important to note that Turvey is not like saying that the distinction between primary and secondary qualities is valid. Not at all.
Yeah,
And
no, I
we,
was.
we talked about this when we were doing the book club on lectures on perception. And it's a shame that we didn't record it because we went really into deep detail about like how much of an issue there's a Hume quote like a good Hume quote where he talks about how like much of a difficulty making the distinction between primary and secondary qualities actually was, and that it wasn't it's not given in perception, right?
Mhm.
It's not given in experience. It's totally like a basis like assumption. It's like a rationalist, kind of thing. And like I'm trying not to go into deep detail about it, but the major integration is that it's basically, it's the third grade of sense that Turvey talks about. He talks about the third grade of sense, in Cartesians, in the Cartesian view, right? So it's basically the third grade of sense, which is pure reason, right? We're accessing the Platonic world of forms or whatever, and then that's reality, reality. That's reality, and that's where we get the primary secondary quality distinction from, you know.
Got it.
And we made that whole integration. It's a shame we didn't record it, but I don't want to go into detail about it. Maybe we can rehash it another time.
All right.
It was really cool.
The stone's color is actualized in the stone's relation to a perceiver. Importantly, a stone enters into other relations not involving perceivers, in which a property of the stone, one might argue, is both expressed and actualized. For example, when a stone is placed on a pile of papers, we predicate paperweight of the stone. Primarily, when the stone is positioned at the foot of a door, we predicate doorstep of the stone. Prior to setting up the appropriate spatio-temporal relations between the stone and the pile of papers, and between the stone and the door, paperweightness and doorstepness are respectively potential properties of the stone. They become physically real only when the spatio-temporal relations are in place. It should be iterated that, from a conventional viewpoint, these relational properties of the stone might still qualify as objective properties, in that they are expressed in relation to non-living things. There are other relational properties of like kind, however, which do engage living things. For example, when a stone is grasped and brought down hard and repetitively on another object, we can predicate hammer of the stone. Similarly, when a stone is grasped and scraped across the surface of another object, we can predicate scraper of the stone. Patently, these predications implicate a perceiver actor, but is subjectively also implicated? Let's see. But is subjectivity also implicated? The
Yeah, that's
requirement.
an important point. Is subjectivity also implicated? You know, a perceiver actor is implicated, but does that mean that subjectivity is implicated? And
Mhm.
and that's also from quantum like issues on like I think that's from the same paper, or it might be from another paper from Turvey, the 2013 paper. If you have the collection on Turvey's papers, you can find it. The 2013 paper, ecological perspective on perception and action. What kind of science does that entail? I think that's the title. But
Mhm.
Science.
in both of those papers, I think he talks about this, right? But is subjectivity implied because a perceiver actor is implied? No. Uh, like he'll say, you know, a perceiver actor is implied, subjectivity is not implied. You know, objectivity is implied.
Mhm. Let's see. The requirement graspable for the stone to be a hammer or scraper means that a primary property of the stone, namely its size, must be commensurate with the same primary property of the perceiver actor's grasping system. Objectivity, not subjectivity, is implicated.
Mhm.
Con- let's see. Conceivably, there are many relational properties that a stone might have by virtue of its relation to either other objects or perceivers actors, but they are at best indefinite properties until a particular
And it's like
spatio-temporal.
if you read that paper, the 2013 paper, he talks about you know, like where toward, you know, like commensurability, you know, like where like commensurability here is really like what the key here, you know?
Hmm.
Like the perceiver actor, right, is in the same world as, right, and no less real than what's perceived,
Yes,
right?
which is like objectivity at its finest.
Hmm.
Um, like the inclusion of these observer is just as real as
Hmm.
the observed. Um, let's see. So, but they are at best indefinite properties until a particular spatiotemporal relation is affected. When that happens, one of the many potential relational properties of the stone is actualized without compromising the others. For example, when a stone becomes a hammer, it is still potentially a scraper, just as when an electron becomes an up electron, it is still potentially a down electron. We
That's
can
what he talked
imagine.
about all in like in the rest of lecture 5.
Mhm. Let's see. We can imagine that Galileo, Boyle, and Newton would have asked the following methodological question. In what settings do relational properties of the kind identified above arise in such a way that they could be of significance to the development of physical science? As highlighted in Lecture 4, physicists of the 20th century encountered phenomenon in relational settings that forced them to consider a possibility that would have been unthinkable to their 17th century predecessors. Nothing is real until it is measured. Oh boy.
Yeah, just
I.e.,
considering it, you know.
mhm. placed into a particular spatio-temporal relation with a meter or measurement device. If an object with
Right.
its primary properties of mass, position, and velocity is always in only one of its logically possible states, and all variables composing a state have determinate values at all times, whether measured or not, then
Logically
the
possible. That's a key phrase there.
because non-contradictory possible states.
No, if you know what that's referring to, like if you read the analytic synthetic dichotomy paper from Peikoff,
Yes.
logically possible in scare quotes, you know what I mean?
Mhm. But like even still, like just to import the more Binswangerian definition of logic, like this kind of just completely falls apart.
Mhm.
Um, let's see. Then the aforementioned possibility is unthinkable. What made that possibility thinkable were the discoveries and interpretations that constitute quantum mechanics, the pinnacle of 20th century physics. At this juncture, it is recommended that Lecture 4, Section 4.5 be revisited. It is also recommendable that you anticipate linking the themes of the present lecture to those that will be introduced much later in Lecture 22.
I forget what lecture section. I mean, section 4.5 was lecture 4, section 4.5.
Let me see.
Like you don't have to read it, but I
Yeah.
forget what it was.
Well, I was just gonna like graze over for a second to, yeah, non-locality.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
see. Yes.
And he
Well,
talks about impredicativity here. Like if
mhm.
he scroll down, he gets there's a figure there. I think there's not that figure. Not that one. Not that one. There we go. And this is where, like, around here, you see he talked about imprecativity.
Mhm. Let me see. I hear my name being called. I gotta go.
Really?
Yeah, I gotta go. I hear my name being called. It's pretty demanding. Yeah.
Well, go see what it's
Huh?
about.
Yeah, it's just that since I can't be in the room and eat at the same time, I have to finish up some of this stuff.
Well, you can come back?
I can't. That's the thing. They said that I can't eat in my
No, I'm
room.
saying like can you come back after you eat?
No, afterward, I'm gonna be having to do some other stuff. So I was kind of pushing past the time as much
Okay.
as I could. Um,
Okay. Okay. Do you think it would be like we should wait to continue, or do you think like it would be cool for me and Sakura to like continue the line that we were gonna go down, right?
yeah,
And,
no,
and
it's
like you can like watch it later, I guess.
yeah, no, it's fine. I'll just recap when I let the recording.
Right. And I don't know, you can like also like just take notes and like give your comments, right? Like
Yes.
while you're watching, you know?
Mhm.
Yeah. So I don't know, Sakura, you're down to do that?
Probably. I mean, I'll probably have to eat soon, but after that, I can come back. So we'll see how far we can get.
Yeah, okay. Because I still want to talk a lot about the affordances as dispositions and the ontology of dispositions and all of that stuff. Because there's a lot of cool stuff here that we should cover and we should record, and like we can talk about the recording later.
Mm. Well, all right, I gotta get going.
All right.
So yes,
All right, bye.
Damn.
Okay. Okay, Sakura. Now it's you, bro.
We're looking at lectures on
It's
perception.
back to you, bro. You're the fucking what's it called? You're the
I'm the designated reader.
the reader.
Designated cameraman, designated reader. What else, bro? Let me open up the book.
Okay, All right. So I guess since Stratino's not here, let's see where you guys are at on the disposition stuff. You know, Eddie, Sakura, Yi, if you want to talk, say anything about where you're at. Right, just like establish your context.
I've I've been studying on this side for a long while, so I'm just getting rusty. Dealing with a bunch of other stuff in real life, so I haven't focused on it that much. I don't think I'm a good source right now.
Okay, I mean, just like I mean, in this discussion, you've been in you've been in the VC this whole time. I mean,
Yeah,
because
listening
Stratino left,
partially, yeah.
Yeah, I
huh?
mean, I don't know what I could add, really.
It's not about like adding, you know. It's just about like just
During the
like
conversation, like giving us.
attending
Like, I
attending
understand
to
it.
your context, you know, like articulating because you guys haven't been fucking talking, you know. You got like
Well, yeah, that's because
uh
Stratino was hogging up all the time. But, um, I, like,
I mean, so you guys can start integrating, you know. This is the whole thing.
I mean, yeah, it just seems like the affordances as relations people, they just don't
Mhm.
have a lot of the principles. They're not they're like dropping all these principles, like that of like the ambient array and stuff like that. It's like
Yeah,
because in the
or they're
case
like
of
they're
the
neglecting it.
psychologists,
They're not taking it seriously. You know, they're missing the point.
yeah, they're just not taking the ambient array or thermodynamics as seriously, and so they can't even
Mhm.
explain how their theory even works without, running into all these problems of just like how do we even perceive these?
Right. I mean, they're basically now like it's basically they've thrown out the ecological approach, right? And so basically they're doing the whole cognitivist thing of just inventing shit to account for like the shit that you're bracketing out with your assumptions, the shit that you with your dualistic assumptions,
Mm-hmm.
you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And when the ecological approach is supposed to be a meta theoretical approach for determining the appropriateness of such theories, right? So you're not like basically violating Occam's razor, right?
Yeah. But yeah, where were you guys reading? Where did he stop?
Yeah, I mean, just what do you think about that? What I just said.
Um,
Eddie, what do you think
say,
about that?
say it again.
Uh, Sorry, man. I'm really just I'm there to kind of listen, but I'm really not focused.
Okay.
Yeah, so what I mean, yeah, like, if you get rid of all the useful context, I mean, it's basically just talking about the semi-diurnal tides again. Just like if you remove these important variables, you're gonna have to insert some fucking
Hmm.
magic.
Right.
And so that's what the affordances as dispositions people are doing is they're saying, hey, you've dropped all of this and now you're just inserting magic. So unless you can find a way to explain it without the magic, we're just not going to take you seriously.
It's
We're
like
just not
it's
going
not
to
even
entertain you.
traceable. It's like not even. It's like barely traceable back to like Gibson. Gibson, just like Gibson, bro. What would Gibson think, bro? you know, what would Gibson say to this shit, bro? He'd be rolling in his grave, bro. You get what I'm
I mean,
saying?
didn't Gibson disagree with a lot of the stuff at the time when he was alive?
It's like the purple perils, bro. The purple perils, like it's all about discussion and debating and all like debating the ideas, right?
Mm.
And like refining them, and it's like he would immediately see the fucking like the errors, like and what's leading them to do this shit,
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if you haven't read Gibson yet. Read some fucking Gibson. Read some of the Purple Parables, bro. read like some of the Purple Parables. Read Reasons for Realism, which is another collection of like similar essays. And like yeah like any of those books like any of his essays and stuff, you know, like his book is like very his book has some of that stuff, you know, right? But it's more like very focused, you know, very refined, you know, like and it is Purple Perils. You know, it's not so refined, you know. He's very like cutthroat, you know. He's very straight up about shit, you know.
Reasons for Realism?
Yeah,
Bro, I can never find any fucking audiobooks on this shit.
here I can.
Pissing
Well,
me
yeah, there's
off.
no audiobook in it, but you can just you can like have like Microsoft Edge, you know, read it aloud for you.
Bro, I hate text to speech. I'm with Stratino. I
No,
just want to be able to.
the text to speech is really good, bro. Like it's not robotic at all.
Mm,
You can choose actually like whatever voice. Like there's like tons of voices, like tons of different accents. It's always in English, so you can choose like a Nigerian person, you know, or something. An
Nigerian.
I like the Australian voices. I put reasons for realism and
That's not
oh
there.
no, I put it in the wrong one. I put it in chat. Here. Put it in VC
There's
text.
also if you want like text to speech on your phone, there's a free open source engine that I
No,
could
actually
do as a
Microsoft Edge
build.
is now on the App Store. You know?
Yeah.
Microsoft Edge is on the App Store or and you can download it and you can now listen aloud like any PDF you can have it read aloud. And you can also and Copilot uses Chat GPT 5. You can have it, you know, like you can ask it about the paper you're reading. Like while you're reading it. Like you can have a conversation literally with you know, Copilot about the paper you're reading.
Hmm.
Like not like text, like you can literally like have a conversation like you're talking on the phone, you know?
I see.
So I think it's pretty cool.
It's a cool technology. I just don't like Microsoft.
Wait, you said you can have a conversation with the AI that's reading it to you?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can have a conversation with the AI like while you're reading it. Like you can have about the paper that you're reading, you know?
Oh,
You can just like with Copilot.
okay.
I've seen some flat earthers use that to debate. Like,
Okay. So
But
what are
yeah,
we
we were
doing
gonna
next?
talk about we're gonna read lecture 22, section 6, and then after that, I would say let's just dive right into Turvey's paper on prospective control and you know the ontology of affordances.
Where would I find that? Because I'm where Stratino was right now.
Yeah, go to lecture
Prospective
22,
control.
section 6. On the top left, you can like you can bring out the bar.
oh, shit.
It's in part 3. It's in part 3. Section 6.
This one.
Yeah.
Oh. Is affordance a new kind of primary quality? This is an apposite occasion to revisit notions introduced in Lecture 5. Given a gray stone, one can predicate length of the stone in relation to a ruler and weight of the stone in relation to a balance. Both the ruler and the balance are like the gray stone. They are also objects of some kind. Length and weight are said to be primary qualities, although length and weight are expressed in relation to another object. Each quality is deemed to be an inherent property of the gray stone. We can define a primary quality, P, such as length or weight, as follows. Predication relative to some other thing, such as a ruler or a balance. Oh. What? Salad. Salad.
Salad.
Sorry about that. Where was I? Quality P such as length or weight as follows. Predication relative to some other thing, such as a ruler or a balance. It is P if and only if the predicated property is expressed by its relation to the other thing, but does not inhere in the other thing or in the relation. Classically, the quality P does not apply to the stone's color. The conventional understanding is that color inheres in an observer, an animal endowed with color vision. Classically, gray is a dimension of consciousness.
And this is like, oh, bro, remember? I don't know if we got into this. Like, uh, he Rosen, he talks about this around the like argument we were going over. You know, he talks about how I'm just like I'm making an integration now. What is Turvey doing here? I think I know what he's doing here, right? With like over the history, right? Like over the ages or whatever, where we keep basically redefining what a primary quality is, right? We keep like having to add like various provisos,
Hmm.
You get what I'm saying? Like expand what it is, right? And then Rosen, he makes this argument. It's such a fucking awesome argument, bro. uh oh shit, sorry Kobe. Gummy. I almost just stepped on my cat and he almost just fucking attacked me for it. Okay. Yeah. Go in essays on life itself. Do you not have it?
Swear I have to have.
How dare you not have a organization of a library on your computer where you have everything accessible on demand?
No, because we were looking at this earlier.
I don't think I have it now.
Yeah, I put it in VC text. I think you might also be able to find it like if you search in my organism environment system note, if you search porous in there, they'll also search this in essays on life itself. Porous, Porous.
What am I looking at?
I think it's in that one. Or you might have to do Omni search.
What am I searching in life itself?
Porous, Porous.
Oh, porous. The more porous
Right.
the partition itself seems to become.
Yeah. You might also want to search for where I put that in my notes. I mean, I just basically copy and pasted from Rosen.
Which note? Organism environment?
I think so, but you might have to do an Omni search because I might have put it in a different one.
Interacting with a porous material. Oh no, it is an organism environment. In simplest terms, the measurement problem requires a partition to be drawn between an observer and what he chooses to observe, so that everything objective, i.e. all the physics, falls to one side of the partition. The trouble is in getting the measurement process itself into that objective side. That partition has been most extensively and most urgently discussed in the context of quantum theory, and that from its earliest days, that continuing discussion has been, to say the least, inconclusive.
And this is entirely related to our discussion about the epistemic cut, right? Yeah, you know what I mean? Our discussion about the epistemic cut and our discussion of, uh what was it? Like dividing the world and based off of satisfying a property or not, dividing the world in two,
Right, the Kantian, there was because all the physics, I think, is like the Kantian cut.
Right.
But several things have emerged from it, which bear on our present considerations. One, whether partition between system and observer is drawn is entirely arbitrary.
And this is
Two, whether
very
partition is
essential
drawn.
to this is essential to basically, like the riddles like about like Maxwell's demons, Maxwell demons and stuff like that. Like you can probably search for that in my notes because I have notes on that. You know, uh and Patty talks about this and all that, right? It basically, like how you have to distinguish between entropy and information, right? Like it forces you to distinguish, it's basically, it looks like a violation of the second law because inside the formalism, right, you can't see any outside, right, and the measurement is unentailed, right? The Maxwell's demon who's selecting, right, who's drawing the line, basically, right? The Maxwell demon who's drawing the line, right? That measurement is unentailed, right? So it looks like a violation of the second law until there's this guy Norton. I forget his first name. Norton. He has a bunch of papers on this Maxwell's demons, right? And on this, right? And like it's a huge problem in computation, like in computational engineering and or just like the theory around computational engineering, It's a huge problem, right? And basically, Norton's solution is basically saying, well, the measurement process, right, is obviously dissipating energy. I mean, it's dissipating, like it's producing entropy. You know what I mean? We just can't see it from the from like the inside the cut. You know what I mean? On the other side of the cut, it's hidden by the cut. Remember? We went all into that, right? It's hidden by the cut. But there's a huge like integration there, I think. And that's all in my notes. I don't know if you want to get into that, but
Okay, so
yeah, what Rosen says about the porous, like how it gets more porous, right? When we admit, the more we admit to the objective side, the more we widen our view of what a primary quality is, right? This is exactly what Turvey's doing. He's doing exactly like he's showing what Rosen is describing. And I think he's doing it. I think he's doing it on purpose.
right.
I definitely think he's doing it on purpose. But read what Rosen says.
What, this part? We did.
Yeah, no, you didn't finish it. You didn't finish it.
Oh. Whatever the partition is drawn, it always seems to leave some physics, i.e. something public or objective, on the wrong side of it. And 3, the more we admit into the objective or public side, the more porous the partition itself seems to become. Concern with the measurement problem was, for instance, a central theme of von Neumann's 1955 early monograph on quantum theory, so much so that at least a third of its pages are devoted to it. The root of the problem, of course, lay in the fact that at the quantum level, observation apparently had to be invoked to account for the result of observation. This immediately flies in the face of objectivity itself, where, as we have seen,
As objectivity, like he says earlier that objectivity was considered to mean context independent.
right. So on
Context
their own
independence.
view, it would fly in the face.
All right, but continue. It would fly in the face of what, objectivity
Fly
as
in the
context
face,
independence.
objectivity itself. Whereas we have seen something is to be counted as objective only if it is causally independent of observation. I said it right there. If observing something answers no question about why it is what it is, at the very least, measurement appears to invoke a causal flow from the whole system, from a whole system plus observer to a part system alone, which, as we noted earlier, is stoutly denied objective status. Let us briefly consider von Neumann's treatment of these matters, because they are directly pertinent, and because they have provided the basis for many subsequent discussions. First, as to the necessity.
Yeah, but
These words are so
von
small. I
Neumann,
need to zoom in.
von Neumann is also the basis of like Patty's discussions like a lot in his like work a lot, and also Norton's stuff too.
First, as to the necessity to make some partition between the observer and the observed, between the objective and the subjective. It is inherently entirely correct the measurement of the related process of the subjective perception as a new entity relative
And
to the
remember,
classical
the
environment.
epistemic cut is necessary. Remember, it's necessary for getting a symbolic result, right? Which is necessary, what you need for to basically input into formalisms.
Or the related process of the subjective perception is a new entity relative to the physical environment, and it is not reducible to the latter. Indeed, subjective perception leads us into the intellectual inner life of the individual, which is extra observable by its very nature. Then he goes on to say, we must always divide the world into two parts, the one being the observed system, the other the observer. The boundary between the two is arbitrary to a very large extent. This boundary can be pushed arbitrarily deeply into the interior of the body of the actual observer. But this
And
does not change the fact.
Patsy also discusses this. It's arbitrary. The epistemic where the epistemic cut is placed. It's completely arbitrary. And it's just like, you know, you just have to make one. Like it's just that Maxwell's demon. Schrodinger's cat. It forces you to make the epistemic cut. And Patsy talks all about this. And I don't know if I linked before the book by like you can like this general book by like a collection of Patsy's uh like essays, like most important essays. So you can like search for the key terms that I'm bringing up here,
Well, yeah,
like Maxwell's
it's
demon
pretty
and stuff.
arbitrary. I mean, it's pretty arbitrary because as we've said before, these kind of cuts are really just assumptions. It's not really based on anything real.
But
And
yeah,
so,
but they're still it's still like most of the money and resources in physics is spent to like create measurement devices that like make the epistemic cut like very 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 like clean and precise. You get what I mean? Like computers, they do a very very good job at like just keeping the epistemic cut, like where it is.
what do you mean?
Where it's defined,
Are you
because
saying computers
computers they
can't cut it?
need a computers serve to like to make the epistemic cut, to do the epistemic cut. Like we establish an epistemic cut by creating things such as computers. You know what I mean? And Patsy talks all about this. I'm just like, I'm giving a summary, you know, of what he
I
talks
mean, I don't
about.
know, because whenever you talk about computers, you're like, oh yeah, we have these formalisms that we need to
Right,
spell
right.
out, and so we had computers for that.
Are you
Well,
basically just saying that
computers
computers
they
operate?
require a formal description, right? Because the outputs, right, of the computations, right, they have to be fully determined by the rules that are fixed in advance. They can't be determined by anything else but the rules, right? So you need a purely formal description that's totally independent of any material or dynamical details, you know? That's what you need for computation.
I see.
And you establish that with the epistemic cut, remember, because all those details are hidden behind the epistemic cut. And we
So
talked all
computers
about this, remember?
operate in the epistemic cut.
They operate in the symbolic mode. Remember? We were talking about the symbolic and the dynamical modes.
And like the misunderstanding comes from the fact that they just think humans are like that. Or whatever.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about there. Like, but like, I don't know. I made the point. Yeah, I was making the point. Right. Go to Patsy. Like for everything I said, it was a summary of what Patsy explains in very great detail. And I linked Patsy's book, Laws, Language, Life. And like it's like a collection of his essays. You can control F for all like key terms I was just talking about. Here's also a collection of Patsy's works, and there's also a folder here in this one of Norton's papers too, because I put Norton's papers in here too. So you can see I was talking about Norton. You can see his papers in there too.
Everyone's leaving, man.
But yeah, when you're going over the recording, you know, when you guys are going over the recording, reference that, right? Because that's what I'm referencing, what I'm saying. So back to what Rosen is saying.
Von Neumann, following Bohr in this, invokes
And
the
also
necessity
we're
of
also
such a
referencing.
position.
Yeah, sorry. Uh, go start again, right? But we're also referencing the previous stream we did. You know, the I forget how long it was. You know, the previous one we did. So go look at that. Right, all the discussion we had there about the epistemic cut, like Patsy's necessary epistemic cut, like between symbolic and dynamic descriptions.
Oh,
Yeah,
oh, okay, I understand. I thought you were saying that computers are like obsolete or something like that. So,
no.
never mind. Von
No,
Neumann,
it's
following Bohr.
exactly what we were talking about. We already talked about all this, remember?
Well, yeah, but you just described it in a different way that like time before, so
Yeah.
I was kind of confused.
Yeah. I mean, it's all connected here. What this is what Rosen is talking about. Rosen is talking about Patsy's epistemic cut, which he got from von Neumann, right?
Von Neumann, following Bohr in this, invokes the necessity for such a partition to justify a dualism mandated by quantum theory itself to deal with the measurement process, namely a quantum theoretic system.
Wait, I don't. Did you
Will
finish the quote? I talked over you while you were saying the quote, so I told you to like start again. You know?
I think I
Yeah.
did.
The
Seems like I
boundary is
wanted to keep
arbitrary.
going.
Yeah, the boundary between the two is
Between the
arbitrary
two is
to a very
arbitrary
large
to a very
extent.
large extent. This boundary can
Yeah.
be pushed arbitrarily deeply into the interior of the body of the actual observer, but this does not change the fact that in each method of description, the boundary must be put somewhere, if the method is not to proceed vexatiously.
vacuously.
Vacuously.
Yeah. Basically, I reference Patty here because Patty really concretizes this well with Schrodinger's cat and Maxwell's demon, and Norton concretizes it well with Maxwell's demon even more than Patty does. But it's a great way to concretize exactly what von Neumann is talking about here, what Patty's talking about here, what Rosen's talking about here. You need like how it can be arbitrarily pushed, right? Exactly what he's talking about here, right? It can be arbitrarily pushed deeply into the interior of the body of the actual observer, right? But this does not change the fact that each method of description, the boundary must be put somewhere, right? Maxwell's demon and Schrodinger's cat, like these are examples of these are instances that basically these are just measurement problems, right? They're forcing you to make the epistemic cut, right? And
Okay.
right, so and Patsy, he really concretizes this with Schrodinger's cat, how it can be like literally over the history, right? All like you had all these different theories that placed the epistemic cut at all these different places, right? And derived completely different like like a bunch of different implications,
Right.
like just from the Schrodinger's cat example, right?
Okay.
So it's not like that very like it concretizes well, why it's like arbitrary, the distinction, right?
All right, I have to go. Unfortunately.
For real?
Yeah.
I mean, bro, like you have to go for real, bro. We didn't even finish it.
Huh? Finish what?
We didn't even finish
At least
reading.
one
What,
on this
what,
for
what
like
were we reading?
When? I don't know.
What do you mean?
Whenever freaking
Like where
whenever
you
we
where
can
you
get
going?
back.
Where are
What?
you going, bro?
Bro, I'm going to eat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you just said like I'm going out of nowhere, bro. I was like, what?
Yeah, I'm going to go eat.
Yeah, so I mean, when you come back, we're gonna continue, right? Yeah.
I guess. I'm very tired.
I mean, are you gonna leave it recording?
Yeah, I can leave a recording for you if you want.
I mean, I don't know. Eddie's pretty tired. I don't think he's gonna be the designated reader.
I gotta make some food too. I need to-
Yeah, I feel you. But like, when you come back, like, let's continue where we left off.
I mean, yeah, we can continue for a little bit. I'd say, yeah.
Yeah. Just to like finish what we, like where we left off. You know what I mean? At least.
All right. I'll be back.
All right. Damn, bro, that shit was quick, bro. What did you do?
I ate, bro.
He was scarfing that shit down, bro, to get back to the discussion.
I was like, blah, 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 blah. That's exactly what I did.
Let's see. Let's see.
Let's see if anyone joins.
Right. We're back. Yeah, so basically, you can just cut out that whole part, right? And just like, yeah, we're
Yeah.
back. And then we're just gonna continue where we left off,
I'll even make it fancy. I'll like,
Getting
I'll like,
here or
we'll
your
start reading
reference.
again. We'll start reading again, and then I'll just like connect the before we took a break to after, and it'll look seamless.
Okay.
I lost where we were.
Yeah, we were just like we were right there. Basically, we were still reading von Neumann's quote, I think. Or no, we finished von
No,
Neumann's quote.
we got to go off
We
that.
finished the quote, and that's it,
Von
right? But
Neumann.
basically, the whole point of this is that this is what Turvey's doing, right? What we're gonna get into.
Newman.
Yes, it says von
Right.
Neumann.
What were you gonna say? Sorry.
No, I'm just reminding like that this is the whole point is like this is what Turvey's doing here, you know, like the conclusion where like the partition becomes more porous, you know, the more we admit to the objective side, right?
Hmm.
But let's continue here. And that's the point there, remember. We describe if we the more details, the more dynamical details, like I mean we describe it in all like we can describe the measurement process and all these material and dynamical details, right? And you won't be able to see a symbol anywhere there. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
In any of that dynamic or material description, right? You need to make an epistemic cut.
Von Neumann, following Bohr in this, invokes the necessity for such a partition to justify a dualism mandated by quantum theory itself to deal with the measurement process.
Right.
Namely, a quantum theoretic system will behave causally as long as it is not being observed, but non-causally, i.e., statistically otherwise, the causal aspect is embodied in, say, the system's own Schrödinger equation governing autonomous change of state. But this equation no longer holds when change of state arises from non-autonomous interactions, e.g., with measuring instruments. These latter create dispersions, irreversibilities, and dissipations, which have
Right.
no classical counterparts, and which make the state of the system a much more problematic concept in terms of its causal content, i.e., the why questions it can answer.
And the
Then
necessary
it was
really anybody watching the our last discussion is necessary is like necessary context really because we discussed all of this stuff like in different terms, right? But we discussed all of this stuff how like the the time symmetric like the rate independent equations, right? Of you know like quantum mechanics and classical mechanics, right? It's like it's just equilibrium reversibility, right? There's no irreversibility. There's no you can't account for the measurement process, right? The measurement process can't even become an existent in this formalized world, right? That quantum mechanics and the quantum mechanics formalism, the classical mechanics formalisms, like they can only describe what goes on in the formalized world, the formalized universe, right? And their formalism. And that's why you need the epistemic cut, right? You need the epistemic cut to get the symbols that you input to the dynamical equations, to the formal equations of motion, right? That are basically how the whole fucking formalism works.
right.
You needed to get the initial conditions, you know? Which is just a purely formal object. Remember, it's not actually you know any like material or dynamical like dimensions to it. There's no spatial temporal dimensions to it. It's just purely formal description, right? Just like a tick on the wall, you know, like a it's just it represents whatever you it's totally arbitrary what it represents. There's no necessary relation to what it represents, what you're counting with that, right? It's just you have to have independent knowledge of what you're counting with that in order to connect it to that. You have to have an independent means of accessing that knowledge, right? You know, you have to like it's like perception of the world. You know what I mean? What the system under study. You know what I mean? And then you
But
connect
it
that
doesn't
to the count. You know, to
exist
the
in a
count.
vacuum.
Right. I mean, it doesn't. Remember, we talked about all of this, right? I'm just reminding, like I'm just like referring back to it, right? So the you guys can use key terms to like search the transcript, right, to find where we talked about this in the previous like streams or whatever, right, on Sakura's channel?
I gotta start
Because
putting.
we've talked all about this.
I gotta start putting channel recommendation things that you
Yeah,
recommend
yeah.
for the
You
first time.
like you can probably edit the video and like put a timestamp link or whatever to the
I'll
where
have
we
to start
talked
putting
about
more
this.
work in.
Yeah,
Um,
but yeah, it's necessary context for what we're talking about here. It's like you see the integrations, right? You see the connections, right, Sakura? Because we talked all about this. You see, basically talking about exactly what we were talking about before.
just fucking hit my elbow. Sorry, what were you saying?
I said you can see like the connections, right? It's exactly what we were talking about before. Like when we were
Yeah,
discussing this.
with the formalisms and the computer and all that stuff. It's like
And
it
Patsy's
the
epistemic cut.
syntax, yeah, like the syntax relies on
On.
something beyond itself, which is the specification.
Okay, yeah, you can continue. All right, this is all like it's very reminiscent, right?
Actually, von Neumann's primary concern is to affirm quantum theory by denying causality. That's a bad idea. Relegating
Yeah.
it to the
Well, there is
status
no
of a simple
causality.
macroscopic
There's no
procedure.
there can be no reference to causality in the formalism. So
Mhm.
it's just indeterminacy and indeterminacy like determined by the rules, you know?
The position of causality in modern physics can therefore be characterized as follows. In the macroscopic case, there is no experiment which supports it, and none can be devised, because the apparent causal order of the world in the large has certainly no other cause than the law of large numbers, and it is completely independent or whether the natural laws governing the elementary processes are causal or not. The question of causality could be put to a true test only in the atom, in the elementary processes themselves, and here everything in the present state of our knowledge militates against it. We may still say that there is at present no occasion and no reason to speak of causality in nature, because no experiment indicates its presence, since the macroscopic or unsuitable in principle, and quantum mechanics contradicts it. I mean, has he not fucking looked around? Not fucking seen this
Yeah,
around?
remember we were talking about quantum mechanics realists?
So those people think that quantum mechanics is like as essential as, say, like thermodynamics.
Yeah, they privilege the quantum scale or whatever, the quantum mechanics formalism, right? The time reversible equations of you know, the time reversible equations of like quantum mechanics, right? That we talked about. They privilege that as like that's reality, right? But then you just treat you have to treat all irreversibility, right? Which is essential for
Illusory.
measurement. Yeah, as illusory, as unreal. But yeah, no formalism, no formal description can exhaust reality.
I mean, it really is like the Parmenidean cut. It's such a good example of just the rationalist trap. It's such a good
Mhm.
example of it. It's like, oh, I have this belief, and I need to like fucking deny everything that goes against it. Oh, what's that? You know, yeah, I think you said it in your notes, like sailing around the Earth. That's impossible. It's not possible. Like, as we have seen, the cost of these sweeping assertions is to force the observer, i.e., the subjective, to intrude into the objective world. And indeed, in a way which makes the intrusion itself objective. We are thus mandated to do precisely the thing which objectivity denies, namely to involve the subjective observer.
Remember, we
for what is
we
observed.
are the reason why some physics is always left on the other side of the cut, right? Or on the quote unquote wrong side, right?
Yeah, it's
Is because
we have the energy conversion, right? We
well,
have
yeah,
some sort of
it means an extrinsic measurement, right? We talked about this, how the result extrinsic measurement, right? It can be like the measurement itself can never be described under the same physics as the symbolic result, right? Because then you lose the symbolic result, and it's like so you can't have a description of the measurement process, right? You have to exclude the measurement process, right? And that's why it always seems that there's always some physics left on the quote unquote wrong side of the cut, right? Because you're literally leaving out the measurement process, which the entire formalism depends on. You know what I mean? Like Maxwell's demon, right?
Yeah, because I mean, you really have no choice but to observe the like the conversion and the like where the energy is coming
Right.
from.
It's just the
and out
problem
of.
that
You can't
it's just
ignore it.
the problem. It's just from the symbolic mode, right? From within the symbolic mode, we just can't we can't get out of it by any purely like internal syntactic means, right? We have to literally just step outside of it, just completely actually like ignore it. You know what I mean? Get rid of it.
Yeah.
Like we can't even start there, because once we start there, it seems that semantics is arbitrary. It seems that the world is non-existent. There's no outside.
Yeah.
Oh shit! There's no outside the formalism, right? There's no way to establish that anything outside exists from inside the formalism. You know, that's where the real problem is, and they it's like they step inside to the symbolic mode and forget that they stepped inside of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you
It's
have
almost
to.
like
I mean, it's
it's
literally
like they've stepped into it and they don't know how to get out of it. But it's quite simple,
because they
really.
like literally like the whole point of the epistemic cut is forgetting the dynamics that produce and maintain the symbolic description.
Yeah,
It's
it's
literally
just
the whole point is ignoring it, hiding it behind the epistemic cut. You know what I mean? So they literally they have to basically forget. You know what I mean? But that's just like when you're tending to the symbols, you know? But when you have to attend to symbol meaning, you have to tend to more than the symbols, right?
and I mean, yeah, and it becomes much easier whenever you don't privilege it, because we can step in and out of it whenever we want. It's not taken as
Right.
privileged in any way.
Right. I mean, impredicativity is what gives you, a bridge out of the formalism,
Yeah.
Not so
As we
much
have seen,
because the bridge inside to get into the formalism comes from impredicativity. So you just have to just boom, you're done with the predicative direction, right? You're just done. You're just like you have to just fucking erase all of that basically and get back to impredicativity. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Not from not from the predicative direction. You can't get impredicativity is not just big impredicative. It's not just big predicatives, right? It's not just like a large amount of predicativities, right? You know what I mean? You have to completely exit the symbolic mode. Not by means you can't do so by any means inside of the symbolic mode, internal to the symbolic mode.
All right.
Yeah.
Continuing on. As we've seen, the cost of these, or where do we go to? I don't know.
Did we read that whole Oh yeah, we did. Yeah. Quantum mechanics contradicts it. Yeah, quantum mechanics realism. We talked about that.
That is the boundary between subjective and objective has become porous.
What?
It is
Oh,
equally
you
clear.
kind of skipped a little bit. Okay, yeah, the intrude. Yeah, okay, yeah. Okay, let's go over this again. As we have seen, the cost of these sweeping assertions is to force the observer, the
i.e.
quote
the
the quote
subjective,
unquote subjective, right? To
to
intrude into
intrude
the
into the objective world, and indeed in a way
objective
which makes the intrusion itself
side,
objective.
right. There's a partition, right?
You lagged out
You
there.
know,
What'd you say?
so sorry, yeah, the objective side of the partition, the subjective side of the partition, right? And remember, the partition's arbitrary. So we're gonna see what happens when, because this is necessary, right? We need the measurement process, right, to even get the symbolic result, right? So the measurement process, it intrudes, right?
Mm-hmm.
We have to we have to widen our view of what is objective in order to account for it. You know what I mean? So like we saw how Turvey was getting it. We'll get back into how Turvey was doing this, right? Let's keep going.
We are thus mandated to do precisely the thing which objectivity denies, namely to involve the subjective observer in accounting for what is observed. That is, the boundary between subjective and objective has become porous. And it is equally clear that the more we try to include on the objective side of our boundary, i.e., the more microscopic a view we take, and the more of the body of the observer we include in it, the more porous it gets, the less of a separation it actually makes. The real
Right, and we
problem
talked
lies
about
in
that.
trying to tie objectivity
Right, we
irrevocably.
talked about that, right? The how the material description of the measurement process loses the symbolic description.
Right, we have to omit.
Mhm. And we talked about
Certain
how
facts.
all of that works, how all of that is done in the previous uh in the previous stream or whatever.
Yeah, basically we would just have to take in a ruler or yardstick to say like a beach store. It would just you would be losing some of that
Mhm.
dimension,
Per the
but
second law.
just be omitting some of it.
Per the second law, you would lose information. We talked about that.
The real problem lies in trying to tie objectivity irrevocably to a puritative notion of state and thereby restricting causality to pertain only to A, the determination of observables, and B, the determination of state transitions by state. In fact, causality in the original Aristotelian sense means much more than this. Accordingly, we shall argue that any science which mandates this, including quantum theory, must be a very special science. In particular, it will have its own version of the measurement problem, or of the life organism problem, or the mind brain problem. My voice is fucking up.
And we talked about this again. We make the epistemic cut, and then there's the problem, right? When if we elevate it to an ontological dualism, right? And then there's the problem: how do we bridge the epistemic cut?
Mhm.
When it's not meant to be bridged.
Of course, in the above few pages, we can hardly do justice to the ramifications of the measurement problem for Survey C. Wheeler and Ulrich, 1983. And this is, are we doing this one as well?
Huh? Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you want to keep going here. There's a bit of stuff here, you know. Yeah. I think we should keep going.
Cognitive anomalies in mathematics. The domain of mathematics lies entirely within the inner private subjective world. Ironically, however, that domain is also considered the most objective of realms, from at least the time of Pythagoras. mathematical truth was the best truth, independent not only of the mathematician, but of the external world itself.
Maybe
The
just
culmination
like
of this,
skim through it. Just like scroll and skim through it. Like go through it just quickly yourself, you know, because then so
I
we don't get
mean,
off track. Right?
this looks like
It's
what we
like
already talked about.
yeah, but I think like I don't know if there was another point there about the partition. Um,
We can look at more. Partition.
yeah,
Some partition between observer and observed. Okay, we were here.
right. There's this
Some
stuff about
between
the partition
that,
between yeah.
and then there's
There's there's that stuff about the partition between observer and observed, right? And then there's also fuck the partition between trying drawing a line between syntax and semantics, trying to do that, right? This is very very important, right? Because we talked about how difficult it actually is to draw a line between syntax and semantics in the natural world, right? And it requires actually a very complex process, right? Which establishes the epistemic cut, right? The measurement process. We have to like most of the money and resources in physics is spent to create measurement devices and computers to do this, to make the distinction, right? To literally embody the distinction between syntax and semantics.
Yeah, I mean, I think once we stop privileging scales, like, the whole syntax and semantics things, it becomes solved, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like, once you just view syntax as, just this, like, thing that we haven't started at in the primary, right? It's just like a consequence of some of the formalisms that we have. And
Of losing
changing them.
information. It's literally a consequence of losing, like selectively ignoring information, right?
What do you mean? In what sense? I guess I should say.
In the sense that we're selectively suppressing like the material and dynamical details, right? Like below a certain threshold, such that we can ignore them and just give it a purely formal description.
To basically store information, or
To get symbols, to get syntax. I mean, to separate syntax from semantics, right? To separate syntax from semantics. I mean, in natural language, you can't really draw a line, right? There's no like the line is arbitrary, right? Wherever you draw it, right? And the more you include, right, the more porous it becomes, right? But look at search like Control F for like drawing a line. Oh yeah, yeah. Here he says so that everything objective, all the physics. You want to read this part too. I don't know if you did you read this part? In the simplest terms, the measurement problem requires a partition to be drawn between another.
I don't know. It looks like he's
Yeah,
going
remember
too
that
close to the text.
right above here is Rosen's argument, right? Remember Rosen's argument about the impredicativity is the only alternative? Well, like his argument starts here. Yeah, his argument kind of starts here, and then but the whole argument like about impredicativity is the only alternative is like given below, I think. Or it might have been given there. It's given in the same chapter.
I mean, we've
But
already explored that. So.
yeah, okay. So it requires a partition to be drawn. That paragraph is important. Where basically all the physics, right? What's objective? All the physics falls on one side of the partition, right? What are you doing? Yeah.
In
Between
simplest terms,
the measurement problem. Remember what measurement problems are, right? It's like Maxwell's demon. It's like Schrodinger's cat. It forces you to make epistemic cut between symbols and dynamics. A symbolic description and dynamical description. Which has completely incompatible epistemic assumptions, right? And completely different basically metrics, right? Tools for measuring uh symbols and dynamics, right?
Hmm.
And we talked all about that as well.
In simplest terms, the measurement problem requires a partition to be drawn between an observer and what he observes, so that everything objective, i.e., all the physics, falls to one side of the partition. The trouble is in getting the measurement process itself as an event in the material world into that objective side. Physics, as we have noted, requires an unwritten law of nature that the presumed objective side with which it claims to exclusively deal
Contemporary physics, syntactical physics,
be entirely predicative, purely syntactic, formalizable. But measurement processes or feature extractions lead either to infinite regresses or to impredicativity somewhere, right? This is where you
Remember I quoted that. I quoted that specific sentence in my explanation of his argument. Measurement processes or feature extractions lead either to infinite regresses or impredicativities somewhere. And we gave that whole argument for that claim.
The presumed partition, which absolutely separates objective physical reality from a subjective observer, has to be drawn so that the requisite impredicativities fall outside the objective part and hence are put entirely into the observer.
And you see, it's
Indeed,
kind of like a
presumed
reversal of the. It's kind of a reversal of the truth, right? Like the objective is considered to be the syntactic, and the subjective is considered to be the semantic, right? You know what I mean?
Mm.
And it's like,
Right, and it's
like
actually the other way around.
yeah. But why is it like that? Why is that mistake so common? It's because from inside the symbolic mode, there is no necessary relation from symbols to what they are made to represent, what the reference they're endowed with, right? There's no necessary relation. It's completely arbitrary, right? It's completely equivocal, right? They have no reference, right? That's the whole point. They have no reference. They're stripped of reference, so such that we can add, any referenced, right?
Mm.
But basically, right? That's why, like I noted this. I remember I noted this in my notes that we were going over it, right? And we discussed it. But from the symbolic side of the epistemic cut, right? You just I mean, it looks arbitrary, you know what I mean? Because there is no necessary relation to semantics, right?
Mhm.
You get what I'm saying? So that's why that reversal is so common.
So the syntax
They're
looks
they're they're
arbitrary,
seeing it.
so they're making it objective.
Search in the organism environment system note. Search extraneous subjectivities.
The failure of formalizability reside ultimately in a passion for pure syntax, the complete exclusion of semantic aspects. Indeed, these latter are rejected as extraneous subjectivities. The driving idea of formalization is that semantics can always be replaced by more syntax.
Is that the one? I think is that the only one? No, there's multiple. So find the one with the it's the completed paragraph.
Oh.
Yeah. No, not that one. Is that the yeah? That's the completed paragraph. The first one. There.
Strenuous. Okay. One of the great discoveries of the foundation of logic and mathematics was that
We don't have to read the whole
precision-
paragraph. Sorry, just look at the part where I say that because I explain from the side of syntactics or whatever.
Price for this, or rather, what was actually seen as most beneficial.
Yeah, it's the sentence before that. So I mean, it's the sentence before that. Maybe the sentence before that as well. You know. Yeah, the
Maybe
idea
just need to
behind.
go to the top.
No, it's right there. The idea behind seeking such a formalized universe. Yeah. We read this whole paragraph already in the other stream. So I just want to remind you of this.
The idea behind seeking such a formalized universe is that all entailment is then restricted to what syntactics can already do alone. Nothing semantic is required in them or of them. And so, by asserting that it is thus always possible to replace semantics meanings with more syntactics, it tells us that logically no information is lost in the process of formalization, viz., where any inference involving semantic processes a purely syntactical image in the formalization, hence why semantics tends to be viewed as arbitrary or non-objective rather than syntax. But, and this is very crucial, it is only viewed as such from the perspective of syntax, which is to already stand arbitrarily or in no necessary relation to syntactics. The price for this, or rather what was actually seen as more beneficial by its proponents, however, is precisely that of giving up on meaning or aboutness entirely. That is, any and all semantics.
I think you said syntactics, and no necessary relation to semantics.
Where?
I think you said syntactics instead of semantics. I don't know why.
No necessary relation to semantics. The price for this, or rather what was actually seen as most beneficial by its proponents, however, is precisely that of giving up on meaning, or aboutness entirely. That is, any and all semantics were to be seen as illusory in themselves, or mere extraneous subjectivities to be removed. Thus, without changing anything, i.e., leaving nothing but syntactics, implying that all we need to do is get above some threshold, i.e., add more syntactic elements and more syntactic rules for manipulating them, and every property will appear, including what seem to be semantic ones. On the other hand, experience has shown that the resultant lists or algorithms either turn out to be infinitely long, which is unacceptable, or else must turn back on themselves, which is also unacceptable. Viz., you either end up stuck with an infinite regress with semantics always out of reach, or else emit some impredicativities, which are inherently non-formalizable. To actually ground semantic content, more on this later. Since formalization is only possible for what can be effectively constructed, i.e., artificially fixed in advance, in such a manner, without going into details yet, we can see already this machine-like character of this kind of constructible universe, see rows on constructability. Once thus formalized, all of what goes on inside of formalism is mechanical, i.e., proceeds only by strict implication from some pre-established structure, fixed in advance, such that it does not depend in any way on the operation of the mechanism itself. See box 2.2. The thing machine can do just as well. Hence, side by side with the enshrinement of syntactics, there has grown a corresponding emphasis on the machine and on the processes that a machine can execute.
Yeah, I think we're done with the quote. We already read this whole paragraph in the other lecture, and we expanded on it with a bunch of other stuff, and like other paragraphs, like explaining how like extrinsic measurement works with like an extraneous template or whatever, or externally nominated geometry, right? Fixed in advance, all that stuff. Yeah, like we discussed Rosen's whole argument about that. I don't want to get into it again,
Yeah.
right? So, but you just to remind you on that point, right? Because you were like confused about it. You didn't remember.
All right.
That from the side of the symbolic mode, it's arbitrary. That's why it's like that's why the reversal happens, right? That's why they treat the symbolic side as the objective,
Right, because it looks as if it has no relation to semantics. And so they're like, well, that must be the really real thing.
Right.
That must be how we actually get meaning, because we can extract the semantics out of it. Who joined? Z-Man.
Well, it's more that it's viewed as objective because it doesn't change with like context. It's not context dependent, right? Like semantics,
Yeah.
it doesn't. And like it's because there's an arbitrary relation between syntactics and semantics, right? Completely arbitrary. And so it's going to be the case that it when you're in the symbolic mode, right? That it's going to look like semantics is arbitrary. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, another example is, those deduction of particulars from a definition. Again, it's like we have the criteria independent of context that we're checking off.
Right.
And that's like
Yes.
another purely syntactic way of going about, I guess, a world of context, really, like there's
Right.
context.
I mean, you're basically stripping it of context. And once you destroy context, you don't just get like the objective like residue or whatever, what's like really real, you just all you do is just you destroy anything that like any properties and behaviors of the thing that depended on the context, that depended on its relationship.
I'm actually really wondering if like we can make like a connection to this and like abstraction as subtraction, where it's like
Oh yeah, of
you're getting
course.
rid of all of these things, and then we just
Yeah.
have like the really real thing of just like independent of context. You've stripped all the context.
No, yeah, it's definitely like, I mean, abstraction of subtraction is I mean, it's formalization. That's what formalization is.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because you're getting rid of all these impredicativities, and you just have this one thing that doesn't change. So that is a formalization, yeah.
Well, that's this zero that you can slap a label on, really.
Yeah.
It's just the limit, right? It's just like I mean, I don't want to get into this. Like I mean, it's in my notes. Like we didn't discuss it in the previous lecture, but if you looked at my notes a little bit past where we were discussing on that stuff, there's like stuff about limiting processes and asymptotes, like asymptotic stuff, like and like basically taking zero is like the limit, the standard, and like that's how like formalization, and abstraction and subtraction is really like that's how it works, like that's how we like that's how computational engineering works, right? And all of that stuff, like
Generate another mechanistic formalism.
mhm.
Right. Wasn't there, with Hegel, wasn't there something before his like nothing? Like he had to have some sort of other
Yeah, exactly. He
thing
started with a
before
table.
this.
And then he just
Yeah.
subtracted all of its positive identity, and it's just that process, that subtracting, it's just it goes it's an infinite regress. It leads to an infinite regress, and so you can just say, well, we have this like where the limit is 0, right? And then you could just
Mhm.
have this like that's literally what equilibrium reversibility is. A reversible process is an infinitely slow process. It's like Zeno's paradox, right? Uh, like if you, it's basically saying that motion is a set of immobilities, right? A set of motionless points, right? So a line is a set of points, right? So if a line is a set of points, right? And like, so we say what's between this point and that point? Oh, it's a line. And a line is a set of points, right? So what's between, like, then we just get an infinite regress, right? We just have an infinite, like, infinitely divisible, right, line, like and we see this in like general equilibrium models in neoclassical economics, right?
Or well, with points and lines, I mean, wouldn't that be in predicative? Because it's like,
No, because we're defining, like, literally, like, we're going the predicative direction. We're defining a line as just a set of points.
oh, and a set of points is not a line. Okay.
Right, right,
So it would
right.
be predicative. Okay.
Yes. So we get an infinite regress that way, right? And
Oh
it's
yeah, I
just
thought
like
you were talking about a set of points
that's
is
what
infinite.
that's what a reversible process is. It's, I mean, it's not real. I mean, it's not like you can't ever get infinity, right? By any natural, like any finite steps, any finite process. You'll never reach infinity,
Mhm.
And so that's why it's like we have to trace an irreversible ring around, like, and just like use irreversible dynamics to just like suppress, like we have to, like, basically we create, we dig a potential well, and we put up this energy barrier that's too high for anything that gets trapped in the well, right, to by any ordinary fluctuations, its own internal fluctuations, that it can't escape that well, right? It doesn't have enough power, enough energy to,
Mhm.
doesn't have enough force to, right? So we can just ignore those fluctuations, you know? So we can treat it as reversible, as, describable by classical mechanics, right? Like, there's no frictionless, like, how do we talk about, Newton's laws, right? We have to, as like we have to, like, create like a frictionless air track, right? We have to literally just like suppress friction as much as possible, so below some threshold, so that we can ignore it, in order to demonstrate Newton's laws. Literally, we have to enter the formalism. That's how we do it. That's how we enter the symbolic mode. That's an example of the epistemic cut.
Right.
But yeah, I also have notes on that. Like, if you do Omni search for like air track or frictionless air track, there's a bunch of like other examples in that note where that is.
New notes.
What server is this?
What?
What server are we in?
We're in my server.
What is your server?
Bro, I mean, we're recording something right now. We're doing something. So okay, okay, yeah, yeah,
I know who that is.
yeah, yeah. So you can search in my notes, Omni search for air track, or frictionless. It should say like a frictionless air track, right? I think it's in use very soon. You can control F for it.
This is the only one that has air track in it.
Okay, maybe it's in measurement versus mapping, because then you see where I link there. No, no, no. You see, I link it there. Press the arrow again. Yeah. Yeah, frictionless air track. There's a bunch of other examples.
Frictionless
Like
air track is not
in this whole yeah. In this whole note, there's a bunch of like stuff about this.
All right.
Like
So
the
frictionless
machine
air
world that
track.
Condipity talks about.
Yeah, are you gonna read this or?
No, you don't have to read it. I'm just saying. Like I got the examples from Condipides as in order to demonstrate like Newton's laws, right? You have to basically construct like an air tract that suppresses like friction,
Hmm. Okay.
But that's just one
So
example, it's like just like the examples of just like standardized units, like the just like the industrial like revolution, bro, in general. We just like it was like a revolution in standardized mechanistic like units, so that all these factories and workshops all across the world could like basically there's no natural systems that could uh basically like demonstrate our mechanistic formulas. They couldn't follow our mechanistic formalisms or whatever, right? So we had to create machines in order to follow our mechanistic formalisms, right? To realize our mechanistic formalisms, a whole new class of systems, right? And it's so like in shops around the world, we can below threshold, we can basically sandpaper, some like things, and like make things like in perfect squares, like basically, below a threshold, right? As a square, right? Or whatever, like or I mean a cube, right? Or like rigidity, you know what I mean? Just
right, like humans can't really make. I mean, it's really hard for humans to make like a perfect
like
square because
rigid,
it's
just
like
like machines and like pieces, mechanistic parts, components, like fixed in advance, right? For specific like already specified functions, right?
yeah, because it's like if you like I guess in like production lines, if you need something that's got like a
Right.
very perfect geometry, you're not going to be able to get a human to just do that. So you need to have, some sort of machine, and you need to program it in a way where it cuts in this specific
Yeah, it's all
consistent
about machining.
deterministic way.
Yeah, it's all about machining, making machines, And in that note, measurement versus mapping, I talk all about that. Like I go like really deep into that, like the history of it and everything about, creating machines and why we created machines, and like what are machines actually for, like we have to look at the history. There's a lot of cool stuff in there. But yeah, let's continue. I mean, we weren't done with Rosen. I wanted to see this one thing from Rosen, where he says drawing a line. So Control F for drawing a line.
Drawing a line.
Okay, that's not gonna get. Okay, Control F in the organism environment system note for drawing a line.
Oops, that's wrong.
Keep going. Keep going. There we go. So I think it's like there. This is like a quote from Rosen. So I mean, I even give the page number there.
Where? What? Oh, page 109.
I don't know if that's the right one. Like maybe it's that. Let me see this paragraph here. No, not that. Uh, where he talks about drawing a line between syntax and semantics. Yes, this is it. This is it.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So in this chapter right here, in Essays on Life Itself. So he's saying in this section, yeah.
In this section, I look more closely at the claims that 1. Syntax can be fractionated from semantics without changing either, and 2. That semantic aspects involving external reference can be reduced to syntax just by adding more syntactic rules.
Right. So
I
these
invoke
are basically the premises of formalization, right? Just like they were saying that, you know, syntax can be fractionated from semantics, or like without losing any information, right? It can be reduced to syntactics, right?
Mhm.
And it could be there's a perfect syntactical image, right? In some formalism or whatever. There's some largest model or whatever. The reality is formalizable, whatever, right? This was Hilbert's like you know, doctrine or whatever, a formalization.
Hilbert. Alright. And 2. That semantic aspects involving external reference can be reduced to syntax just by adding more syntactic rules. I invoke both the idea of the well-posed problem, which extracts mathematical information from just such external reference, and Church's thesis, which says that everything is formalizable and hence can be completely separated from all external reference. The first of these
The first
claims,
of these
that a
claims.
line can be drawn between objective syntax and subjective semantics, is quite analogous to many other such claims.
Right.
Say,
Quite analogous to many other such claims. And I wanted to generalize this to, you know, in my discussion of dualisms, right? And dualist interactionism and violations of the first law.
Yeah.
So yeah, continue. Yeah.
The same kind of claim is at the root of the measurement problem, pertaining to objective measured systems and their observers, with their former entirety to one side of a line and the latter entirely on the other. Such a partition is involved in a fashionable characterization of physics as attributed to Max Planck by Bergman. In mathematics, this kind of line is contemplated in Church's thesis, and it's homologous.
Homologs.
Bet-
Homologs. Homologs.
homologs. And it's
Homologies.
homologs.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know how to pronounce them.
Between what is effective, i.e., objective, and what is not. Such partitions form the substrate for the mind brain problem and the life organism problem, another many others.
Among many others.
Among many others. It is presumed that the contemplated partition is itself objective. The second claim has to do with getting across this line, to go from the objective side to
Yeah,
the
I think we
subjective
missed
one.
like in what we were reading earlier, like it was on the screen, but we didn't read it. It was saying that the partition is itself impredicative, or the the measurement is itself, you know, irreversible. You know, it's an irreversible process. The measurement, you know, that establishes the epistemic cut. It's not a primitive, you know, the epistemic cut, not like some sort of ontological primitive.
Okay, so it's like, yeah, once we get in, we can't take it out. It's
Mhm.
irreversible. Okay. In mathematics, this kind of line is contemplated in Church's thesis and its homologs, between what is effective, i.e., objective, and what is not. Such partitions form the substrate for the mind-brain problem and the life-organism problem, among many others. It is presumed that the contemplated partition is itself objective. Second claim has to do with getting across this line, to go from the objective side to the subjective one in the substance of science and epistemology.
Is the substance of science and epistemology?
Hmm.
But that's not really important here.
Substance of science and epistemology. It involves comprehension, understanding, explanation. Crossing the line in the opposite direction is nowadays essentially reductionism. In our present situation, it is the belief that semantic aspects of a language or the subjective side of the line can be equivalently replaced by more syntax on the objective side.
Yeah, that's the view of Church's thesis.
Right. The matter can be viewed in a more restricted context by drawing this line through a modeling relation, see figure 10.1. The main question is what the line would look like and how it would be expressed. From inside the diagram in particular, what does the line do to properties of the entire diagram, such as its commutativity?
Like we can skip past that. I think this gets into it. But like yeah. This sort of gets into it, but the conclusion is the important part.
This. I think this is it.
No. Basically, it would be pretty much at the end, but I think you can read that paragraph that you were about to read, but then you can skip past like the math, like where you use the symbols and stuff. You can skip past that, right? Because that's just he's trying to demonstrate what he's saying, right? With the modeling relation that he talks about, but we don't have to talk. We can like where he talks about the diagram, right? You can skip past all of that, and then go. You can skip to where he says a number of conclusions can be drawn. It's gonna be the next page. Yeah, number of conclusions can be drawn, right?
A number of conclusions can be drawn
But
from these very
you
simple considerations.
you can read the remember you can read the paragraph you're gonna read.
Which
Just like you before the math stuff. This paragraph. Let us begin by noting that a partition of a universe of discourse. Yeah.
Let us begin by noting that a partition of a universe of discourse into two parts, e.g., a world of propositions into true ones and false ones, creates the basis for an impredicativity for any proposition pertaining to that partition itself, for which that partition is a referent, belongs to that world, and accordingly must fall into one class or the other. Here is the vicious circle at the root of all the classical paradoxes, which at the same time it is an essential part of classical real and complex analysis. Much of topology, especially metric topology, and of measure theory and hence stochastics, that is at root the main reason these parts of mathematics are simply unformalizable. They can be neither described to a machine as software nor generated by such a machine from software. Impredicativities are simply part of the semantic legacy of mathematics as a language. They express a heritage of transcendental operations like the taking of limits. I'm guessing transcendental is used colloquially.
In a sense, impredicativity is transcendental to predicativity, right? In the sense that
Yeah. It's higher.
it's unentailed by anything in the predicative direction, right? Any of the entailment in there that's like just state to state, it's just a single mode of entailment, right? That entailment, yeah, I mean, it can't entail the impredicativity, right? That was broken to create this linear chain, right? Well, like we said before, there's always unentailed components in a machine, right? And we went over that, Rosen's argument for that before.
That is at root the main reason these parts of mathematics are simply unformalizable.
But that just means it's unentailed. It's unentailed from within the formalism, right? It's unentailed from within the machine, right? With the the resources that the machine has,
Once we fully exit that, then we
right.
get to the impredicativity.
Right, that only then is the impredicativity entailed. Like what entails the entailment in the mechanistic formalism, right? Is unentailed by anything in the mechanistic formalism. So like all of the entailment is like everything important in the formalism is like unentailed, right? The entailment comes from outside, right? So I mean, it's
Before I get to
unentailed.
the
So
impredicativity,
it's
that this is
transcendental. It's
foundational.
transcendental in the sense that it's unentailed from within the formalism. but it's still like the entirety of the entailment in the formalism depends on it, right? That's what basically what transcendental means in philosophy.
Okay.
It's unentailed by it, but it depends on it.
They can either be described to a
It's
machine or
entailed
itself.
it's entailed by it, right? It gets its entailment from it, right? It's the source of its entailment, but it can't entail that. It can't say it can't you can't from inside of it, you can't say you can't ever find out any evidence that it's the source of it. You know what I mean? You can't even like say that anything outside the formalism exists. You know what I mean?
It's like what
It's just
was it
like
a paper?
it's like we dig the potential well, and then the thing we trap in there, right? It can't get out. You know what I mean?
I can't remember who wrote it. But it was like explaining machines where it's like, you have this delta whatever, and then you have like
Yeah, that was
inputs and
Rosen. That was life itself. Yeah, that's what I
okay.
was talking about. That was Rosen's argument
Yeah.
why there's always unentailed components in a
Yeah, and
machine.
it's like you always get to, whichever final machine you have there, what final variable. It's like, how do you get beyond this? Well, it's like, well, we have to refer to outside of this thing over to this impredicativity over here beyond it.
Yeah, or else it's an infinite regress.
Yeah.
But remember, when we were talking about the two possibilities of stopping the infinite regress, and the first possibility was stopping it by fiat, right? By positing, right? Some external template, extraneous template, or externally nominated geometry, right? Such that we can deduce the truth of px or whatever it was, right? We can deduce it without determining it cognitively, without having to measure it, right?
Hmm.
And so it would be unentailed by the deduction, what the deduction can do, right? It would be unentailed there, right? But it would have to be we would have to have independent access to it, right? Independent of the deduction. So that's why it's not
Okay.
determined cognitively. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Or it doesn't have to be, right? And that's how it stops the regress by fiat. But it still depends on impredicativity, right? We have to
True.
have independent access to it, right? So that in that sense, that's basically what transcendental means here. Like the taking of limits, like establishing, those limiting operations, right? To the taking of a limit is itself an impredicative, like it invokes impredicativities, and Rosen talks about that elsewhere. And remember, that's like the means of, establishing an epistemic cut, right?
Okay.
Those limiting processes. Norton
Yes.
also talked about this. Norton talks about infinitesimals and stuff like that. There's integration to be had there. For anybody reading, we were talking about Norton earlier. I mean, anybody watching. So go back to Norton, what he says about that.
Okay, anything else?
No, we were still reading. Sorry, you were questioning what transcendental meant here, so I was just explaining it.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. It's just another way to say it refers beyond itself.
Well, no, that's definitely not what it's saying. It definitely doesn't refer beyond itself. All external reference have been stripped away. That's the point. It can't refer beyond itself, but it still depends on like
Depends on
everything.
something beyond
It
itself.
depend. Yeah, it depends on something beyond itself, but you can't get that from inside the formalism. You know what I mean?
Okay.
I mean, I just explained it to you, bro, for like fucking like 10 minutes.
These in turn can only be expressed syntactically in terms of infinitely long propositions, and the assignment of truth values to these. But restrictions such as Church's thesis do not like infinitely long programs or infinitely large state sets in the reading heads. So as far as syntax is concerned, these infinite objects cannot come from inside. Rather, they have to come from the reference, for which the syntax has become not a language, but rather only a shorthand. Indeed, it is quite easy to see that Church's thesis lends itself to a version of Zeno's old paradoxes. As we have seen, the identification of an effective process with algorithms and computability relies on the creation of an external referent, a machine that executes the process. In turn, this creates a modeling relation, a diagram such as figure 10.1. Between that machine and the purely syntactic language in which the process is expressed, between the two, there are definite encoding and decoding errors, which make what happens in the language commute with the effective inferential processes in the language.
Yeah, and then he just
And
demonstrates this, but the encoding and decoding arrows in the modeling relation, I mean, if anybody's going to look at what Rosen says about that, is that, I mean, they're itself not part of the formalism, right? They're not formalizable, right? It's basically, we're talking about the processes that establish the epistemic cut.
mm,
But we now he's gonna demonstrate it, so we can skip past this. He's basically demonstrating like a limiting process, and he's talking about that and all, but yeah, a number of conclusions. This is the important part.
a number of conclusions can be drawn from these very simple considerations. One of them is that a language cannot be fractionated into a purely syntactic part and a complementarity semantic part. That is, there is no line that can be drawn with all the syntactics failing to do one side of it, and all the semantics on the
Wow,
other.
you read that so wrong.
What? That is, there is no line that can be drawn with all the syntactics falling to falling to one side of
Failing?
a.
Why are you reading that as failing, bro?
I don't know. It looks like the eyes are the.
It's a
It
L.
just looks like they're merging.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. Number of conclusions can be drawn from these very simple considerations. One of them is that a language cannot be fractionated into a purely syntactic part and a complementary uh, semantic part. That is, there's no line that can be drawn with all of the syntactics falling to one side of it and all of the semantics on the other. There is accordingly no line that can there's accordingly no line that can be drawn between a part of the language that is independent of external reference and a complementary part that can or does pertain to such reference. Stated another way, we cannot identify pure syntax with objective and dismiss all the rest as subjective. A language fractionated from all its reference is perhaps something, but whatever it is neither a language nor a model of language. In particular, if we try to fractionate a modeling diagram in such a way which all of the reference apparently left to one side and all of the encodings and decodings put on the other, we lose the commutativity that is the essential feature of the diagram as a whole. Yeah. Instead, I argue that if one wants to fractionate, one must do so at another level, at the level of such diagrams or modeling relations, at the level of impredicativity, right? If one tries to
Mhm.
fractionate the diagrams themselves, their basic properties are irretrievably lost, right? So remember, we were talking about there's x mutually entails y, right? If we try to fractionate x from the mutual entailment with x and y, or y from this relation, right? Then we would only
Yeah, we
lose
lose it.
we
It's
lose
like
the
the
information,
pizza.
or yeah, we only lose the properties and behaviors that depend on this mutual entailment, this relationship between x and y, right?
Once you
So
cut
what we have is just a fragment. What we have is just a fragment. It's not X, right? It's not X. It's just a residue, you know, that we basically got from this destructive operation, right? We destroyed the impredicative loop. We broke it open and we stopped it from closing. And that's how we got the linear chain, right? We stopped it from closing. We broke it open. We destroyed it, right? And so now we can go in this like uh infinite like chain, right? We can symbolically manipulate all these non basically non-interacting like substructures, right? And Rosen talks about this in other papers. You know, just like we have all these non-dynamical, non-interacting like substructures, right? That we can start, concatenating and putting in like one-dimensional symbol sequences, and symbol strings, right? And start doing syntax, syntactics, right? Symbol manipulation,
Yeah, I'm kind of
computation.
reminded of those like math questions where it's like it tells you like a story of like somebody who needs to do this thing and they need to do this math or
Right.
whatever.
But the
But
whole
these
point,
things.
remember, the whole point is that the dynamics, the original dynamics are irretrievably lost, right? We cannot get back to the dynamics from the fragment. We cannot get back to the impregativity from the fragment, right? Because we destroyed it, right? We had to destroy it in order to create the fragment. Like it's
Yeah, I was just
like
gonna say if
how
it asks you
yeah.
to formalize it, then once you formalize it, you can't get back
Well, you can't
whatever you did
formalize it.
before.
That's the point. You can only get another, like, you can only basically formalize, machines, right? This is how you make machines, right? This is how you do all these things, right? I don't want to get too deep into it, right? But
Well, if you make a math equation, is it not formalized?
well, it's like if you write down basically like a differential equation, right? You've already done something very, very, very special. You've basically like you're already in the formalized universe, right? You're already in the formalization, right? And Rosen talks about this. I don't know, like you can probably find it in my notes. Like the you're when you written down a differential equation, you've already done something very, very special. You know.
So we're only not in the formalization when we're the person in the math problem, when we're actually out there doing these things, and then we
Yeah,
need
because I mean
to
the differential equation is
count
already a
something or
pure
whatever.
it's already a purely formal object.
Okay.
Like if I fucking have like a you know like a there's this guy Stephen Stephen Robbins on YouTube. Like oh man, I want to show this because it's so good. Such a good like way to understand this. Hold up. Stephen Robbins, he's a ecological psychology guy. Uh I'll link a video for you to look. Where is it? Here. I think it's this one. I mean, he shows this basically in a lot of his videos. Um, he has like a book as well where he has all of this stuff in there. But it's in this video. You'll have to scroll through it to. Uh, da, da, trying to find where it is. Maybe it isn't this one. I'm tripping. It's not this one. It's not in this one. Fuck. What the fuck? Which one is it in? Is it in this one? Just give me a second, bro. I'm gonna find it, bro. Fuck. Man, it's one of these. It's so close. Oh, is it this one? I think it's this one. I think I got it. Yes, I got it. Okay, here we go. Perfect. Yo, you still there?
Sorry,
It's
I was
this
just
one.
watching the video.
Yeah, this one. It's like right near the beginning, like around like 240. He brings up the figure, right? Like, but you can look a little bit after that, right? Like pull up the video and then like scroll through it. Just like look at the figure, and I'll explain it. So yeah. So, let the difference here, right? I mean, if you have the video playing, it will be like there's the coffee stirring on the left hand side, and then there's this like, there's like this mathematical like formal description, right? This is not this, right? That
These
is
numbers is
not
not
that,
this.
right? Play the video. This is what he said. This the point he makes is that is not that. It's a vector set. Yeah, that's what it is. A pile of vector sets.
I see. So it
I
can
see. So
only
it can.
really take pictures or like snapshots of the event.
It's not even like it just has like it's a purely form. These are purely formal objects, right? It's just that there's no necessary relation between that and that. It's just nothing. That is not that.
Is it just that this isn't real?
It isn't. It's just it's in the formalism, right? So how do we get the initial conditions for all of this stuff? Like the purely formal objects, right, that we have to input into the formalism to get any of these values, right? What we do is we use extrinsic measurement, right? And we have to erase all of the dynamical and material details, right? And we just it's basically all it can do is just like check. It can tally, it can count. That's all it can do. It's a boolean measure, you know what I mean?
Okay,
It's
so it's
completely,
like
it's like the square fits through the hole, you know what I mean? The square hole, and that's it.
it's like if this person has X amount of cookies and Y amount of friends, how many cookies can each friend get? That's like the formalization
Well, it's
right
like
there.
you have a robot with pre-built sensors that already, like uh that already, output some sort of symbol, right? That already are doing the making the measurement cut, right? Outputting some sort of symbol, right? Given some sort of energy variable, right? It fits through the square, fits through the square hole. We already have the pre-cut aperture. So it's purely dependent on the rules that are fixed in advance, and now we can do these corrections, right? We have the robot run an internal model or whatever. Right? You know what I mean? But it's all fixed in advance, right?
So basically
It's
it's gonna put
informationally
stuff
encapsulated.
it's gonna put the circle in the circle hole regardless of if the
Yeah,
circle
you
somehow
remember.
fits
You
in the
must
square
like
hole.
remember
You know?
if write this down somewhere. Draw this out, right? you know, like a flashcard. You have fucking draw a fucking triangle, right? And then draw an arrow to a circle, right? That's a rule. Right here. That's a rule. Boom. You already must have both input and output, right? You must have it already fixed in advance, right? And you can have a whole list of these rules, and that's what an algorithm is. So basically, when we have a one-dimensional sequence of basically, symbols, right? Just shapes or whatever, right? Could fucking do any just like simple shapes, as many minimally like discriminable, just like as little details as possible. It must be like very like minimally discriminable. That's what makes for a good symbol, you know?
So would you say that the numbers here is just the output and the
Yeah,
input
but
is
here,
just
here,
this?
but that's not the input. That's the thing. That's the whole thing, right? That's the whole point, right? The
So the
input
input
is
is the sensor, which is
what's fixed in advance, right? It's only measuring. It's literally just measuring the sensor ticks yes or it ticks no. That's all it's measuring. So it's measuring what's fixed in advance there. So it can't, yeah, you can't get a robot to learn. Turvey talks about this, right? So again, we're drawing this out. I'm drawing this out on a whiteboard right now. I don't know if I can pull up my camera, but it like because I only have my phone, it's gonna be hard to get that to work. But yeah, you draw these like just draw a bunch of flashcards like in a row, like in a vertical row, right? And just draw like triangle, arrow, circle.
what if we could do like an Excalibur thing? What are
Circle,
these?
circle, arrow, square, right? Just draw a bunch of that, right? And then you just have it. Then you literally just overlay it on your one-dimensional sequence of symbols, right? You know what I mean? That's what you do. You just overlay it. Like you have a triangle, therefore, the next symbol in the sequence is a circle because of the rule, and only because of the rule. It's purely dependent and entirely determined only by the rule. You know? And remember, the circle and the triangle must already be both be like pre-cut into the, they're like pre-cut apertures. You know?
Okay, sorry, I had to look at all your
No, you don't have
Okay.
to do that, right? You don't have to do that. I'm doing it in front of me, so I'm able to talk about it. But you understand what I'm saying, right?
Yeah, so the input is the sensor, but it won't know what to sense or whatever. Like it won't.
Right. It's
It
just
won't.
whatever is fixed in advance, right, for it to sense. You must have independent access to to
Yes.
it. You know what I mean? Right. In order
You
to,
can't tell it
have this
to go
pre-cut
on or
aperture.
off without inputting something
Well,
into it.
you when you're making the rules, right? You have to
When
have
you're inputting
independent.
rules.
Yeah, you have to have independent access, right, to what the input is supposed to be, so you can fix it in advance in the rule.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So you can make this pre-cut aperture, right? So you can say triangle. It's an equivalence relationship, right? I mean, like triangle and this triangle, it's an equivalence relationship. It's a type equivalence relationship. They're tokens of the same type, right? And in that way, we remove literally any other information, anything else other than a token of type. That's it. That's all that a rule needs, and that's all we need, right? To have it be rule determined, right? Which is necessary for computation. To be fully rule determined by absolutely nothing else but the rules that are fixed in advance. They're informationally encapsulated in such a way, right?
Okay.
And they're literally the rules are themselves just strings of symbols, right? That's the key point. They're just sequences of symbols, literally, just like triangle, circle, literally just triangle, circle. in that sequence, in that order. You just have a triangle, a circle. So then we know if we have a triangle, then we have a circle because we already know it.
Okay.
So you understand?
I think I get it.
I don't know what that was supposed to be clarification for. I think it was the video we were looking at, right? But yeah,
It was
it
just more of the transcendental stuff. Like I get it. It's not referring beyond itself. It's just that there is something outside of it that needs to do something to it for it to literally do anything.
right. I mean, it's not. It's basically, remember that quote from Turvey about the transmission, right, of forces is just it's just like it there's no self motion. Remember, it's just the transmission or impression of forces from the outside, that moves anything, right? Things are just moved. They don't move, right?
Right.
Like if matter was viewed as passive and inert, and mechanistic, right?
Yeah.
You remember that quote, right? That's in lectures on perception, by the way. And like I don't know, I don't remember which
I
lecture.
don't
One of
even
the
remember when we did that, but
that was in the it was in the when we were reading my notes.
oh.
But it's in lectures on perception. It's in like chapter 5 or chapter 4. One of those, or maybe it's chapter 6. It's the mechanistic hypothesis chapter. But yeah. It's the prohibition of self motion and self cause.
All right. What else? What else?
Right. So we were talking about that. Right. We're still going with the Rosen stuff here.
Yeah, I mean, we got
We're almost at the end. We're almost at the end.
spinach.
Yeah, I mean we're almost at the end of this point, right? So it was just the conclusion that the conclusions we were looking at, right? So yeah, what's irretrievably lost, yeah. The same kind of considerations on the failure of reducing semantics to syntax also bear heavily on the validity of reductionism as a strategy for probing natural systems in general.
This is particularly true of the endeavor to reduce biology to contemporary physics, see life itself. The main issue, however, is that just as syntax fails to be the general, the semantics as a special case, so do the purely predicative presumptions underlying contemporary physics fail to be general enough to subsume biology as just a special case. This kind of attitude is widely regarded as vitalistic in this context, but it is no more so than a non-formalizability of number theory. Stated another way, contemporary
Which
physics does not yet
Gödel proved. Gödel proved the
uh,
non-formalizability of number theory.
does not yet provide enough to allow the problems of life to be well posed.
Yeah, so I mean the important point there was there's no line you can draw, right, when you fractionating there's no line you can draw with syntactics entirely on one side and semantics entirely on the other side where you don't where neither is changed. Like when you're basically talking about natural language has syntax, right? But you can't fully formalize this syntax, right? You know what I mean?
Right, it can't be defined predicatively.
Right. It's because there's all these irremovable impredicativities, right, in a natural language. But the natural language is the example, right? Remember when we were talking about fractionating natural languages, gave us all these, quote unquote sub languages, right? That weren't really languages, you know? You remember when we were talking about that?
Was that during the prompting stuff?
No. That was during when we were reading my notes. It was right before we got
Subdivision.
into syntax and semantics. Okay, whatever, right? Basically, the point is, right, we can't draw this line without losing information, right? Without changing, with both sides, right? Not changing, right? You get what I'm saying? Like I mean, Rosen says it better. Like he states it better in the where he says this. You know, where you can't draw the line.
I mean, yeah, just thinking about it thermodynamically, one cannot be unchanged. There needs to be.
Well, yeah, I mean, the
some sort
point
of
is also
continuous
made by
change.
Norton that Maxwell's demon produces entropy, right? There's all this information lost in producing establishing the epistemic cut, right? So this because there's information lost where you can't recover, you know, the impredicativity, right, from the fragment, right? Because of that, right, you can't fractionate natural language. You can't fractionate, you know, natural systems like you can a machine, right? Where analysis and synthesis are equal, you know what I mean? Where you can break it down into its parts and then build it back up again, you know what I mean? And you don't lose any information, right?
Okay.
That's why it's like you know, the cut is like so important. You know what I mean? Like why we really need to make like we have to spend so much money and resources on like machines and computers and like measurement instruments, right? To establish epistemic cuts, you know, to get symbols and syntactics and machines, right? To get the machine world, right? That we were talking about, right? To get all these machines, this whole new class of systems, right? The whole industrial revolution, you know?
So to a certain extent, we do need the epistemic cut, but it just lost
Yeah, bro. I mean,
somewhere.
bro, machines are useful, you know?
Yeah.
Right? But they're useful for what machines like we create machines because we can't do what machines do because natural systems can't be made to do what machines do, you know?
Yeah.
Right? We create computers because we can't do what computers do, you know?
I mean, that's even just an interesting question for computationalists. It's like, well, if we're like basically computers, why do we need them? Why did we create
Right.
them?
Yeah, I mean like in that note, measurement versus mapping, like I literally go through the whole history of like why we made computers, why we did all this, you know? What's the actual history? What happened here, you know? And like it's very exemplary of these principles that I'm talking about.
Okay.
But yeah, right? Going back yeah, I thought that was a really important point, right? Because I mean, oh yeah, I mean this is the point, right? The important point, right? Remember when we were talking about dualisms, right? And dividing the world on the basis of some like a priori criteria, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. And this is what it's all about, right? Every single instance of that, right? You're going to basically leave some of the like the physics, right, on the wrong side of it, right? You're gonna leave some of the objective, what's objective, on the wrong side of the cut. You get what I'm saying? Because it's arbitrary.
Yeah.
And that's really what pushes the whole like, okay, we have this cut and now like now we have to bridge it, you know? Why there's the need to bridge the cut after making it, you know? Like the whole when making it an ontological cut, you know what I mean?
Yeah. When you needn't cut it in the first place.
Right. It's because I mean, once you do it, you've already left. Like basically, remember when we said, how most of the worldly properties were actually left on the mind side of the Cartesian dualism.
Hmm.
Remember that? Like all the active indirectedness, self-organization, irreversibility, all of that stuff left on the mind side, right?
Well,
Of the
yeah.
of the Cartesian dualism.
I mean, because that's the thing is that he really couldn't get the uh environment to really explain anything because of his Descartes' demon, right?
Yeah.
And so all of the stuff that is kind of just very obviously real, it's like, oh well, it exists in the mind.
Yeah.
Are they just nominal structures that produces phenomena? Is that what you're suggesting?
What the fuck is? Who are you, bro? What?
What does that even
What are you
mean?
talking about? I don't even know what that means.
Noumena, the nominal
No,
structures of the
no.
mind.
The Kant talks about. Okay, what are you talking about?
Exactly what I just said.
But what's the relevance to what we were talking about?
I'm
I don't know.
trying to clarify his position.
Whose position?
Securis.
What's Sakura's position?
I don't know. That's what I'm trying to ask.
What?
Okay, ask your question again.
Yeah.
All right. Do you think that these kinds of sensations are produced from reality, or are they produced from the nominal structures of the mind?
No. No.
Okay, bro. How long were you here?
Maybe like 5 minutes.
Okay, I mean you weren't long enough to fucking really have the context. What were we even talking about? Okay. Forget what he's talking about. Sakura. Did you you understood what I was just talking about, right?
I I I don't know, my I don't remember what
Du-
we were talking about. I was
Dualism, bro. Dualisms.
okay, yeah. Dualisms, yeah.
Plato.
But like, fuck, what was I talking about? Yeah, it's just like it's trying to apply like the split that we make between machines and natural systems, trying to apply that to some part in the natural part, um which is impossible.
I guess I understand what you're saying there. I don't know if you want to elaborate on it better.
Well, it's basically just like because in the formalization, right, it's not like it's not a natural system, and so like it doesn't,
Mhm.
the natural
It's like
laws
a
like maybe
fragment.
thermodynamics don't necessarily apply to those formalized
Oh yeah.
syntax.
Oh
And
yeah,
so
definitely. They don't.
when you try to do that to natural systems, well then you're in like a whole different ballpark because you have to think about the world. You have to think about
Right.
what is actually real instead of
Right. And in a formalization, I mean it's stripped of external reference, right? And it's like that's just not the case of like you had to start with some natural system, right, in order to get all these formalizable fragments, right?
Right.
And like, I mean, obviously, like like we've talked about like a bunch, right? Like the laws of thermodynamics. What they're accounting for is just the universe. You know what I mean?
Mm.
The fact that this thing is of a universe of things. You know?
Yeah, and with those laws in mind, we can come to realize, well, hey, these formalized kind of unreal, these formalizations that are not at all
Well, remember,
referring to
it's
natural systems.
yeah, it's we trace an irreversible ring, right?
Mm.
And we can like we can just ignore like we raise the energy barrier like high enough, right, to when we dig a potential well, right, so we trap some like substructure, right, and so it can't get out of that well by its own like internal like fluctuations, like its own ordinary like fluctuations, right, so we can ignore all of that, right, we can just give it a purely formal description.
Yeah, so we don't need to abide by natural laws.
Right, I mean it can't, right, remember it has to be purely determined by the rules, right, for computation to work.
Mm.
We need a purely formal description for computation to work. For computation to, I mean, and without it, you would have like computation couldn't terminate. You know, it couldn't halt, so you couldn't actually have do any computation.
But yeah,
It has to be determined. The output has to be completely determined by nothing but the rules. Like, like just like the material, like dynamical, details just like can't have any influence whatsoever on the output,
Did you
right?
say can't?
Can't.
Okay, like Emmanuel.
Yeah, for computation to, be terminable, right? It has to be
Are,
purely, like, entirely determined by the rules.
are there also principles of volition?
What are you talking about?
Volition, the action.
Doc, I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay,
Are
I just,
there are there principles to like are there laws to every action?
what are you even talking about, bro?
I don't think he was saying like Kant as in Kant. I think he was saying like can't, like
Can't.
CANT.
Right,
Oh, that
whatever.
makes sense.
The computation can't terminate, right?
Can't?
It
Yeah,
can't,
cannot.
cannot terminate, cannot terminate in some result, right? Some computed result, some output. It's not decidable.
Right.
Okay, bro. Okay. I don't know. Like, okay, just shut up, bro, Big Fish, or like you're gonna be muted, bro.
What did I say?
You're gonna be muted, bro, if you keep interrupting us, dog.
What did I say?
What you said is what you said, and you shouldn't have fucking said it, bro, because you're interrupting us, dog. So, you're gonna be muted if you like do that again.
Yes, sir.
Good. Okay. So
All
you
right.
understood what I was saying there, Sakura, right?
Yeah.
We were in the middle of talking back and forth on something.
I mean, yeah, it's just we needed to set our own rules for certain things, right? Like production and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah. Like the rules of like basically what it would be is like Taylor's theorem, right? So we just it's just rote iteration. We just wrote we just keep iterating the rule. We just keep applying like and that was in the demonstration that we skipped over that Rosen was talking about. It's just like a transformation rule. just we just keep applying the
Yeah,
rule, you know, like
it's like the coding.
n plus one, right?
Yeah, it's like the coding and the programming of a machine, like that just turns on and off certain parts or makes like certain parts like move or whatever. So it's like
Right.
I'm trying to think of a machine. I guess like the machines that make like cars would be like a good example. It's like, you know, the programming is not the part. It's not like the actual physical parts. It's just like the
Right.
programming doesn't know what it's doing outside of itself.
Yeah, I mean, like remember, if you try and describe the computer and all of its like physical details and its engineering description, right? Like the description required for like computational engineering, right? And all those like material details, right? It's going to be like you're not going to be able to have it be purely determined by the rules, right? You're not going to be able to have computations going on that description, right? But
Yeah, but it's kind of like we know what it's doing because we can say, okay, well, this part of the
right.
code that I wrote right here, it's turning this part on and it's making this arm move and put the
Well,
thing on.
it's because we have all these, you know, instruments that are like establishing, you know, like all these cuts, right? to create symbols, right? And symbol strings and like so we can start you know, manipulating symbols by rule, right?
Yeah, I'm
Which is
gonna guess.
which is what computation is it's rule based symbol manipulation.
I have no idea what you guys are talking about, so I'm just gonna leave. See ya.
Right, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, computation is just computation is just rule based symbol manipulation.
Okay.
Because you know, the symbol, it can be treated as inert. It's a material structure, right? But it can be treated as not like with we can like completely ignore its material details, right? And we can treat it as
It's like,
inert. We can
I
treat
mean,
it
that's
as, you
kind of
know,
where our
inert and rate independent, right? Like
that's
rate
kind of where
independent
our
is the key part.
impredicativities come in. Because it's like the coding itself inside of the formal structure, it doesn't have any real material thing, but we can refer to
Right.
the code in terms of what
Well,
what physically is going
that's
on.
why the epistemic cut is like necessary, right? It has to be, you know, well, it has to be embodied materially. Right? It has to be embodied by some like all formal rules, all, you know, syntactics or whatever. It has to be embodied by some material like measurement device and like computer and like or a machine or something, you know, that establishes the epistemic cut, right? It has to be materially like embodied, right? And Patsy really talks about this, like has to have some material embodiment that, but like the formal description can't describe that. You know what I mean? So you need two completely incompatible descriptions, right? For computation. You need one that you need to have in order to even engineer a fucking computer. You know what I mean? And then you need one that the formal description so that you can do computation, right?
And so Rosen
And you
is
need to,
basically
yeah.
saying that there is a cut. It's just that you're taking the wrong side of the cut as the primary.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
And that he's saying that that's actually, you know, he has another paper where he talks about this, where he says it's actually an extremely subjective view, right? It's extremely subjective. Like it's not like rather than like objective, right? Rather than that side being the objective side, right? I mean, it's just like because it's actually like arbitrary. It's arbitrarily like these are artifices. These are artificial like structures that we create for our own purpose that they can't even entail, you know? You get what I'm saying? Right? And it's like, you know, in that full universe or whatever, it's like if we imagine the world is just like instead of what's given to us in perception, right? The world is really just, you know, all these abstract like
symbols,
I like qualityless like Newtonian Newtonian properties and like Euclidean properties, right? You know what I mean? Like totally isolated, disconnected, identityless properties, right? Like Platonic forms, right? And that's the real world, right? That's it sounds objective. It sounds so objective because it's all independent of observation and independent of context, you know? It doesn't change at all, you know? But it's actually an extremely subjective, you know? Extremely subjective because it's literally fantasy. It's what you imagined. It's coming from your imagination. You know what I mean? Like it's literally like they admit this that it's not given in perception. You have to do abstraction by subtraction, you know?
Right.
You get what I'm saying? Like the world of perception is just illusory. That's not the real world, you know? The real world is this abstract you know, formalized universe. That's really just
Yeah,
an extremely small.
mathematics says how we find knowledge.
Yeah, I mean, it's not even, it's an infinitesimal sliver of mathematics, even a form, what can be formalized, you know? It's literally like an extremely small, like, surrogate universe, you know? And like Rosen talks like everything I'm saying now, it's Rosen talks about it in several other papers. I'll link Rosen, like the collection of Rosen stuff here, so you guys can look through all of that. It's also in my notes, like everything I just said. You can search the key terms that I was just saying, you know, like extremely subjective or whatever, and like a surrogate universe, right, or a small surrogate universe or whatever. All that stuff it's all in my notes. So let me see. But I'll link in VC text. These are Rosen's notes. I mean, Rosen's like all of this stuff there. It like some of it is in his unpublished stuff. So UP Rosen is gonna be his unpublished stuff. Yeah, unpublished Rosen. Huh. Some of it is in there, so you'll have to like search through like his stuff, you know?
More Rosenian. Bro, he has so many papers. My God.
The more Rosenian like is just like other people were talking about Rosen's ideas. Not Rosen.
Drozen.
Rosen's daughter.
Who's Gare?
It's another Rosenian guy. He has a lot of good papers.
Okay.
Okay. Shit. Back on track. Okay. Rosen, were we still reading that?
No,
I think were we? I don't think we were. Go back. Come on. I don't think we were.
He let himself. No,
I think we
we got
stopped.
to the number theory. Yeah, we got here.
We did? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, we did. Okay, we did. We did finish it, right? Okay, so again, I guess we can go back to Turvey if you want. Let's go back to Turvey, right? What is Turvey doing? Right? We keep seeing that Turvey is like talking about how we keep having to be basically because we're leaving some of the physics, some of the objective side, right, on the wrong side, right? And we keep noticing this over time, right? We keep noticing this, like we have to introduce like oh, it could be relative in this instance, right? Oh, and then now because we introduce that, it's gonna like basically keep branching out more, you know what I mean? Increasingly, right? You get what I'm saying? Like now that we introduce relativity, you know, in this restricted sense, now we're gonna have to introduce all these other things we're gonna have to consider. You know what I mean? And so we have to keep, widening our understanding of what a primary quality is, right?
In the syntactical sense.
Just like we're splitting the world in two, like this is the objective side, but the other side is the subjective side. This side is uh, where we have properties of material or physical states, right? And on this other side is where we have properties of mentates, right? That's just
Yeah, I'm also reminded a
But
lot of these people who keep thinking that like philosophy is like math. It's like, no, you can't get anything objective from math.
well, remember, formalizable math, right? What's like is like an infinitesimal sliver of what math like has, to offer, and like that's like
Well,
what
that's the thing is
Rosen
like they
talks all about that.
yeah, because they do. They argue in symbols, literally. Like Stratino Stratino was pointing me to
Right, but that
something
you
in
actually leave
Turvey.
out most of mathematics, right? If you're just like talking about formalization, right? If you're just talking about formalisms, right? You actually leave out most of mathematics in whatever field you're doing. You leave out most of that field. Rosen
I
talks
don't
all
remember
about
who it
this.
was. Dude, it's so funny. I have to look for it. Fuck.
He
Where
talks
is
all about
he?
the history of mathematics and all the like so-called like the foundation crises. Every one of the foundation crises was literally just uh like the programs of formalization being confronted with non-formalizabilities, like non-formalizable aspects of their field, That's where literally every single foundation crisis in mathematics that's what it was. And Rosen talks all about that as well.
Hmm.
Like when we found out like set theory was non-formalizable.
It is. Dude, this is what I mean when I'm talking about it. Like, these are the people. You can't get anything objective out of this. Like, what the fuck is this?
No, of course not. Remember, the stirring in the coffee cup is not the pile of vectors.
Yeah, like, what are you even trying to do? What is this?
The pile of vector sets. Like whatever it was. It's just like all you got to do is just like I really like that the way he does that Stephen Robbins. He just puts the stirring of the coffee cup right next to the fucking all these like these vectors and stuff, and like the computationalist is supposedly saying that these vectors, right, is giving us the image of the coffee cup. We're perceiving like we just like that's just the perception of the coffee cup, right, stirring,
We see an assay art.
But of course we don't observe any of this, right?
Yeah.
It's unobservable. You can't look in the brain and find any of that going on, that's for sure. And you can't notice that you're doing it, right? But they say you're doing it anyways. But yeah, that's just the best way to concretize it. Just this is not that. Look at it. Look at this. This is not that.
Honestly, I honestly think they just think that like brain nerves are like circuits or something. Like I think that's literally what they like how they fucking
No, yeah,
understand
they take like a fucking Shannon information approach, right? But it's just like, well, there's too much fucking noise in the brain, right? If you try and say like there's some signals being transmitted from A to B, right, across the fucking neurons or whatever. There's way too much fucking noise, right? And noise is actually essential aspect of the whole organization, right? Like all this variability, right? It cannot be basically thrown out as just noise, you know? Like when we're conducting when we're constructing signal channels, we want to like reduce the amount of noise as much as possible. But that's just not how the brain is constructed or organized, you know? So it's just impossible. It's literally impossible for signals, right? Information in the Shannon information theoretic sense, right? It's literally impossible, physically impossible. For those to be transmitted along neurons and like fucking neuronal fucking connections and stuff. It's just fucking impossible. Absolutely impossible. Nobody has ever been able to model it, bro. You know, like they leave out everything. They leave out all of the material and dynamical details. You know,
Like
which
when you
is
say there's too much
essential.
noise, you mean it's just like there's way too much electrical signals going around to really like
Like
pinpoint where it's
it's
going?
not determined by rules fixed in advance. You know, you have all these things that are affecting, you know, the transmission.
Hmm.
That make it highly variable and way too highly variable to be uh, a signal in the Shannon information theoretic sense. And you can search where I talked about this in Zulu, sir. You can search signal for me, right? And I give the whole explanation of that there. That's also an intro to ecosec, by the way.
Hmm.
You can search noise and intro to ecosec. They make that same point.
All right then.
But yeah, I don't know what you were saying that for. I don't even know what that's in relation to. We were talking about we're continuing what Turvey was saying, right?
We're on. Bro, this started out as fucking dispositional affordances, and we're on like
No, and
semantics.
we're tying it all together, you know, because we have to understand what is Turvey doing, man. What is he doing? He's fucking. Why is he talking about primary qualities, and why is he talking about the history of, you know, this distinction of primary secondary qualities and how it's changed, you know, or how our understanding of how our conception of what a primary quality, like a so-called primary quality is, you know what I mean, has changed, right? We've had to admit uh new, you know, uh basically like criteria, right? We have to enlarge our criteria, whatever what a primary quality is, right? With all these aspects which would have previously been incompatible with what we would say a primary quality is, right? At the very beginning with like Galileo and them, they made the distinction, you know?
So I think what we want to read ends at 22.9.
22.6 is where it starts. Definitely starts at 22.6. But yeah, that's the key point, right? And then we have Rosen's argument for why the more we include on the so-called objective side of the partition, the more porous the partition becomes, right? It becomes more porous because, like I said, right, the more things that we bring over to the objective side, it's going to branch out more. Increasingly, it's going to branch out, right, to all these other things that aspect that we just introduced now relates to on the other side that we have to consider and also introduce, right? Like we have all this physics left on the wrong side, right?
Yeah.
Because remember what physics means, what physical means, right?
Means real. It's real matter.
Well, it means, you know, it's subject to universal time translation symmetry, right? The first law.
Mm-hmm.
in the Noetherian view, like that's really what physical means. It's an invariant. It's part of it. They're all of the same universe. You know what I mean? It's the like invariance of physical laws. Or across reference frames. We talked all about this. Remember?
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay. Whatever. Right.
I'll figure it out later. I always do.
But yeah, the
Fluoridating
partition becomes more
concepts.
porous. The partition becomes more porous, and then it's not really a partition anymore. I mean, it's not. It's not. There's no distinction anymore at all.
Yeah.
And so that's what he's really doing. He's not saying, oh, affordance is a primary quality, and then there's still this distinction between primary and secondary qualities. He's saying, we've gotten to the point where we have to consider that maybe affordance is a primary quality, and then the distinction, where's the distinction? There's no distinction anymore. It's completely become like totally porous, like Rosen said.
Right. Okay.
Exactly right, like Rosen said. And that's exactly why Turvey is going over the history of this, right? And how it changed, right?
Yeah, he's basically saying, well, if it's if it's dispositional and also relational, well, there's no distinction, right? Where's the distinction?
Yeah. Where's the secondary
Where's the
qualities?
subject object split? Where is that?
Right.
It
Where's the
doesn't
dualism?
exist. Doesn't
Yeah.
exist.
It doesn't exist. I mean, like affordances, literally, we've gotten to the point. If affordance is the primary quality, like we've enlarged our view of what primary qualities are so much that affordances are included, right? Then there's just nothing on the other side, you know? You get what I'm saying? Right? And that's like, I mean, what objectivism views is arbitrary is just nothing. I mean, subjective is just arbitrary. Subjective is arbitrary, which is baseless, right? Which is nothing. The arbitrary is nothing. Like you can still be a subjectivist, but it's because you're making baseless fucking claims, Like you're just being arbitrary.
Mhm.
Right? There's no split between subjective facts and objective facts, right?
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
Okay, we can continue now. Now we have the context. Now we understand why Turvey's doing what he's doing. Now we continue.
All right.
Lock in. Yeah.
This is an apposite occasion to revisit notions introduced in Lecture 5. Given a gray stone, one can predicate length of the stone in relation to a ruler and weight of the stone in relation to a balance. Both the ruler and the balance are like the gray stone. They are also objects of some kind. Length and weight are said to be primary qualities. Although length and weight expressed in relation to another object, each quality is deemed to be an inherent property of the gray stone. We can define a primary quality P, such as length or weight, as follows: predicative relative to some other thing, such as a ruler or a balance, is P if and only if
Predication.
predication relative to some other thing, such as a ruler or a balance, is P, and if and only if the predicated property is expressed by its relation to the other thing, but does not inhere in the other thing or in the relation. Classically, the quality P does not apply to the stone's color. The conventional understanding is that color inheres in an observer. an animal endowed with color vision. Classically, gray is a dimension of consciousness. It is classified as a secondary quality. Historically, a secondary quality S, such as color or taste, has been defined as follows: predication relative to some other thing, such as an animal endowed with color vision, is S if and only if the predicated property is expressed by its relation to the other thing and inheres in the other thing. Right, but yeah, that's just getting into
Historically,
digress.
historically,
Yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
But now, what has physics? What has our considering of all these things like in modern physics, like self-organization, active matter, all this stuff, and predicativity. What has that forced us to now include in the other side? In the objective side, right? In the primary quality side.
The development of the physics of non-sentient macroscopic objects over the centuries has been tethered to P. The development of the psychology of sentient macroscopic objects over the centuries has been tethered primarily to S. Conventional understanding is that neither P nor S applies to objects at the quantum scale. Arguably, what marks the quantum scale is the relation between the studied object and the means, another object, a scientific instrument, by which it is studied. A manifest property or quality of a quantum object is expressed by and actualized by, or inheres in, the relation with this other object. It can be termed a relational property or quality R that exists potentially in the studied object as a disposition regardless of whether an object/instrument exists that can actualize it. Of the three properties or qualities, P, S, and R, only R can be predicated on an affordance. This conclusion echoes the preceding argument and accords with a definition of affordance as a disposition tantamount to an actual state of affairs minus particular conditions. On provision of the conditions, actuality ensues. The
On
affordance
provision,
realized
yeah,
by the
this is
quantum.
this is important, right?
Oh,
And you see how he
yeah.
references. You clicked on one of the links.
Fuck!
You're on 22 section 3. Go to 22 section 6. Right. No, you passed it. There we go. Yeah, it's there. So you see how he cites. He references Turvey 1992. That's Turvey's paper on prospective control and the affordances ontology, right? So this is important, right? He says laws, right? We need both laws and particular conditions, right? To basically realize like laws and context basically, So we have scale invariant laws with scale specific consequences, right? Because but the way we define laws, right? The way we would define real possibility, right, is what Turvey is talking about there. Laws, lawfulness, real possibility. The way we would define it, right, the affordance, is we would define it as, like a performable action, right? An activity minus the particular conditions which would be performing it, right? Which with on the provision of those conditions, actuality ensues. That was just an important point to pause on, right? So we can continue here and we'll spiral back to that probably.
Okay. It can be termed a relational property or quality R that exists potentially in the studied object as a disposition, regardless of whether an object/instrument exists that can actualize it. Of the three properties or qualities P, S, and R, only R can be predicated on an affordance. Oh wait, did we get to the bottom of this? I don't know.
And it's really like an affordance. An organism exists to actualize affordances, right?
Oh, no, it was right here. Okay. This conclusion echoes the preceding argument and accords with the definition of affordance as a disposition tantamount to an actual state of affairs minus particular conditions. On provision of the conditions, actuality ensues. No, we already read this too. Fuck.
It's
Whatever.
right there.
The affordance,
Yeah.
the affordance is realized as shown in Figure 22.1. The
No,
realization is
you skipped. What did you skip, bro? Okay, what did you skip?
nowhere.
On the provision of the conditions, actuality and ensues. Okay, yeah. Never mind. I was reading the next sentence. Right. The affordance is realized as shown in Figure 22.1.
22.1.
Right.
Realization
And that
is as
we
a
don't have to look
particular
back at that,
relation
but that was the figure there was just yeah, we don't have to look back. I mean, the figure there was just talking about the X Y Z O, conditions, right? And like it was giving the example of like a fucking hermit crab or something. And like the different shells that it chooses on different occasions. We don't have to look at them, but like just like if anybody wants to look at it, right? It's just an example.
A significant conjecture follows from
Wow, you skipped so
Gomatan's.
much just now. Oh man.
What?
Why did you skip that whole thing? I don't understand.
Bro, because we already read it.
No, we didn't. The affordance is
my
realized as shown in Figure 22.1, and then you didn't read anything after that.
The realization as a particular relation R, however, as Figure 22.1 makes evident, one cannot equate a thing's affordance, the sea urchin's affordance for the hermit crab, with any single R for an R to be manifest. In what forms depends on O, the occasion.
Right.
A significant conjecture follows from Gomatham's reasoning. See especially page 185 and 186 that ontologically R complements P. Affordance is realized as a relation, is not so much a third ontological quality as it is a new kind of primary quality. Echoing this conjecture,
There's a
Trajan
footnote
and
there.
Phillips.
You see, there's a footnote there. 10. If you want to click on that. I don't know what it says. 10. The footnote 10. It's you would have to scroll down to read it. Yeah, okay. Further.
Further given that R is potential in situation X, on occasion O, whether or not O occurs means that X has the quality of aboutness in respect to Z. The implication is that intentionality is, first and foremost, the mark of the relation. It is not first and foremost the mark of
Mark
the
of the
mental.
relational. The implication is that intentionality is first and foremost the mark of the relational, right? Aboutness, specification, right? Pointing to, right? It's the mark of the relational. It is not first and foremost the mark of the mental, as commonly claimed.
Okay.
And Z is the organism in the XYZO. I think it's the organism. X might be the organism, or I think X is the affordance. You're all the way in lecture. I don't know where you're at. Okay. Yeah. Scroll up. Okay. Yeah. No. You just passed where you were. Yeah. Right. A significant conjecture. Right. Then we looked at the footnote echoing this conjecture. Fadgen and Phillips, 2013.
Ask whether affordances are so fundamental that judgments of conventional metrical properties are necessarily constrained by them, and Lee, Carello, and Turvey, 2014, opine that estimates of
Opine.
conventional physical dimensions may be elliptical reports of affordances. We would do well at this conjuncture to remind ourselves of the historical or received view of perception's nature. We need to do so in a manner that befits the theme of the present lecture. We can do so through the following two assertions. Assertion 1. By virtue of its physical makeup, a perceiver is linked lawfully to the conventional physical properties of light, sound, molecular distributions in the air, etc. Assertion 2. By virtue of its intellectual makeup, A perceiver is linked non-lawfully to the behavior's significant properties, i.e., affordances of the surrounding surfaces and substances. Ideally, the juxtaposition of A, the affordance-based behavioral achievements of D, tuber spinifera, and B, the implication of affordance as a primary quality, can be appreciated as an essential counter to assertion 1 and 2.
Okay. I see what he's saying. He's talking about the affordance-based behavioral achievements of D. tuber spinifera. It's in the previous section he gave the example of D. tuber spinifera. It's like a single-celled organism that constructs like its own like shell, right? Self-organizes its own like shell, which is really cool, and it perceives and like how it perceives that, right? So the juxtaposition of it, right? So A basically serves as a counter to assertion 1, right? And B serves as an essential. He says an essential counter to assertion 2 is and B is the implication of affordances as a primary quality, which would be basically the implication there is that the distinction between primary and secondary qualities falls completely. So yeah, just to get what he's saying there. And the dispositional and the relational. I think we read this one. Or no, we didn't read this one. Did we? No, I don't think we read it.
No. Okay. The use of relation in respect to the use of disposition in defining affordance requires elaboration. Terms used in philosophy to describe what is meant by disposition include power, ability, potency, capability, tendency, potentiality, proclivity, and capacity, among others.
Yeah, we read this part.
These terms.
Oh, what's that footnote say though? Yeah, we read this part in the quote below it, but we didn't read past that.
I think it's just a citation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, what does he say? Available. Oh man. Damn.
I think it was like.
Yeah, a little bit up from there. There, you were there. So I don't know. It was saying something there. Okay, but we read past this and we read this quote. Stratino read it, but we didn't read past that. So I don't know if you want to read. If you want, if he read just the first paragraph in the quote below it, but he didn't read below past that. But I think maybe we can. Maybe we should reread the quote because I don't. You clearly don't remember it.
An affordance is only a relation when used. Affordances are not relations. They are resources for obtaining value from the environment through regulated action. Affordances are available to come into relationships with organisms, but this need not happen.
They are resources for obtaining value from the environment. I love how Reed talks about value and like all that stuff. I really like that. But yeah, Reed's book, 1996 book, is really really good. But this need not happen, right? And affordances are available to come into relationships with organisms, but this need not happen.
Of particular significance in the foregoing quotations is the term resources. The words power, potency, potentiality, and capacity in the list of dispositions descriptors are close relatives of resource. Reed's separation is seemingly recognition of affordance as a disposition of situation or thing X that transforms on occasion O to affordance as a relation R.
There's another footnote there. Footnote 12. You can
probably
also
just
click when you go to the footnote. Don't do that. When you go to the footnote, you can just click on the number again, and it'll take you back. Yeah.
In the literature on affordance, some have focused on the dispositional aspect, e.g., Leprosty Goodman et al. 2013, Turvey et al. 1981, Turvey 1992, And some
Oh,
have
it's just
focused on the relational aspect. Chemero, 2003, 2009.
okay.
Allow that dispositions are causally relevant. Then, taking advantage of Hale's 2005 thematic enumeration of disposition, we can say the following of any given thing X in the environment of any given organism Z. A. X's dispositions are actual, not merely possible. B. X's dispositions are properties intrinsic to it. They are neither relations nor
Yeah, that's a
relational properties.
right.
What?
They're dispositions to actualize, right? They're dispositions to entertain relationships, but the dispositions themselves are actual. All dispositional properties are themselves occurrent properties, right? But they basically entail, occurrent properties that aren't yet occurrent.
They entail like action potentials, something.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's a key point in Turvey's paper, in Turvey's 1992 paper, right? That actually in the Ecological Foundations of Cognition paper, the first of that paper, there's I mean they try to stress that point that all dispositional properties are occurrent properties. They're actual, you know? But that doesn't restrict them from,
Alright.
entailing potential, right? Or constituting a potential. You know what I mean? They're actual. They're actuals. I mean, actualities that constitute potentialities, which is it's a bit weird, right? But it's the weirdness that's in predicativity, like the loopiness. You know what I mean? It's weird, but it's not nonsense. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could definitely seem like nonsense at first.
So X's dispositions are actual, not merely possible, right?
Right, we got to that. And we got to B as well. X's dispositional nature is not wholly revealed via a reductive conditional analysis. Do you want to read this footnote as well?
Yeah. What is that? 13.
The analysis is a matter of identifying one or more subjunctive conditionals. To say that an object has the disposition to do F is just to say that it does F if the circumstances are such and such.
Right. So to say that an object has a disposition F of F is to say that the object does F given such and such conditions. And so yeah. So basically, I think there's also an important discussion here. I think he's referring to like what Turvey uses, like when Turvey uses like adjunctive logic, right? In some of his papers, like he has papers on that, right? Where he also talks about all that. I think that's what he's talking about there. You know, like where he talks about the differences between like subjunctive logic and or I mean adjunctive logic, adjunctive logic, and like I forget the other two ones that he contrasts it with, but like he's when he talks about that, he's talking about like contrast to this and contrast to this logic, whatever, right? So maybe that's what he means by it's not wholly revealed by reductive conditional analysis. I think that's one of the like things that he when he contrasts like adjunctive logic like to other logics, like that's how one of the other logics goes. That's not the name of it, but it's just like how it goes, I think. Anyways, dude.
X's being dispositional is not a contingent feature. E. X's dispositions are not higher level properties, i.e., not grounded in lower level non dispositional properties. F. X's manifestation of dispositions is a manifestation of reciprocal disposition partners, Recall any panel of figure 22.1. G. X's dispositions can manifest themselves. Oh my god, wait. You did read this.
X's dispositions can manifest themselves differently with different
reciprocal disposition
disposition
partners.
part. Yeah.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I definitely remember.
And that's also the essential semantic component right there, you know. X's dispositions can manifest themselves differently with different reciprocal disposition partners. That's you know, there's multiple distinct non-equivalent ways of interacting with the system.
Returning to Reed's perspective above, affordances are dispositions of environmental layout that can be made manifest by reciprocal dispositions of organism. Relation R between organism Z and situation X is afforded on the occasion O when Z uses X in the course of implementing activity Y.
Right, and the whole XYZO like formalism there was explained earlier in lecture 22. You know, we don't have to get it all into that. But it's still important. It's still very important. Huh.
Okay.
But yeah, you said we were gonna read until section 20. I mean, the like lecture 22, section 9, right? You said we were gonna read that.
Well, yeah,
Like,
I said it looks like it ends around here. I don't know if this is also relevant.
I think this is relevant. 22.8 is relevant, definitely. I
Yeah, this
think
talks about
22 point. I think 22.9 is not that relevant. Let me see. Like, let me scroll past 22.9. Uh, no, 22.9 is relevant. Yeah, yeah. So I mean, we can do 22.9, and like I was gonna say, maybe 22.9 is not that relevant, but 22.10 is the last one, which is not that long, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah, but 22.10 is definitely important. It's like, yeah, it's connecting all of this here. So you see, it mentions R and everything. So
Okay. And we will go to 22.8.
right. Pursuant to Gomatom. Yeah, you can also find in my organism environment note where I sort of integrate what Turvey says all here and like what Turvey says in his other paper, quantum like issues at the ecological scale. Like in the other papers where he discusses like all of this stuff, right? And he discusses it in different contexts, right? And he just like brings in more stuff in those papers than he does here. So like I bring that all together in my organism environment system note where I had completed paragraphs on all this stuff, right? So you can look for that in there if anybody listening, you know. Pursuant to Gomatum, you can search Gomatum right in or the organism environment system note, and you'll find this stuff.
We can ask whether R is what Bohr and Einstein sought as a basis for interpreting quantum mechanics consistently at micro and macro scales. Inconsistency was worrying insofar as it suggested a malign relativism. Different scales, different experimental contexts, expressing different phenomena, implying different natures. Hare summarizes Bohr's position as follows. An apparatus A is not in general a transparent medium on the world, W. To the contrary, phenomena are made manifest by AW complexes. As we noted in Lecture 7, the concept of complementarity was inspired by the so-called duality paradox. Radiation as W is a wave when A is a receiving antenna and a particle when A is a photomultiplier. The dispositions that phenomena, such as radiation, reveal are dispositions of AW complexes. Passing the matter in the language of affordances, Hare contends that an AW complex affords a phenomenon.
Just I forget what I think that might be a pi symbol, but no, I don't know. It's like some Greek symbol. It's
I'm
maybe
just gonna
search it
say
up. What?
2.
Well, I maybe search it up what that symbol is.
It
It's
is
pi.
Okay.
Yes. Right. So yeah, it's pi.
Casting the matter in the language of affordances, Hare contends that an AW complex affords a phenomenon pi, if and only if W has the power to engender pi. Thus, one kind of AW complex engenders electrons, and another kind of AW complex engenders waves, with engender understood as cause to make manifest.
The system, the AW complex is what causes it, right? It's not just W, right? It's not just A, right? It's the AW complex. That's the system that causes it.
Right. It represents the case where W is a garden and A is either a human or a bee. By virtue of the difference in their lifestyles, the affordances of a garden for human and bee differ, as do the spectral distributions within which the affordances for human and bee are optically specified. A human W engenders light that is vibgyor. A BW engenders light that is uvubuga.
Bee garden, just say the bee garden complex, right? The human garden complex and the bee garden complex, right?
Bee garden complex.
Which is violet, indigo, blue, green, yellow, orange, red, right? And the bee garden complex engenders light that is ultraviolet, violet, indigo, blue, and green. And there's a footnote there on that.
Where UV
Yeah.
is ultraviolet, V is violet, I is indigo, B is blue, G is green, Y is yellow, O is orange, R is red. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's basically just because I mean because like different animals see in different colors. Like that's like
Mhm.
because like
Well,
deers,
they don't
they see
like not seeing
orange
different
as
colors. Like it's just the spectral distribution that he's talking about. Remember, like
is that
we can divide it up. Remember, we were talking about how we can divide it up, like the colors and stuff. All of that. Like differently.
I
It was
think
it
so.
was.
I remember talking about the spectral, kinematic, and geometric stuff.
Yeah.
So it's just that like there's spectral differences between organisms.
There's spectral differences among like UVV, BGYOR. That's the spectral distributions, right? And it's just that there's a different spectral distribution for a bee and a human, right? That they use, right? Engenders light, like so. Okay, yeah, it engenders light that is vibgyor and engenders light that is uvibg.
The
Okay, yeah,
affordances of the garden for a bee are different from those for a human, but the garden, independent of bees and people, affords one activity relevant color layout for bees and another for people. And this, as Hare underscores, is a property of the garden.
yeah. We
The
can pause on that point. Like, oh man,
fuck.
wow. No, you're still there in the same.
Okay.
Whoa, you're not. Oh yeah, you're still there. Yeah. Just don't click there. So, uh, pause on that point yourself and articulate what do you think, right? But the garden, independent of bees and people, affords one activity relevant color layout for bees and another for people. And this is a property of the garden.
So the color layout is the same?
The spectral distribution, right, is different, right? Because I mean, it like one AW complex engenders one spectral distribution, and the another AW complex engenders another spectral distribution. But the fact that the garden, engenders, right, the garden when it enters into an AW complex, right, a human garden complex, it will Like just the fact that it does this for the bees and for the humans, right, is a property of the garden, right? That there's one activity relevant color layout for the bees and another for people. That's a property of the garden.
But what is the explanation for why they see different colors?
What do you mean? It's like I just told you. The garden, independent of bees and people, affords one activity relevant color layout for bees and another for people.
But why?
What do you mean?
But because it's like with because it's
Because
typically
because
with
well,
like
it gets
bees.
into it's the thermodynamics part. I mean, that's when you're trying to answer why there. Why you're just asking why are these why are there all these various forms of life, right? Because they are able to access otherwise inaccessible potentials, right? And increase the rate of entropy production on a global scale by doing so.
Well, because it's usually explained with something with the eyes.
Well, yeah, but that's the whole point here. It's not a property of the observer. It's a property of the garden and like the AW complex, right?
Mm.
It's a property of the garden, right? And that property is defined dispositionally, right? So minus the particular conditions for actualizing the the behavior that's disposed, you know?
So it's just like the bee sees in different colors, but there is colors, and that's the colors are the property of the garden.
Right. The fact that there's one activity relevant color layout for bees and one for humans, right, for people, is a property of the garden.
Okay.
Just like there's one activity relevant force layout for translating squirrels upwards of up a tree, and one activity relevant force layout for translating fucking lizards up a tree, right?
Mm.
And that is a property of the tree, independent of squirrels and lizards.
Okay. Consider figure 22.3. The affordance of a brink in a surface as the world W is a case in point. The affordance differs for animals of different sizes. As apparatus A large W engenders the activity of stepping down. A medium W engenders the activity of jumping down. And a small w engenders the activity of crawling down. This threesome of affordances is a property of the brink. Likewise, for w as a gap in a surface and a as a
What
human.
of the brink of the brink? I thought you said brain. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah, I said brink. Likewise, for w as a gap in a surface and a as a human either walking slowly or running quickly. A walking W engenders not crossable, and a running
Why do you
W
keep reading
engenders
it like that?
crossable.
Like just read like what A and W denotes, right? Read it out loud, you know? Instead of saying
AW,
AW, say what AW denotes in each sentence. So what he said AW
walking
denotes.
complex.
Go up. Jeez.
Okay.
He says what A and W denotes here, right? No, go down.
AW
Remember, the
complex.
W was the garden. W was the garden, and the A was either the bee or the human, right? In the last example, right? So in this example, look what he says. The fucking A and W are. He says it before the figure. Says it right above the figure. All right. Consider
What?
figure 23. The affordance of a brink at a surface, right? The affordance of a brink in the surface, a brink of the surface as the world W in a case is in point, right? So the brink in the surface, right, is the W in this case, right? And so the affordance differs for animals of different sizes as A, right? So large animals, large
So large
animals
animals with a
with
brink.
yeah, the brink, just say brink, right? So large animal brink complexes and engenders complex engenders activity of stepping down, right? Medium animal brink complex and
Okay.
engenders, the activity of jumping down, and small animal brink complex engenders the activity of crawling down, right? Right, and so this threesome of affordances is a property of the brink, right? All of these, right?
Likewise, for W as a gap in the surface and A as a human either walking slowly
Right.
or running quickly,
A human walking, right? A
a
human
human
walking
walking.
gap across a gap complex, right? Human walking across a gap engenders not crossable, right? You can just say it like that instead of saying complex, right? A human
And
walking
human
across a gap.
running across a gap engenders crossable. This twosome of affordances is a property of the gap. The bottom line is that affordance allows science to say that there are properties of the world such that there are empirical content is always given by their mode of manifestation. To reiterate, an AW complex affords a specific phenomenon only if W has the power to generate such a phenomenon when intimately interconnected with the relevant A. In the terms
Right,
of
that's an
affordance
important
formulation,
point, right? To reiterate, an AW complex affords a specific phenomenon only if W has the power to generate such a phenomenon when intimately interconnected with the relevant A. It has the power, right? It has to have the power to generate such a phenomenon.
is does that have to do with the ambient optic array, or
Well, it's just that's like it's dispositional. It's property. But yeah, that would be the the conditions that are minused, like the informational control, right? With the with optic flow and stuff. That's all like required, right? That's what the affordance it specifies, It structures that information, right, in such a way. So in terms of the affordance formulation used above, Hare's position is that a quantum experimental situation X affords a mode of manifestation alias activity Y for a world W on occasion O if and only if X and W are mutually compatible, that means commensurate, on dimensions of relevance to Y, the activity or mode of manifestation, right? The upshot at quantum and ecological levels is a lawfully benign relativism instead of benign relativism. And I think I clarified that distinction in my notes more. Benign versus lawfully benign relativism.
okay. So you said this is not as relevant, but do we read it?
I think it might be still like relevant. We can read through it fast, you know.
Oh boy. All right. In figure 22.1, we cast a hermit crab as perceiving a particular thing, a sea urchin, as a cover shell withable thing, or a crawl into able thing, or an eatable thing, depending on the occasion. For the particular occasions identified in figure 22.1, we assign to the hermit crab the properties can perceive cover shell withable things, can perceive crawl into able things, and can perceive edible things, respectively. Each of the preceding involves a borrowing of a property of the environment to predicate a property of the hermit crab in each case of can perceive. A property of one kind of thing, namely the sea urchin, is borrowed and applied to another kind of thing, namely the hermit crab. Thus, we have the notion of a property, for example, cover shell withable, of a sea urchin, a perceivable thing, and a property of the hermit crab, a perceiver thing, with which disposes the hermit crab to perceiving, cover shell with able. In attaching the property cover shell with able to the property can perceive, we have concocted what can be referred to as an intentional context.
Intentional with an S.
Intentional with an S. Intentional with an S.
Okay, yeah, but the citation here is very, very important because they explain this in much more detail in Ecological Foundations of Cognition 1. Yeah, look at the footnotes here. There's like a couple of footnotes here. Yep. It is worth underscoring that intentional is not the same word as intentional. The two
You
words
don't have
how
to
are
resell
ever
it to me, man.
so
I
yeah,
know
yeah.
the
Go
end.
look at footnote 15 and 14, I think. Like there was 15 and 14 in that. Yeah. Oh no, we already read footnote 14. Footnote 15.
We
I
are
like this
constructing
footnote.
something similar to what Bell, in 1993, in the domain of quantum mechanics, has referred to as beables, short for
Beables.
maybeables.
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 And you can I talk about beables like this whole thing, and like I integrate this with more stuff in my notes on this, where the whole thing, this whole discussion is in my notes. But yeah,
And typically written without the italics. In respect to future theoretical physics, Bell suggests it should not be fundamentally about measurements and observables, but about maybeables. Objective properties assigned to objects. For Bell, the observables of quantum mechanics are made out of maybeables.
made out of beables.
Oh, they're different. Oh, okay.
Yeah, we don't have to get into that, but it was a footnote attached to the occasion variable, right? And the occasion variable is very important. When you read Full Tilt 9 Carrillo's paper, when they talk about the XYZO formalism, they specifically pause on like the occasion variable and like its importance, and like, and we don't have to get into that, but like there's an important uh point to note there. To go look for more on that.
All right.
But yeah,
The particular
finished
equations.
we finished that paragraph, did we? Yeah, we finished that paragraph. Oh man, I gotta piss. Okay, so I'm gonna mute my mic. Just keep going.
All right. Intension is the meaning or connotation of an expression, as opposed to its extension or denotation. The intension of a predicate expression, a common noun or an adjective, is often taken to be a concept. In consequence, it is historically and typically the case that in giving an organism an intentional description, a perceptual theorist's intent is to ascribe to the organism the concept of one or more properties of the embedding environment. It mandates that to perceive property X of X, Z must have a concept of property X of X. This mandate is the intellectual makeup in section 2 above. It was the implicit core of the lectures in parts 1 and 2. It is founded primarily on the assumption that no energy medium singly or in conjunction with other energy media is structured by property X of X in a way that is specific to property X of X. Property X of X has to be borrowed by the theorist in the form of a concept deemed innate or acquired. It is the familiar perspective of the man in the inner room. It runs counter to ecological realism. An ecological understanding.
Everything they just said there, again, they explain it in much more detail. Like it's literally the whole paper of Ecological Foundations of Cognition 1. The whole paper. They go into like very deep detail about what Turvey just said there. So I mean, we could skip this. We can skip. We can basically skip this. I don't think it's that important. But it's still
What
important.
environment?
Like in general, that's a very important point that they're making there.
What environment
But
affords is objective, real, and physical? but in a non-classical sense. Consider two animals, an ant and a cat. In the proximity of a stone, figure 22.4b, the focal P property of the stone is height, figure 22.4a. It is objective in the conventional sense that it is expressed through its relation to another thing, e.g. a ruler. The R properties of the stone in respect to the current states and locations of cat and ant in figure 22.4b include jump uponable for the cat but not for the ant. 2. Climb upable for the ant but not for the cat. Walk aroundable for both cat and ant. And 4. Pass throughable for neither cat nor ant. They are real in the impredicative sense. Primary predicative property.
In the sense.
Basically just showing extrinsic versus intrinsic.
Yep. But we have this relational or impredicative property, right? And I think, the notes from two scientific psychologists, they were referencing, like, they did a previous article before the one we read. I think they were covering Turvey's paper there on this, in quantum light issues at the ecological scale, where he was basically talking about, like, this is like an imperative. It's impredicative, But yeah, so yes. All right. Our introduction to the notion of impredicativity was in lecture 3 in respect to the two natures of the mathematical notion of set, predicative and impredicative. Yes.
It was depicted in figure 3.7. Its role in lecture 3 was to communicate the conception of self-referencing and the possibility of an alternative to the historical causal chain perspective on the workings of perception.
Linear
Here
chain.
we need
That's
to
what.
Here we need to emphasize that whereas the conventional predicative version set theory has been to date well suited to the modeling of artificial languages and artificial systems, the impredicative version, referred to as hyperset theory and introduced primarily and relatively recently by Axel, is more accommodating of natural languages and natural systems.
Yeah, and Turvey and Chemero, they have several papers on this, on non-well-founded set theory, which is hyperset theory, on, like, describing affordances that way. And Chemero actually is a good paper, and like a 2012 paper, like self-organization writ large. I think that's the name of the paper. But no. The paper is modeling self-organization with non-well-founded set theory. In that paper, he talks about Swenson's autocatakinetic systems and models them with non-well-founded set theory, which is pretty cool.
And that's the predicative form as a special case. Arguably, it is what is required to formalize affordance. Property I of figure 22.4b, for example, is defined in
Yeah,
predicatively.
it's used to describe impredicativities, non-well-founded set theory.
It's defined in predicatively. That is, in terms of the system of which the stone is a part, the cat-stone system. Property I is also physical in the quantum compatible superpositional sense. That is, it is in no definite state. Other action possibilities are simultaneously and equally present, e.g., walk roundable, hide behindable, rest next toable. Accordingly, in the absence of a stone-related act by the cat, one might refer to the cat stone system as coherent. However,
Oh yeah,
given
wait. I know if you're listening, Stratino, this point right here is, I think, a really important point for you. Like in our discussion, in our disagreement, right? That we had. This is very important, right? The notion of coherency in quantum theory, right? Very, very important. Accordingly, in the absence of a stone-related act by the cat, one might refer to the cat-stone system as coherent, right? So
however,
other action possibilities are simultaneously and equally present, right? What be like it's it's like the pizza. It's the pizza, right? It's possible to cut it up. Like if I haven't taken any pizza related act yet that slices it up, right? It's still possible to cut it up in columns and triangles and checkered pattern and da 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 da. You know what I mean?
Mm.
So it's coherent, right? In that sense, right? So it's coherent in that one of these paths has yet to be chosen, but they're all like choosable. You know what I mean? Something has to basically decohere, decohere the system to make it like snap to one path. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. However, given an act by the cat, namely jumping up on the stone, thereby realizing jump up onable, one might refer to the cat stone system as decoherent, because properties I and 3, by virtue of the cat's act, are currently null and void. In the meantime, however, given no act by the ant stone system remains superpositional and perforce coherent.
So yeah, and quantum like issues at the ecological scale. So Turvey basically talks about basically the two principles here, right? Are like affordances are relational, like in the impredicative sense, or I think this was in the 2013 paper actually. He says affordances are relational in the impredicative sense and relational in the quantum compatible sense, in these two senses, right?
Mm. Okay.
Right, in here he says that affordances are real in the predicative sense, and they're physical in the quantum compatible sense. So in the non-classical sense of quantum compatibility, right? But basically, he says that the environment is superpositional. It's a continuum of possible differentiation, right? And he says this in an earlier footnote in somewhere. Yeah, we looked at this footnote before where he says the cheese round, like a cheese round, it can be sliced up. He gives the pizza example, right? But basically, right, he talks about the environment in the CES model as a continuum of possible differentiation, right? And that's a key point here. That's what environment as superpositional means.
Alrighty. So, yeah.
However, given an act by the cat, namely jumping on the stone, we already read that, by virtue of the cat's act, are currently no. In the meantime, however, given no act by the ant stone system remains superpositional and perforce coherent. If the foregoing reasoning passes muster, then one is encouraged to consider the possibility of a deep link between decoherence and an ontology grounded in the fundamental link between decoherence and dissipation. And that's referencing Omnes, 1994.
Mm-hmm.
In the next paragraph. Omnes 1994. And that's also in my notes. Like I try to talk about that. Right? So
Okay.
yeah, aside from rare non-dissipative systems,
Systems,
right?
e.g., superfluids and superconductors, a macroscopic system will never be found in a quantum superposition of macroscopically different states.
There's a footnote there. Just like you can click back to it, Yeah.
Quantum coherence can, in particular biological circumstances, e.g., photosynthetic complexes, be relatively long-lived, extending out to the picosecond range. Okay.
Yeah, so basically, remember there's like this finite like list of like canonical like primary qualities, like mass, like size, weight, right? Like these but like abstract, in abstract, like the Newtonian Euclidean sense, right? So and that's what he's going to talk about here, right? So the way that's done, right? Like, so from the indefinitely many quantum states, decoherence distills a small number of broadly characterized properties, right, in the classical ontology, right? So the primary and secondary qualities comprising the classical ontology are canonical. In common English, they are size, position, speed, color, texture, hardness, solidity, fluidity, smell, taste. Like then he puts a colon, right? So smell, taste, and sound, right? Oh, there's several colons in that quote. Yeah, the distillation from the vast randomness of quantum states by decoherence is reliable and deterministic. It stands in sharp contrast to the individual quantum states in both number and kind. And like, it's hard to grasp what he's saying here. Like he doesn't really crystallize the point, right? But he's talking about this abstract like fixed set of like properties, right? We like that's just like remember what I said about we imagine the world as this like abstract like just like a set of abstract like isolated properties such as these properties, right? Like Newtonian Euclidean properties, right? So that's what he's saying there, right? And he's saying that he's not saying this is true. He's saying this is what they're claiming. There's supposedly this distillation from a vast randomness of quantum states by decoherence is supposedly reliable and deterministic, but it stands in sharp contrast to the individual quantum states in both number and kind. So there's a contradiction here. You know what I mean? And so it's like, I mean, it's like he doesn't explicitly state that he's not saying that this is true, you know? So it's kind of hard to grasp what he's saying, but that's what he's saying here. And like I make that clear in my notes when I talk about this in my notes. You can search Omnes in my notes or Lindley. You can search Lindley in my notes too.
Okay, where are we? Okay.
We don't have to look at that.
Designation
I was just talking about it because this
Oh.
paragraph is kind of confusing. It was confusing to me at first.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, designation of a form. This is like we're so close to the end. Okay, we're so close to the end.
Then I can fucking lay down. Okay. Designation of affordances as new primary qualities brings the classical ontology into question. Across the individual organisms constituting the kingdoms of bacteria, arachne, I'm not even gonna try to say that. Fungi, plantae, and animalia, the number of affordances qua new primary qualities is uncountable. Why?
Oh
Such
yeah,
is
yeah.
the case, right?
I forgot the point. The point before about decoherence is like the view that like the collapse of the wave function is how we get from the quantum world, right? The quantum fluctuations or whatever. That's how we get to the the classical world. You know what I mean? Right? That's like that's really like that's literally the view of contemporary physics. So like it's just like this like but there's just like unbridgeable gap in between. That's just like we have no idea what the fuck is going on there because I mean what's really going on is just like we have the classical formalism and we have the quantum mechanics formalism and they're just two incompatible formalisms, right? And formalism is not reality. There can be a contradiction between a formalism, right, of one formalism and another, right, because they just have incompatible epistemic assumptions, right? But there can't be contradiction in reality. So there's this whole like just like problem in contemporary physics of just like trying to resolve quantum like quantum mechanics, right? With like relativity, you know? You get what I'm saying? With classical physics, right? With classical mechanics. But yeah, I mean, it's just like the whole problem, right? Yeah, the whole problem is that you don't. It's not meant to be resolved. There's no. You're not supposed to resolve these two formalisms, you know, because the world is not a formalism, you know, that fucking encompasses these two formalisms. You know what I mean? But yeah. Designation of affordances as new primary quality brings the classical ontology into question. Across the individual organisms constituting the kingdoms of bacteria, archaea, protista, fungi, plantae, and animalia, the number of affordances qua new primary qualities is uncountable. Right? So see why he's saying, like, I mean, he's contrasting, right? He's contrasting the view. Supposedly, there's this just like he literally lists them here. Like there's just this many properties here. You know what I mean? And this is it. You know what I mean? We have all these basically a priori properties here, right? So
why such is the case might ensue from the fundamental linkage of decoherence to dissipation. Join with the following understanding introduced in Lecture 20, namely that the perceiving and acting capabilities coordinate with
but you understand what he was
affordances.
saying there, right? You understand what he was saying? Why it calls the classical ontology into question, right? He was just talking about all these examples of all like the fucking like the brink, right? It has all these like it has these three different like affordances, right? For like different animals, different sized animals, right? Oh, like if we're like on the dimensions of size, right? It has all these different affordances, right? On the like on the dimensions of like
I think he's just saying
speed,
that
like the speed.
it
No, this
calls
is
it into
exactly what he's saying.
question. It calls it into
Like
question because it's become too porous, right?
no. His point is literally that affordances are uncountable. You can't fix, his literally his point, right? In the footnote that he talks about the cheese round example, he's talking about how we can't a priori partition an organism's niche out of the environment, right? We can't a priori partition what the affordances are. You know what I mean? You get what I'm saying? We can't a
But
priori
we know
partition
in a
this.
particular system what it is.
Right.
Okay.
And it's like, but still, like the whole point, right, is that all these classical properties are a priori partitionings, right? First and foremost, right? They're a priori partitionings, right? And remember what that does, right? It always leaves out some information, right? You know what I mean? It always loses some information, like the ruler trying to measure the coastline. There's always some left over, right? You get what I'm saying? So
yeah, there's always something
like,
omitted.
Right, and he's talking about just like the uncountable number of new primary qualities if we admit something like affordances, like we were just talking about, right? And it's really we've already admitted it. We've already admitted it by admitting, these kinds of dispositions to entertain relationships, right? Into physics, right? Which is like, I mean, in the other papers where Turvey talks about this, he gives lots of examples of, how we've already admitted that into physics, right? So, the point again, right? That's why it calls the classical ontology into question. You get what I'm saying? That's the point he's making here, because of the uncountable numbers of like affordances, right? If we actually start considering, like, we just started considering the affordances on the dimensions of size, the dimensions of relevance to the activity of walking across the gap, right? Right?
Okay.
On the dimensions of size relevant to the activity of crossing across the gap, and on that's mutually compatible with the organism, right? Right. So we're gonna have all these different. We're gonna start counting like uncountably, like amount of affordances, right? New affordances, right? You get what I'm saying? Like even just on size, right?
Like
And then
as
even
an
just
a
on speed.
priori criteria, we're going to need to count them all.
Yeah, and we just can't. Remember, no finite list. Like this is Rosen's point. Remember Rosen's point? No algorithm, no finite list can exhaust it all, right? These lists, the call for like such a list, right, only generates like an infinite list of such properties, right? Like in order to try and like
yeah, we
define
can't
life algorithmically, you know?
generalize an organism's niche. We need to look at its niche in a particular setting.
Yeah, I mean, like sort of. I don't know if that's the best way of putting it. We can't formalize it. We can't formalize it.
But with system description, you can.
Well, we're not formalizing it with system description. Remember, we're not taking the extrinsic measurement approach, right? We're taking the intrinsic natural measurement approach. So we're not really formalizing it.
Yeah, you're taking a predicate approach.
Right, but remember we were talking about the distinction between extrinsic measurement and natural, or natural measurement and like artificial measurement, right?
And that's what I
And the
mean,
other
is that you can describe it that way, but you can't describe it without.
I mean, extrinsically, like extrinsic measurement, we would lose way too. Like we would be destroying. Remember, we would be destroying the original system. You know, we would lose all the information about it.
Okay.
But yeah, that's not the point here. The point here is just that once we start admitting, like, affordances, right? These kinds of properties, right? That affordances are. It's like it calls in question the classical ontology, right? That's just the point here, right? But now we're going to talk about why there's all these affordances, why there's an uncountable number of affordances, and that is the basically why he's talking about the relation between decoherence and dissipation here. What does that mean? You know? And then you see he goes into the fourth law, right? He talks about Swenson's fourth law.
Ooh.
Right, yeah, he fucking makes like the integration here is just so fucking wide. It's crazy. It's hard to grasp at first, right? But he also makes this integration in the 2015 paper and the 2013 paper. The 2015 paper is the quantum like issues paper, and the 2013 paper is the what kind of science, right? What kind of science does it entail?
What kind of science?
Yeah, the 2013 paper. But yeah, those two papers, he makes this same argument. But yeah, it's a crazy integration. We're in this paragraph right below it, right? Past this page, the next page. Yes, we were on this page, right? Why such is the case? Well, the sentence starts in the last page.
Why such is the case might ensue from the fundamental linkage of decoherence to dissipation, joined with the following understanding introduced in Lecture 20, namely that the perceiving and acting capabilities coordinate with affordances are what they are because they extend the means for dissipating energy resources for enhancing the rate of environmental entropy production. As noted in Lecture 20, the understanding in question...
Okay, pause here. What the fuck is he saying here? What the fuck do you even think he's saying here?
Joined with the following understanding introduced in Lecture 20.
Okay, I want you to. This is the hint, right? What did I just describe? How did I just describe decoherence? I said it's so fucking important, right? So how did I just describe decoherence? And remember, how have I previously described the fourth law, which is the physical selection principle, right? Which is that the system selects the paths or the assemblage of paths that dissipate or that produces entropy at the fastest rate given the constraints. And what have I said about that? I said how about ranking paths by rate, right? And that it's ranked by the relative rates, right, of dissipation. Yeah, and that's how we select how those paths are selected by their relative rates of dissipation. That's what the fourth law is saying. right? And now connect that to what I just said about decoherence. Come on, bro. You can do it. You can do it, bro.
I can't think about anything right now, bro.
What did I say
For
about
like 10
decoherence?
hours.
What did I say about decoherence? Come on. Remember that it snaps into it, like, you know? All these actions are possible. Remember, it's a continuum of possible differentiation, right?
Snaps
You have
like a
all
puzzle
these,
piece.
like it snaps like into one path, like or the path or assemblage of paths, right? It selects the paths, right? It not arbitrarily, but by rate of dissipation. That's the point, right? But remember,
Mm-hmm.
this is the occasion variable, right? It's about which affordance gets selected. We have an abundance of affordances. But why does the organism select this affordance above other affordances, right?
Okay.
Remember?
So
Because
typically, maybe
realizing
the
realizing
occasion
one,
variable is going to be LMAP.
right? Yeah. I mean, that's basically what it's like embodying. You know, it's embodying the evaluative dimension, right? The basically what I was talking about, the ranking, right? Value scale.
Well, can we do it with the occasion variable where it's like there's like multiple different correct answers? Because I think you said like with like a earthworm burrowing in the ground, right? It's got a goal of just like burrowing in the ground for some reason, but we could also say that it's maximizing entropy, and that's also why it's doing it on like a Earth-wide scale.
Remember what Turvey said about affordances is dispositional, right? In the other paper with the squirrel, right? Remember with the squirrel example, right? That it applies
Mm.
both at the perspective of the individual squirrel, right? And I forget exactly what he said, right? But you remember this, right? He said both A at the perspective of the individual squirrel and B, and that's what you're saying here, you know? Kind of.
I don't
Or
remember
that,
what B
like, I'm trying to
was
clear.
either.
Yeah, I don't remember what B was in particular, but like, it's clarifying what you're saying
I mean,
here.
B was a post, wasn't it?
No, like, you can. Do you have the paper, the full total paper? Here, I'll look at it.
I can't remember
Um,
anything right now. I'm checked out.
but we're almost done. Got this, bro. Okay.
Oh, after like 6 hours, man, I'm checked out. Can't do it.
I got this, bro. I got this. Yes. Of important. Right. All right. Thus, trees afford climbing to squirrels means that trees have a disposition to entertain a relation of forces with animals such as squirrels that result in translating the latter upward. Of importance, this also applies at the level of the individual squirrel from its point of view. Right, that tree over there would entertain force relations with me that would result in climbing if I were to act as to bring about those relations. And B, even if there were no living squirrels anywhere in the universe, right?
Hmm.
So what is that saying there? What do you think it's saying? In the context of LMEP, right?
Well,
It's
it
saying,
means that the post
why are there squirrels in the fucking universe?
to
Tell me.
maximize entropy.
Boom. Why are there squirrels in the universe? To maximize entropy, right? Why does the Earth select for squirrels? To maximize entropy, to access inaccessible these otherwise inaccessible potentials, right? for producing entropy. For producing entropy, key, right? These are potentials for producing entropy on a global scale. The Earth is selecting for organisms that can access otherwise inaccessible potentials for producing entropy at an increased rate at the global scale.
Right, because the Earth, doesn't have hands.
Right. And that is basically like conformal, right? Like it's like compatible, right? Commensurable with the individual like perspective of the squirrel. You know what I mean?
So it's just certain things afford entropy production, and so it has that independent of an organism.
Right. And why does an organism exist? Is the question answered by LMAP, right? And why is he bringing LMAP here in this discussion about selecting affordances? You know what I mean? It's because, well,
So he's integrating it with path selection.
right, exactly, right. But remember, it's entropy production at a global scale to increase the rate of entropy production at a global scale, right? So it's really just like squirrels, exist. They have they basically have to satisfy like they have to solve a specific thermodynamic problem for the Earth. You know what I mean? And that's why they select the paths that they do. They select the affordances that they do. Because that's why they exist. Their unique way of life. They exist to actualize those affordances. You know? An organism exists to actualize affordances.
I see.
You see. Okay, let's finish the point. Like, I just wanted to state that. Well, this is what Turvey's trying to do here because it was hard for me to grasp what he's trying to do here at first because it's like so condensed and just so wide of an integration. It's crazy. It's so fucking crazy. But yeah. I think I just gave everybody watching like a great way to actually grasp what he's saying here. Or like a basis too, you know? Yeah, let's finish what he's saying.
Here. As noted in lecture 20, the understanding in question reflects what has come to be labeled in some quarters as the law of maximum entropy production. To reiterate, the proposed law states that a given system will select a path or assemblage of paths out of the available paths that minimize the potential or maximizes the entropy at the fastest rate possible, given the current circumstances or constraints.
The geocosmic potential, to be clear. That's what the potential refers to here.
If living things are inseparable from their surroundings and both are part of a directed single planetary scale evolutionary process, then the number and variety of organisms and environments can be said to follow from an opportunistic strategy that produces progressively more ways and more intense ways to generate entropy. That is, more organism environment systems implicates more affordances, higher levels of order, and greater entropy rate, figure 20.2. To quote Anila and South, evolution into species richness is no objective as such, but is common because generally more diverse sources of free energy are accessed by diverse mechanisms. No single species is equipped with all interaction mechanisms to draw from all resources. This is because history has continually reworked surviving energy gradients into increasing numbers of different configurations and conformations. Figure 22.5, adapted from Smith, provides us with an apt finish to the present lecture. It expresses the fit or lack thereof between an ontology motivated by nature's ecological scale and the two ontologies that govern contemporary science, that of Newtonian mechanics and that of quantum mechanics. Ideally, we have come to appreciate that an ecological ontology could be minimally as rich and maximally far more reaching than the established ontologies that have thus far given shape to established thinking on perception. And ideally, we have also given ourselves a sense of what the non-mediated, non-contact theory of perception introduced in Lecture 20, Figure 20.6 might look like. Okay.
There's another similar figure, but not exactly the same figure in Turvey 2015 and in the quantum-like issues paper.
So, what does classical ontology say? That ontology as a whole is incompatible with quantum ontology?
Well, classical ontology is just we have all these basically we have all these fixed operations for manipulating these formal objects we call properties, you know. uh and basically we just like play around with these fucking formal operations and formal objects, but we have like a fixed number of these formal operations, and basically the quantum ontology is just that the only difference really is like remember the formalism. There's in the classical mechanics formalism, it's entirely determined by a rule, right? The rule is fixed in advance, right? We have, it's decidable, it's computable, it's like the rules are decidable, right? They're fixed in advance. But in quantum ontology or whatever, the quantum formalism, it can account for the measurement process. The classical ontology doesn't have to account for the measurement process. I mean, it just literally doesn't have to. Classical mechanism. I mean, I talk about this in my notes. Exactly the reason I say there why classical mechanics doesn't have to account for the measurement. They don't have the measurement problem, right? They don't have any measurement problem because they defined it basically out of the world. They defined measurement out of the world, right? And that's what quantum mechanics does too. Like it tries to do. You know what I mean? I mean it's basically like Plato's world of forms. In Plato's world of forms, we don't encounter the measurement problem. You know what I mean? We just don't encounter the measurement problem in Plato's world of forms. But in the quantum mechanics formalism, we encounter the measurement problem insofar as like problems like we have a measurement problem such as uh Maxwell's demon, right? And like that's more like a statistical like fucking shit. That's more like a thermodynamics thing, a classical thermodynamics thing. But we have these measurement problems like Schrodinger's cat, right? In quantum mechanics, right? That quantum mechanics runs into like in principle. You know what I mean? And it's just like those measurement problems, they force us to make an epistemic cut. You know?
Okay.
So yeah, it's just that's like really the only difference. So it's like we have in classical ontology, it's we have rule based determinacy, right? We have rule based determinism, right? And in the quantum ontology, we have rule based indeterminism. That's basically the only difference, really. The essential difference.
Alrighty.
So you see how it's kind of similar, like how we can draw some implications, right, from the problems that quantum mechanics has encountered and had to deal with, right, to understanding like how to basically escape the fucking formalism, right? How to escape the class of machines, the class of systems that are machines, right? You know what I mean? To take a step back, right, and actually get back in the natural world, because the measurement problems, they force us to make the epistemic cut. They force us to, right, to continue in the formalism, right? They force us to exit the formalism. That's the key. That's the key point, right? They force us to exit the formalism to make a decision that's entailed only by, like, the measurement process outside the formalism, to make a decision where the cut is, and that's where, like, that's kind of like in Maxwell's Demon situation, you know. And you see how it was all important. We went over all that, and it was all important in the end.
Yeah, I'll probably integrate it better later whenever I go
Right.
over it. I still need time to really integrate all this stuff.
Yeah, that's fine. But yeah, I mean, that's like really the only problem, you know? And when we're doing classical mechanics, the formalism isn't in principle, like, in order to move forward in the formalism, in order to proceed in the formalism, we aren't in principle forced to encounter measurement problems that force us to exit the formalism in order to make a decision, right? You
Mm-hmm.
get what I'm saying? So that's why it's like it's rule-based indeterminacy. It's not entirely determined by the rules. And that just makes quantum mechanics just wacky. It just has all this wackiness going on, because it's like you can't even talk about anything. You can't even proceed, right? You can't even talk about what the properties you're talking about are in the formalism, right? You can't proceed. You know what I mean? You have to exit the formalism in order to proceed. You get what I'm saying? Like, we see it all the time. That's the whole point, where it's like it's not even real until you measure it, for a quantum mechanics realist, right?
Right. So
Do you understand what I'm saying, bro?
I mean, yeah. Quantum mechanics doesn't really have like a way of measuring things.
No, yeah, of course not, because it's governed by uh, reversible equations that are completely independent of any like reference to time or processes or irreversibility or anything like that, right?
I got a question.
Hmm.
I don't know if this is gonna be dumb or not, but I was thinking about it. Do you think it's at all ever gonna be relevant to do math or any sort of equations with negatives?
What?
Like, do you think it's ever going to be relevant to do mathematics with negatives, like negative numbers?
I don't know what you're talking about, bro.
Like, you know how in mathematics there's negative numbers?
Man, this is like the same thing as last time. Remember, you said something totally like irrelevant and like just like
Bro,
useless, and I told you, like, just cut it out, because like it just like totally like takes away from the point, like the integration.
okay, but I don't understand how this is actually not relevant now.
What the hell are you even talking about?
Because I feel like it is a mistake that people make, right? It's like in mathematics, they teach you about negative numbers, and it's like, when are you really ever going to deal with these negative numbers? I mean, they're literally less than nothing. How is that even a possibility?
Man.
Bro, think about it.
No, I mean, this is just the rules of arithmetic, right? Like I'm not like. Do you want me to fucking explain to you basic arithmetic, bro? I don't know what to tell you, bro.
Bro, like, if you want to subtract something, just fucking use subtraction. Don't use negative numbers. It just makes it so much more
Bro,
complicated.
you realize like, oh man,
Bro, tell me, because I'm actually
you
curious.
in
Because
equations, right?
uh,
You realize there's like many different ways, right, to get the same result, bro. Right? So you can
yeah,
write the
different
equation.
equations that you can get the same result at.
Right, you can write the equation this way, or you can write it this way, or you can write it this way with, but like with a negative, like with a subtracting this, or multiplying, the negative here, the negative, a positive against a negative, or multiplying a negative against a negative. Like when we're doing this, like there's rules to this, right? That we can discuss, we can discover here, right? Just like mess around with, right? And formulate like rules for all this stuff, right? That we can just mess around with, we can play around with.
I mean, like you said, like the rules were made, but they're not like like rules of the universe or whatever the fuck. But like,
No, they're rules of
um,
arithmetic. But
well,
it's just
yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah.
arithmetic can't be fully formalized, you know, because we'd only end up with a like an infinitesimal sliver of what arithmetic can do. Because remember, if it was fully formalized, we couldn't have like all these different ways of uh, basically formulating the same equation, you know, or
Ah,
rather, or rather, we couldn't decide amongst them. You know what I mean? We
I
would
guess
have to have like the
I just
form. We
had
can't
that
decide
thought.
amongst them in the formalism, right? We have to just make the decision in advance, right? For the formalism to
Hmm.
work, right? For the arithmetic formalism to work, right? But in the real world, right? And arithmetic is non-formalizable because you can't decide this in advance, right?
Hmm.
That's
But
a
I don't
measurement
know.
problem. That's a measurement problem. Like we have to either
Hmm.
decide it like fix it in advance, or because you can't decide it in the formalism is what I mean, you can't, the formalism can't decide to use this form of the equation rather than this form of the equation, unless you fix in advance that decision, right?
Yeah, you
So
have to
such,
decide
such
which
that it's not in
equation
the
is most
formalism,
relevant to what you're
right? Such
doing.
that, yeah, such that it's not the formalism deciding, right? It's fixed in advance, right? Or you have a measurement problem where you have to exit the formalism in order to make a decision at that moment where
Hmm.
then that's basically quantum mechanics, literally. It's basically quantum mechanics where in principle the formalism in principle tells you to exit the formalism, right? It in principle like forces you to encounter these measurement problems.
Right. I don't know, because I just had that thought when I was like taking the math test, and I guess I was just a bit frustrated at the negative numbers. I'm like, why would you ever count in negative numbers?
I mean, yeah, just like I mean, whatever's the task, I guess, there's all these different ways of writing the same equation, basically, right? Just like
Yeah.
some ways are better than others for certain tasks, right?
I guess it's also just like there's like overlap too, because it's like
Right.
because when you add negative numbers, it's I'm not sure which way it goes. It's like if you add a positive to a negative, it's it'll the negative will go more positive. But
Mhm.
I don't know, because it's like the positive, like the negative goes more positive, but if you were to do it the other way around, you would still get the same answer. If the positive goes more negative, it would just be the same. So like, I don't know.
I mean, it's just implied by the rules of arithmetic, bro.
I'm not good at math.
Like we can do it this way, we can do it that way, you know.
But like that's always been the frustrating thing for me about math. Is just it feels arbitrary. It feels so random sometimes.
Again. What do you mean there? Right? What's arbitrary about it? Then you're saying, "Oh, I'm like Hilbert. I'm like Hilbert trying to formalize all of mathematics, right?" And then I'm in the formalization and I'm like, all of this stuff outside of the formalization is arbitrary because from the perspective of the formalization, I mean, it is arbitrary. You can't establish that anything exists unequivocally, right? Outside of the formulas, from within the formulas, right?
Hmm.
Remember what we said about why it's arbitrary, right? Like why semantics is viewed as arbitrary and why syntax is viewed as like objective, right?
Well,
Remember
yeah,
we
'cause
said
it's
all about that.
unchanging.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's unchanging, changeless.
Well, it's inert. Yeah, it's changeless. It's timeless because we've already expunged all the time temporal descriptors. You know.
Yeah. I mean, I've also been looking for like a way to better integrate math because like I don't know how to do that. I feel like it's like if you stop
And
working on your
predicativity, man.
mathematics for like a year.
And predicativity, man. That's how you. That's the method of integration, man. Just in general, you know. Look at what Rosen says about math, you know, and like all the stuff in math, you know, like the fucking innovations in math with impredicativities.
Hmm. I don't know. Because I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just like school, because school especially, it takes like a very like, oh, I'm just gonna stuff all this knowledge in your head, and oh, you gotta just run through these times table, you like do your times tables 100,000 times, and you'll memorize
Oh yeah,
it.
that's terrible.
Yeah, and it's like, I never did that because
Yeah,
it never
you're
worked for
not going to
me.
be
It
you're not
never
going to be
worked.
able to hold on to that information because you're not actually learning how to do math. They're trying to make you fucking simulate, like be like a fucking computer, you know?
Yeah, store it.
Yeah. And it's just that requires way more effort, you know, to do.
And that's
Because
why, and
we're
that's
not
why I also
computers.
never
We're not
understood.
computers.
I never understood why they would restrict your use of a calculator. Because it's like, if it's true that you can't
Mhm.
store it, then why don't you just get something that could, right?
Right. I mean, but like yeah, I mean, the first computers were humans. Just, I mean, like typically women, like lined up in rows. You know, just basically manipulating equations by fixed rules, like of arithmetic and stuff. You know, or manipulating symbols by fixed rules of arithmetic, and that's just like they were just passing. Like they were able to stabilize. You know, these symbols like to preserve, right? Basically the application of the rules, right, from person to person, from seat to seat, right, just by putting like by writing it down in paper and stuff, you know. You get what I mean, like, and like using calculators. Yeah, they were using calculators and stuff too, but like no like the first calculators, you know what I mean, just like recording, you know, just recording stuff, like recording the what they're doing, right? And you'd have like
Hmm.
lines, like rows and rows of like all these all these women, just like, and that's those were the first computers. just they're all operating under shared rules, right?
Yeah, and I think that also is why like writing as well, like storing information is not stored within you. It needs to be stored somewhere.
And it's I think that's like where, you know, there's a I haven't looked much into this, but like there's correlation there with the history where where, you know, modern education practices, right, like was first developed, right, alongside where the first computers were being developed, right, where literally the first computers were just rows of women operating under shared rules, right. But like that's not conducive to learning, you know what I mean? That's conducive to computation, sure.
So you
You
think the
know,
women weren't really learning anything?
well, no, they fucking just had they had like a rule book, you know, like a code book, you know what I mean?
Mm,
They just had it like there, like so they can reference it, you know what I mean? Like each of them, right? It was just their job,
I see.
right? Like
Yeah.
when they're not working there anymore, like why the fuck do they need to retain that? You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's not conducive to learning. You know what I mean? But it's like it's almost like it was like kind of like the whole classroom, right? Was like modeled after that. You know what I mean? Like the whole modern like education system was like modeled after that to just try and like mechanize people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
As like just to have them serve as literally like cogs in the machine, you know?
Mm.
Like Hegel's view of politics, right?
I don't know. Hopefully, when I go to college, it's not like. Hopefully, like there's actually
Okay,
good ways
you
that I
can
can
leave all
find to
this in. That was
interact.
a good integration. You can leave all this in. This was a good integration here.
Yeah. Cause I've been thinking about it. Cause like I've always sucked my entire life at math. Like
Yeah, I mean, you can
I've been
also look in
diagnosed
the
with a goddamn math deficiency, whatever the fuck that
in the
means.
measurement versus mapping note. You can see like there's a lot of that stuff on the history there, of like
Mm.
you know, the first computers were these women like lined up in rows and stuff,
Mm.
and that's really where all the like sort of like when computers like the concept of a computer was just even first like ever formed, right? It was still like immersed in all these like mentalistic terms, you know what I mean? Like intentional terms, just like because we're talking about people here, you know?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Literally.
Talking about a bunch of
Whereas
women lined up in a row.
right, exactly. Just like how they're able to just like you know, operate under these shared rules, you know, and like all that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, and that was the point I made in that note, in the measurement versus mapping note, it was talking about the history of like that, right? That was the point I was making there, and it's also it's from another book. It's from a book by Kelty Stephen and Manglam. There's like a book collection of essays or whatever, alternative to, you know, computer metaphor. Uh, I'll link it. I'll stop being lazy. I'll link it. But it's like where I got it from. I think it's like in the introduction they talk about it. But like I did more research on it and I expanded on it in the measurement versus mapping note because I thought it was an interesting point, right? Here, that's the paper, not the
Wow,
paper.
that's
I
a
mean,
paper? That's a fucking
no,
paper?
it's a book. It's an editorial.
Oh, What is it? What's your definition? Ugh. Alright. Okay.
Oh, I had to get some water. Sorry. My fucking throat is like killing me, bro.
Bro, tell me about it.
Just like talking for so long. Jeez. Oh. But I mean, like, it's killing me because I'm talking so much with like a dry, like I get cotton mouth, because I'm smoking, and then I get cotton mouth, and
Yeah.
and then I keep talking with a fucking dry mouth, a dry throat. That fucking just like kills my throat, bro. Oh man.
I either have like cotton mouth or just like a throat full of mucus, and it always fucks me up.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. I have like allergies and shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, man, I think we're done for now, and I think we should probably, if Stratino wants to VC again tomorrow, we should probably do it again, because there's still, I deliberately didn't go into Turvey's 1992 paper, right? Because I think we should just do, like, I was saying that's the main paper on the dispositional stuff, but
Yeah.
fuck. Excuse me.
Dude, we still gotta get a recording going for that recording that I took of fucking Divinity, bro. It's gotta happen.
Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe
Dude,
we
it's
can do
gotta
both.
happen.
Maybe we
Dude,
can
we
do
gotta
both.
ruffle some feathers. We gotta ruffle some feathers.
But yeah, so that's what I'm saying, right? Tomorrow we can probably go into that paper, right? If you're down, we can record that. We can talk with Stratino and just go over that paper. And
Yeah, for
yeah.
sure.
So I don't know, if you maybe want to try and upload this as soon as possible, right? So he's
Yeah, I have
able.
to edit it.
Do you? You have to edit out that
I
one part. That
yeah, I
where
have to
you
edit
went to
out the
get
one
food.
part.
Just where you went to get food.
Yeah. And
It was like only a couple of minutes.
I did say I was gonna add in like recommendations to the thing, but I don't know if I'm gonna do that. I don't think
No,
I'm
you can
gonna.
always edit it afterwards, right? You can always, I mean, add like, basically like, fuck, like how it pops up, like the information, like to link to another video.
Yeah, in the top right. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, you can always add that afterwards. But
Yeah.
I think you should upload it as soon as possible. So, like hopefully, like before we VC tomorrow, like, Stratino might be able to look through it, if he wants to, right?
Mm,
Just like watch it on 2 times speed or something.
yeah. I'll as soon as I edit it, I'll put it on like a. I don't know if I want to put it on an instant premiere. No, definitely don't. I'll just upload it.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Why not put it on a premiere, right?
Because if Shishino gets right into it as I do it, like he's gonna have to go through all the shit that he was already there for. So
Oh yeah. He can't do it 2 times, can he? No.
no, you can't do
He
it two
can.
times.
Yeah. So don't do it as a premiere. Just upload.
Oh, we could definitely do the Divinity thing as a premiere. That would be.
Sure, we can stream it even. But yeah. So those are the plans tomorrow. If we